Hello out there. Welcome back to TableTalk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Gradon95.
Coming at you again through the radio waves and the tubes of the internet. I am your second host, SneakyAdolf.
And unfortunately, as you can see, Boo is not to be joining us today unless he finds himself more able to later on. Dunno, we'll see.
He lacks resolve.
For being the ghost host with the most, he seems to be a very sleepy boy.
much like any ghost, he only apparates when it's convenient for him.
Or when you're not looking, obviously. But the other thing that I want to mention is last time we promised that roll stats would be on, and unfortunately, due to some complications, he was not able to join us today. But that does not mean he will not be coming on. He will be coming on at some point in the future once we can get things sorted out.
And we still look forward to having him.
Yes. Very much so.
Unfortunately, life and the chaotic times being what they are, scheduling is more difficult than ever, ironically. Despite how people are trying to stay home, it seems more difficult than ever to hammer down times.
Yep, so apologies for that, but look forward to future. In that sense, I at least was like, let's think about what we do tonight, and then I was like, rules light, rules heavy kind of thinking, and then I was like, oh, you know what? Let's talk about Fate. Fate is very rules light.
Although we could save that for when I don't actually know his first name, so I will continue to refer to him as Vincent.
Okay, sure.
We can, because that is honestly how I think of him.
There you go.
We can wait until we can have Vincent on.
It's true.
If you wish.
It's true. But I think just having us familiarize ourselves with Fate a little bit beforehand would also be good in that case. It doesn't mean that we can't talk about it with him still, you know?
Oh yeah. Let me go grab Jedediah's character sheet.
Sure. I have my copy of Fate's core PDF that is available on the Drive-Thru RPG site for pay for whatever you want, which is really cool. Yeah.
His sheet's blank.
Ooh!
Like, I have the form fillable PDF. It's empty.
Well,
what happened?
I don't know.
My boy. He was murdered.
He was murdered before he could even begin to live.
My sweet space beat farmer boy. Who took you from me, Jedediah?
So
it was Jeremiah. I know it.
It has to have been. Obviously, they're mortal enemies.
Only he would wish to take out Jedediah.
Now, a couple of things to note is that Fate, the core system of Fate, and I will bring it up here on screen in just a moment. Fate. You alright over there?
No, I just remembered what I named the Jedediah Jr.'s girlfriend, who was Jeremiah's daughter. I was trying to remember what her name was, and then I remembered it was Jeremiah.
Nice. So Fate, the core system, has a couple of things here. As you can see, it was it's given it to us by Evil Hat Productions. The same, if you're a loyal listener, which I know you all are. The same who
blessed us with thirsty sword lesbians
and Fate of Cthulhu.
Fate of Cthulhu.
Yep.
God.
Yeah, and the second thing to note is on the next page after that, you can see Fate was originally created by Rob Donahue and Fred Hicks. So I don't know how much this has changed from the original Fate, I suppose. But this is the 2013 version that has been out for since then, that everybody's familiar with.
Yo, wait, does that gorilla have a mechanical arm?
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
yeah, it's fucking rad.
I've never looked at it that closely, and I assumed it was a poorly drawn forearm because I'm like, no gorilla's forearm is that skinny.
Right.
But like, yo, cyberpunk monk gorilla,
Yeah,
I'm into it.
totally. So we're going to watch a video today.
It's Harambe Silverhand.
Oh, no.
You're welcome for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So yeah, we're going to be looking at some stuff about Fate today with our first video. It's a review on Fate by Game Geeks RPG. This was made, I think, in 2016, I believe. It's an older video. And it's Fate Core System and More by Evil Hat as part of their Game Geeks series that they were doing. I don't know if they're still doing it. I did not do that much research into this. But I thought that this would be a good place to start because it's 11 minutes and it's got a little bit of information stuff that I assume we'll need. And we can look at some more stuff as well because I have a second video that seems very interesting. Even though not knowing too much about Fate, having seen, I think once a long time ago, I saw a video of an actual play of Fate. Like,
oh, really?
Way back. Yeah. Either that or, I don't know.
Yeah, usually I don't see anyone playing, like, I don't see videos of Fate usually pop up. It's like 85% D&D,
Yep.
10% Call of Cthulhu,
Yep.
and like 2.5% Cyberpunk, and the
Yep.
rest of the 2.5 is everything else.
Yeah, exactly. It's this was something that was a little bit more tricky to find content that we could actually respond to and learn from because the rest of them were actual plays. Quite a lot of them, in fact. Like, it's the same way as Call of Cthulhu, in a sense, because not many people talk about Call of Cthulhu. Not many people... more people have been talking about Fate, actually, as far as I saw for search. Results on YouTube, so... yeah. So let us begin.
Hi folks, welcome back to Game Geeks. I'm your host, Kurt Weagle. Today's episode is going to be a little bit longer than average, although not as long as, say, our 30-minute love letter to Doctor Who. This one is going to be talking about the Fate Core system and a couple of its supplements. The thing that you should note about this is Fate Core was initially produced as a Kickstarter by Evil Hat Games that went pretty insane, in my opinion, and has ended up producing a lot of really interesting material that came out of that. So, the first few books we're going to talk about are the Fate Core Rulebook, the Fate Core Toolkit, and Fate Accelerated. Now, the rulebook itself, Fate derives from Fudge, which is an older system, and we've reviewed Fates in various incarnations several times. I think the earliest goes back to our Spirit of the Century review, all the way back when we had our guest host, Isaias Acosta. So, Is, if you're watching, hi, and I miss you. So, what do you get with Fate? Well, Fate itself is, I don't really want to call it rules light, because to be honest with you, it's really not. It's just rules medium in a very different focus than what we're accustomed to as gamers.
So then I would honestly say, because we were talking about a while ago, back when we were talking about rules heavy versus rules light, we were talking about 5e and where that kind of fits in, and I would probably describe it as more rules medium.
Yeah, 5e is definitely not rules heavy.
No, and it's not rules light either.
Yeah. I would personally say D&D 4e would be an example of rules heavy, and 3.5 is sort of towing that line between rules heavy and rules medium. Whereas
I've never actually looked at 4E's rules. That never existed, obviously, but never actually looked at them.
There's a lot of rules that are very much only contextually important.
Oh, really?
And it's it is definitely less of a read your player's handbook and more of make flashcards of your player's handbook.
Oh no.
From I've barely skimmed the rule books, but that was sort of more the feel I got from it. Plus with what Boo has shared with me. Then you have 2E, which is sort of in between 3.5 and 5E, so definitely on the heavier end of rules medium.
Yeah, I would say it would be heavy, definitely.
5E, which is dead smack in the center of rules medium, in my opinion.
I would agree.
I don't quite know if I agree with him saying that Fate is rules medium, but I'm willing to be persuaded.
Yeah, I looking at contents, at least from the PDF here, if I drag it over, it's got basics, and then game creation, then character creation, then the aspects and fate points, skills and stunts, actions and outcomes. Like, it seems like it has a lot of stuff going for it in the sense of rules. It is a whole 300, I guess. Before that, let's go to probably the 291, because 292 is where the cheat sheet happens. So a 291 page rule book that is for everything that you would really need to know about how to play the game. Then again, I am looking again and seeing the long game is defining arcs, defining campaigns, all that stuff. So I guess that's not exactly a part of it. Well, it is, but I mean,
there's also the fact too that that is one book that is containing everything in the system at 300 pages, versus if you were to add up Monster Manual, Player's Handbook, and Dungeon Master's Guide for a system like 5e, it's going to be significantly longer.
It's true. In comparison, I suppose it's lighter, but the amount of information, I think, is still similar enough. But I don't know.
There is, I also, from my familiarity with Fate, I don't know of any book that would be roughly analogous to Monster Manual or Mordenkainen's or anything like that.
Yeah, I doubt it would have one.
And in which case I would also bring up the secondary point of look at a 5e or a 3.5 or a 2e character sheet, and then look at a Fate character sheet.
Yeah.
A Fate character sheet is literally an index card.
Yeah, I'll pull it up right here. It's sideways because, the page, but it is quite literally a single page of your name, description, your aspects, your skills, extras, stunts, consequences, physical stress, mental stress, and that's it. It has.
Really, I know stunts are necessary in Fate Core, but extras.
Yeah.
According to the Fate SRD, which I shall link you,
please,
right here in the source channel. Or I can just put it in the call.
I was gonna say that would be here. Thank you.
That right there. It only mentions aspect, skills, stunts, stress, consequences, and refresh.
Yeah.
Which would mean that extras is literally just extra notes.
Yeah, probably. So I don't know. Hopefully he goes into it more. I assume he will.
Yes, I would love to see what points he makes, and as I said, I'm willing to be persuaded, but whenever someone mentions Fate, it's always like, oh, well, we could go for a very minimalistic system.
Yeah, no, we'll talk about it more, I guess, as it's brought up.
Lacks your standard attribute, strength, dex, con, or any of its variations or
what is this
synonyms. What you have is your character is defined by aspects. These are short, pithy sentences, sometimes funny, sometimes not, that express some aspect of your character. Something like dashing star knight, or wizard for hire, or dangerous guy with a gun, or Luxon warrior. There's a variety for you to choose from there. Now, the aspects are broken down as presented in Fate Core into 5. You get 5 aspects, but you could get more if you wanted to. The one thing I want to say early, before I get too much into an aspects discussion here, is the fact that Fate Core openly tells you, change this stuff around, move it around, increase the skills, decrease the skills, give more aspects, give more fate points, have higher refresh, more stunts, whatever you need to do to make this game yours, which is a little bit difficult to wrap your brain around from time to time, simply because we're used to very set, discrete rules that tell you how to do things in a given situation.
I guess so, yeah.
And Fate tends to take a much more open, squishy approach to that. So back to the aspects. You get 5 of them. The first one's called your high concept.
So I would say that is definitely more, I guess you could still describe that as rules medium, because it's not decreasing the amount of rules. It is more interested in setting up sort of more of a framework of sliders that you can choose to modify in order to give your game the feel it needs. Like, do you want to be a humble space beet farmer looking for his son, or do you want to be a Jedi?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thought to just like changing the shit around, because it's like, yeah, like at the moment I'm just trying to think like how does that work balance wise, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think also, given the fact that at least in Fate, it's like, oh well, the a a your hull has been breached, for instance. Let's just say that,
Sure.
and it's like, oh well, I have engineer as one of my aspects. Can I use engineer to fix it? And it's like, yeah, go for it. And combat and, I guess, tense encounters are more open-ended than there is a bugbear with an AC of 13 and 65 hit points.
I'm just like, it's one of those things where I, since I haven't played it, right, and I'm looking as an outsider in, how does this, is it really just setting the scene and then just you describe everything as you would, like you describe what your character does in the situation due to what they have available, and then it works out or it doesn't, I suppose, in the sense of I know that's a simplistic way of looking at any RPG, right? Where you literally go, this is my character, I describe what I do, and then I do it or don't. But I don't know, it's like with Fate, it's like, I assume, so let's take the Jedi and the beat farmer then, I suppose, in the Hull Breach instance. Typical stuff. Jedi has the Force has laser sword. Haha. Does that anger you out there? Has lightsaber, has what else does Jedi actually have?
Healing.
Now they do. They did in the games, yes, and that's not an argument.
But only if they sacrifice their life. But only if they die because the plot makes it convenient.
Exactly. So they have their force powers, and they have their training and their lightsaber, and then the beet farmer has
A trowel,
a trowel, beet seeds.
a go-getter attitude.
Okay.
A lot of experience in fixing space tractors, which
Okay.
you know what? Wouldn't you know it? Spaceships have a very similar basic structure to space tractors.
Sure.
Um,
So then the scene could be described that you use your knowledge of repairing space tractors to try to repair the hull.
mhm.
Okay. And then the
And
Jedi...
don't forget my go-getter attitude.
And your go-getter attitude, of course. You use that as well.
Whereas the Jedi uses her force powers to keep the air in the ship and make it so that even though there is
Right.
not a hull, there is still a wall of force keeping anything from
Yeah.
moving out, and as such, there's basically a hull. Which, like, holy fuck, Rey could just fly through space.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. She could fly anyway, remember? She can just fly
Oh
now.
yes, yeah. But like, is Rey a Jokero?
A what?
A Jokero from Warhammer?
Oh.
The space orangutans that fly on
Oh,
like
God. Oh,
the ships.
no.
The ships have no hull, and because they believe it works and they have a strong mental will, it works.
Oh, my God. She can just use any ship. She can just fix any problem. Oh,
dude.
no.
If there is anyone in the Star Wars universe who could take a land speeder and fly it around through the galaxy, it is Rey Palpatine Skywalker.
Oh, no. Let's not... Anyway, so...
Getting back to more grounded things, the fate
Thank
system.
Thank you. So I assume that's using aspects in that situation to make it so that anyone could do whatever the like to help fix whatever the problem is, right?
Well, it is of course based on your skills and like how good you are, more or less,
Okay.
at tractor repair.
Okay, sure. And those are... I will get into skills, I assume, later, but the aspects help you with determining your skills, I assume.
I believe so.
Well, again, we'll get into that.
Could be wrong. Again, not played it myself.
One of the things that I guess it's just one of those things where, can you accidentally make a catch-all in the sense of somebody who can do everything and then be really good?
I would assume that given base rules, probably not, because you're still going to be more or less like limited in what you can do with the fact that you can only pick so many aspects.
Sure.
Unless of course your DM makes it so it's like, oh yeah, everyone pick 30 aspects.
Right.
In which case you could definitely try to like beat the meta, so to speak.
Yeah, this is one of those things.
A Mary Sue.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, because of the fluidity of how everything really is, in the sense of make it your own, so add, subtract, all that kind of stuff, it makes me hesitant, I guess.
I personally don't see it as a flaw of the system.
I'm not saying it's a flaw. I'm just saying I'm hesitant because I'm looking at it like this. I'm sure it works fine. It's just one of those things where it's like I'm not sure I understand, because I need more things to ground me, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm left to my own devices, I go insane, dude. I guess. I don't know.
We'll see.
Yeah.
The second one is they sort of define who you are or who your character is in terms, in broad strokes, about what they are and what they can do. So let's make up a character as we sit here discussing it. Let's make, I don't know. Let's make a character called Joel D. Ford. What's the D stand for? I'll never tell. So with Joel Ford, your high concept might be something like
Luffy.
Adventurous high school guidance counselor, or stalwart history teacher, or ambitious academic teen coach. All of those could work, but we'll go with the guidance counselor for our example. So you've got adventurous high school guidance counselor. Okay. So there you go. That's your high concept. Now that can tell you quite a bit about your character from the outset and some of what they're good at, what they would be able to do. Trouble, that is the thing that plagues your character. It's probably the number one most important thing that's going to be hindering your character or making their life more interesting in the long run. So you could put, has a crappy friend for Joel D4.
Jeremiah.
So there you go. There's his trouble aspect. That's what kind of makes his life more interesting. Then the
I'm just gonna remake Jedediah.
There you go. Yeah. Start making your character during this.
Well, I remember I made the character for him, and like we all made our characters, and then we never wound up playing it, and I don't know how I lost everything.
Yeah, that's very strange. Even when the file is still named it as well.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Like it's empty.
That's really weird.
Maybe you made like a paper copy.
Maybe.
I don't know.
So wait. So he's talking about. He's not talking about aspects. Is he talking about it? Wait.
Yeah, we're still talking about aspects.
So
because
then
trouble is right below high concept.
Ah, okay, I see. Okay. So then
Trouble, Jeremiah, and his skank daughter,
but
Jemima.
when your aspects complicate your character's life, you gain fate points back. This is called accepting a compel. That's not on yet. I assume he'll get into that. I'm looking at the character.
Not talked about description or refresh yet either.
No, yeah, we're still on aspects, obviously, but I'm looking at the aspects section on page 6, and I'm trying to see it talk about trouble, because it's just talking about aspects. Maybe it's later. Hold on.
Maybe the description is literally just that description. It's not asking about skills or anything. It's like, what does he look like? In which case, I shall write overalls and a bushy mustache.
Well, yeah, I think for that, yeah, you're right. But no, I'm just trying to see where. I guess I'll look at the table of contents real quick. Character creation, probably there. Ah, here we go. Okay. Your character idea on page 31 of your Fate Core rulebook.
Oh, that's right. Didn't Boo's character have a stunt where they could like
I wasn't a part of it. I don't know.
Up and, oh. Well, there's stunts, and it's pick or invent 3 to 5 stunts. Oh, that's right. Jedediah's thing was he always knew where the closest farm was. Because he's like, I know a guy in this sector of the galaxy. He farms space turnips.
That's pretty good.
And they're like, isn't that what you do? And he's like, nah, I'll take you to a space Denny's and we'll talk about it.
Okay, so character creation starts with a concept for your character. It could be modeled after a character from your favorite novel or movie, or it could be based around some specific thing that you would want to be able to do, like break boards with your head, turn into a wolf, blow things up, etc. Just like you did with the game's issues earlier, you're going to take your ideas and turn them into 2 central aspects for your character: high concept and trouble. Okay. High concept is page 32. Here we go. Your high concept is a phrase that sums up what your character is about, who he is and what he does. It's an aspect. One of the first and most important ones for your character. Think of this aspect like your job, your role in life, or your calling. It's what you're good at, but it's also a duty you have to deal with, and it's constantly filled with problems of its own. That is to say, it comes with some good and some bad. There are a few different directions you can take this. It has its examples. Aren't the only ways to play your high concept. Okay, but I want to look into Trouble, because I hope he goes into it more, because he's just kind of going, and I don't know what's going on at the moment. But Trouble. In addition to high concept, every character has some sort of trouble aspect that's a part of his life and story. If your high concept is what or who your character is, your trouble is the answer to a simple question. What complicates your character's existence? Trouble brings chaos into the character's life and drives him into interesting situations. Trouble aspects are broken up into two types: personal struggles and problematic relationships. Personal struggles are about your darker side or impulses that are hard to control. If it's something your character might be tempted to do or unconsciously do at the worst possible moment, it's this sort of trouble. Examples: anger management issues, sucker for a pretty face, the bottle calls to me. Problematic relationships are about people or organizations that make your life hard. It could be a group of people who hate your guts and want you to suffer, folks you work for that don't make your job easy, or even your family or friends that too often get caught in the crossfire. Examples: Family Man, Debt to the Mob, the Scar Triad wants me dead. Okay. Trouble shouldn't be easily solved. Nor should it paralyze the character completely. Okay. I get it now. Okay. Sorry about that. Just need to know things.
The other three are sort of other things that can describe your character. So you might put experienced stage actor, really good academic team captain, and devoted father. Devoted husband and father, that's better. So there are your 5 aspects. Those are the things that define your character. It then goes into skills. Now, what they've done is they've taken a pretty long...
Okay, before I hope he goes into it more, because I had to go and read Trouble and High Concept just to understand them a bit better. Like, I get the high concept thing off the bat. That makes sense. So, that's more just to me, I wanting to know more. But the Trouble thing, well...
Trouble is basically whatever complicates your character's life.
Yeah, and...
It is you describing for yourself what the DM plot hook for your character is.
Right, absolutely. Well, it could be. Or it could just be a thing that happens during the time that you are doing whatever it is you're doing. Mm-hmm. Because, as far as I'm aware, this already assumes that you are exceptional in a way, and that you are that kind of character, like that kind of exceptional hero-ish character, or at least you had a call to greatness for some reason already. As far as I'm aware, I don't know. That's what I gathered, but I could be wrong.
List of skills you've seen in previous Fate iterations, like Spirit of the Century, Dresden Files, Bulldogs, any of the Star Blazers and Glare games, and condense them down into a basic list of 18. Now, with those 18, you get a standard skill pyramid that you have to use to define, the idea being that you can't have all your points in one particular skill. So you build your pyramid of 1 great, 2 good, 3 fair, and 4 average skills, which are +4, +3, +2, or +1 respectively. And so for our character of Joel, because he's a guidance counselor, you might have his high skills being empathy, rapport, and let's say deceive, in case he wants to convince anyone they need to go into the army. The remaining block can be broken down as you see fit, unless you absolutely have the need to make this guy a ninja or a master gunfighter. Stunts are specific applications of your skills that let you do different things with them than they normally would. Now, there are a block of definitions of a stunt. I won't be able to go into them here, but they do everything from allow you to replace one skill for another for a specific kind of action, or get a +2 to your skill in certain circumstances.
Okay.
That's really it. You've got a fate point mechanic, and then there's understanding all of what the fate points can do and how the game works. But there you go. Folks, the thing about this, in addition to its module...
But I want to know more.
But skills.
But also, we just...
Put up a don't show me art of D&D Second Edition.
Yeah, like
show,
your
show
art
me,
choices don't.
show me a table
Yeah.
of these with the available skills.
Like so I'm looking at skills right now on page 46 of the Fate Core system rulebook here, and even it doesn't have those, as far as I'm aware.
Default skill list: athletics, burglary.
Oh, where are those?
Default skill list. I shall send it to you.
Oh, are you looking at the SRD?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's a default skill list, and then there's also things like building stunts and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
So
Then where is that in the core?
I think it was contacts was how I was able to find my way around the galaxy.
The galaxy, yeah.
Yeah, it's because I knew so many farming planets, I could always kind of triangulate myself between a bunch of farming planets, and that was how I navigated.
That's pretty good. So I just want to know. Okay, skills and stunts is an 85. Hold on. Defining skills, building stunts. It doesn't have a list. That's strange. Creating a rules exception? Oh my god, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, it is very much a system that is meant to be, this is a system, I guess, but what the fuck do I know? Make it how you want.
Yeah, okay. That's, again, makes me hesitant, but I'm sure it'd be fun to play. I just want these things that it tells me about that I don't see. Unless I'm just bad at looking at things. Is that the case right now? I don't know. Well, okay. I guess we'll go by this SRD because handy dandy internet always has your back. So, yeah, you got athletics, burglary, context, crafts, deceive, drive, empathy, fight, investigate, lore, notice, physique, provoke, rapport, resources, shoot, stealth, and will. Okay. So those are the basics, and then you can get more, or you can use others, I suppose.
As I understand it, you basically choose what you want from this list and then slot them into the skills page on the character sheet.
Yeah.
You can also, I would imagine, or I would imagine you'd probably be encouraged by the system to like make your own skills.
Right. Okay. And then
Like the teleport skill, where how well you roll determines how close you are to where you want to be. Or I don't know.
Would you not? Like I would classify that under will, I would say. Yeah. Okay. All right. But okay. What about stunts and stuff? Sorry. Are you gonna go into the? Also, yeah. Like you said before, the fucking like the usage of these images that he's got in his video. I'm like, what is the point? They're not illustrating anything that you're talking about.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I am always a sucker for hand-drawn art for an TTRPG.
Sure.
And just hand-drawn art in general.
Sure. But when you're presenting something and then cutting to an image, usually that has something to do with what you're saying.
I would prefer to have tables and stuff shown for this is how you interact with the system and build a character, and not, hey, here is a picture of what appears to be a rogue cutting something's arm off, and I guess that this is an example of physique or fight. It would be fight.
But even so, he never says any of the skills and stuff, really. He says 3 of them that he would slot in, and then let's go on. Okay.
Particularity is the fake character sheet can fit on an index card. I've done it.
Okay.
It's a large index card.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. Cool.
Because I like to give a lot of room. But if you feel like compacting it, you can get it all onto a small index card. Now, with Fate, you get a lot of examples on how the game runs. You get the 4 applications of skill, which are overcome, create an advantage, attack or defend. Not all skills can be used in all situations.
Okay.
You get the idea of stress tracks, and then the rest of it is examples on how to build a character, how to build an adventure, how to build a campaign, and specific sort of like, I think they're called extras, which are specific applications of the game into other areas.
He's just glossing over this, though. Like, what, this is about the Fate core system and more, and I you know what? I guess, yes, you are talking about the Fate core system.
And more.
But but you haven't got into it enough, my man. I understand.
No, such is the nature of the Fate core system. When you ask what is Fate, and they say, I don't know, just build a fucking character, dude.
But you can.
I'm gonna go do cocaine over there.
But like I had to read so that my smooth brain, cause I don't get it. Like, and it's not. I don't think this is like, sure, it's probably very easy to understand when you read it. Absolutely. Once I read it, get it. Good. But like, you've made a video 11 minutes long that has gone into depth on 3 parts. Not that much depth, but depth enough that I would say. But then you just skim over a few others. Like, all right, okay, cool.
Now, this is where Fate Core ends.
I'm just having a blast making Jedediah again.
I figured. I'm glad someone
to soldiers on the front lines of the space wars.
Oh
God, I love him.
Yeah, I just like adjusting refresh and all this. Like, I'm looking at the book itself, and I'm like, okay, yes, there are things here to learn because I would like to like read it and stuff. But I've gone to this video because I thought it would give me a little bit more of like a overall, like, this is what these things are, and not just, hey, you know the previous things? You know those previous things where you can find these things in? Guess what? You can find it here also, but a little more condensed. And I'm like, what does that mean to someone like me who hasn't played the Dresden Files or any of this shit? Right?
But what about the Fate fractal?
Huh?
Yeah, dude. This is called this is called the bronze rule. But you may also have heard of it as the Fate fractal if you pay attention to the internet.
You know what? Haven't.
Alejo, did you know that you've already seen some examples of this in other places on the site?
Have I?
You give your game its own aspects during creation.
Uh-huh.
You place situation aspects on the environment as well as on characters.
Okay.
And the GM can let environmental hazards attack as if they had skills.
Okay.
And then in bold it has, in Fate you can treat anything in the game world like it's a character. Anything can have aspects, skills, stunts, stress, tracks,
okay.
if you need it to. So in Fate, the way that you interact with everything is you treat everything as if it is,
as if it has a character sheet?
Yes.
Oh, jeez. Okay. So I look at a bug and I'm like, shit, dude.
Yeah. Rapport with the bug to get it to crawl into your hand. And
I see.
To slap it.
So, okay.
And when you start feeling your hand burning, you use lore to figure out, oh, I shouldn't have killed it. Its body contains an acid.
Yeah. Okay. See, okay, that makes sense to me now that you've explained it, but the video has done none of this.
I was just riffing. I don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Alright, see, but the thing is, right, you could tell me these things, and then I would go, oh, okay. Because I have no idea because this video hasn't told me anything about that.
In fairness, though, I think that's probably how it would work. That to me
sure.
makes sense with my smooth brain.
Again,
Very aerodynamic. My brain is.
Again, unfortunately I'm approaching this as somebody who has never played Fate, who has never played any Fate system or anything that has ties to it that he has mentioned before. So I'm coming into this completely new, having maybe watched a session of Fate a long time ago, because I can barely remember if this is even a real memory. I have no idea.
I know when I made Jedediah, the one thing I really did not like about the Fate system was how the rapport system was different from empathy. So empathy was, and I just looked it up and I still think it's stupid.
Okay.
Empathy is basically how you, it's kind of like sense motive in 3.5. It is how you determine if like someone disliked what you said.
Sure. Yeah.
However, the rapport skill is a very generalized persuasion and intimidation and stuff. So it's like they have a skill that is based around this is how well you charisma with people. And then they have a totally different skill, which is this is how well you interpret how they respond to you charismaing to them. And I think that empathy should be rolled into rapport.
I mean, then I would cite you to deception, like bluff and diplomacy and all that, and then having sense motive. That's three different skills.
Yeah, but if Fate is itself a system of we are going off of bare minimums and just do what the fuck you want, I don't understand why they would not roll those together. They have fight as a skill, which you could then say that's magic, that's archery, that's sneak attacks, that's regular attacks, that's grappling.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Glenn. Yeah, you would think it would just be overall just talking, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Just have it be talking, and that's it. Okay, yeah. Anyway, let's see if I learn anything, because...
Now, don't get me a pretty hefty book. It's 310 pages. The hard copy is a smaller, almost digest size, which makes it very easy to smuggle into your bag, take to work, or take...
This is completely off Fate right now. Did you see that there is pocket-sized versions of the Pathfinder books?
I did not.
You should look into that, because they are...
I should.
They are small and cool.
That... Dude, do you know those people who hand out the Gideon Bibles?
Yep.
Hold
on.
Hand me a Bible, I'll hand you Pathfinder 2e, baby.
I think, yeah. Hold on. Pathfinder Pocket Editions. Hold on. Dude,
It'd be like, oh, thank you for the Bible. Here, I have a role-playing game for you too. We can make believe together.
Yeah. It's not exactly. I don't think it exactly fits in your pocket. Let's see, how big is this?
Oh well, dude, I'll get bigger.
Oh no. Oh wait, no. It's 8.4 inches by 6.5 inches by 1 inch. It's 2 pounds.
Okay, well, 8 inches long is not quite pocket size.
No, it's not, but it's their pocket version, quote unquote, right? Because it's smaller, and that's neat.
So as opposed to say, my Pathfinder 2e is not arrived yet, so the closest book on my right is my 5e Player's Handbook, wherein I would say that's... Oh, wait, no, hold on, I have a fucking ruler up here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Let us compare this to the dimensions of my 5e Player's Handbook instead of, I don't know, looking up the dimensions on Amazon.
Yeah.
Hold on. No, that is 36. That means it's probably centimeters or centimeters.
What? Centimeters?
Centimeters, yes.
What?
So,
Never heard that before.
5e Player's Handbook is about 8.5 wide by by about 11 inches high, and roughly like 3/4 of an inch thick.
Sure, yeah.
So it'll be a little thicker than a standard edition.
Yeah, because it has more pages.
Handbook, but a little narrower and shorter.
Yeah, I just thought it was neat.
Like a couple inches each, which yeah.
And it's like $25, I think. I think that was.
But what that tells me though is like if it's thicker than a regular player's handbook. Of course, I don't know how thick that is in comparison to
the regular core.
Regular 2e.
Yeah, I don't know, but it just reminded me of it. So tangent. Anyway,
super cool. Yeah, smuggle that into your work.
Hell yeah.
To the bathroom with you if you're really bored. With Fate Core, you also get the Fate System Toolkit.
Okay, now so we've completely moved on.
All
right. Okay. I just there's not you didn't tell me enough about Fate. I'm sorry.
What? Are you saying that he didn't tell us enough of the basic tools with which to play Fate?
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think that there's enough here. And I know we stress reading the player's handbook and stuff, but at this point I'm interested in Fate, right? I have some interest in Fate, and then I come to this video because I see Fate Core System and More by Evil Hat. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. It'll tell me a little bit about Fate. That's cool. I want to see more about Fate. And then I go into Fate, and I get a very little about Fate.
It's more like walking into a restaurant and smelling the food and less of actually eating.
Exactly. I'm sure I'm positive, in fact, there are better videos out there that go more in depth. In fact, I linked a first video of a whole...
one.
Well, no, I've linked the first video that is an introduction of a 12-part series that each have devoted sections to each of the sections, right? Like that was in the source channel that I put the I forget what the channel's name is, but I was gonna go and find one of them in case I wanted to know a little bit more. But
no, this is the video we're playing next.
Okay.
How to play Fate Core basics in 10 minutes. However, the name of the channel is Tabletop Talk.
I just bought a domain, my man. Don't you dare.
Here you go. There you go.
That's I've seen. That's right. I saw that and I was like, I thought about it, but I didn't see the name of the video or the actual channel. Okay, all right, that'll come next.
We're watching that, bud.
I guess we'll let him talk about the system toolkit, because and the whatever the next one is, because he said 2 more. So,
I mean,
I just
what likely are we really going to learn from this video, though?
I wanna know at least what those things add, because I think he'll say generally what they add, and that's it. Right? And I'll be interested for that.
Toolkit. The back says rules, glorious rules, and to be honest with you, it's less rules in my opinion and more other examples, other ways you can shoehorn the game into other situations, etc.
So rules? So rulings on different things that
No. A rule is not an example.
I guess, but what I would say is that they would have examples that coincide with the rules that they have proposed.
Or they would talk about the same rules that they proposed in the core rulebook, and then in the toolkit say hey, here is examples of what we have already laid down. Let's talk more about it.
That would be neat if they did that. I don't know.
Probably the most interesting for me are the inclusion of races as a skill. So you could say that if you really wanted to, that you are a great level +4 elf. And therefore, all of the things that elves would be able to do, you can do really well.
What?
Whoa!
Hold up.
Wait a minute. So you could just say
That's
I'm a
not very-
really good human, and then you're good at everything? Jeez, dude, that sounds bad.
How do we genocide this planet, guys? I'm a human. Have you ever heard of an
It's just really
exterminatus?
easy, dude. We do it
It's
to
what
each
we
other
do.
all the
But-
time.
Just blast the planet. It's fine. Leave this to me. I am a really great guy.
Like, my skill is being my race. That's just weird.
I don't know about you, Alejo, but I have a solid 24 years of being a human.
Yep. I mean, I'm 25 years into it, so there you go.
Oh,
Notice
me, senpai.
Yeah, a little bit better than you, but you know, not by much. You'll get there.
Is this what they mean when they say that adulting is difficult? Because I've never understood it.
Apparently they go into their fate index card. I assume yes. I assume.
Oh, dude, it's like, oh man, here comes the tax return arc. Oh, don't worry, guys. I'll do everyone's taxes for them because I have a +4 in adult.
This. This is just
also
very strange.
Alright, not to be like super duper PC,
Okay.
but like
I'm excited.
you know how in 5e
Sure.
they're like everyone is not their race. You are an individual.
Yup.
And I'm like, yeah, sure. And then the fate core system, which is like, I'm a really good elf, man.
It's fair enough. Yeah, it's a very strange thing. Remember, D&D is in the popular consciousness, while Fate is in the background.
Yes.
7 years old.
Whereas, Wizards of the Coast is a slave to SJWs.
Yep.
Evil Hat Productions, who gifted us Fate and Thirsty Sword Lesbians, do whatever they want.
It's true. It's true. So, but then they go about and they make Fate of Cthulhu, and they go, fuck you.
Well, the thing is, though, is if you have a skill literally be your race, and you come up with that, like, toolkit after the core rulebook has already been released, ostensibly, think of how many... it's like issuing a nerf, I guess you could say.
Kind of.
To how many people who are like, I'm an elven ranger. I hit things from a distance because I have +4 to shoot. And then it's like, yeah, but how good of an elf are you? And it's like, well, that skill didn't exist when I was
gonna
making
say.
Okay.
It's weird.
My
if you
elven ranger was never given the option to have elf as a skill.
What if you have two different elves? One is a +4 and one is a +1. Like, what am I supposed to think here? What is happening?
Have you ever seen that video of the girl dressed up in like as what's her name from Lord of the Rings? Galadriel, and she's smoking out of a bong, and it's like high elf.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
That's your +1 elf.
Gotcha.
and then you have Elrond as the Chad +4 elf.
It's just a very weird connotation to take. Like, I don't have much of an issue with it. It's just I don't know if it's needed. I don't think so. I don't think you need this.
You know, though, I will admit that this is a way better alternative than what initially I thought when he said that you can have races as a skill. Because I thought he meant races as a skill.
I thought so too, where you just know about like, all races. Very weird.
All I could imagine is a character like that would just have deeply embedded stereotyping issues.
I know about your race.
We're on Melchizedor 7, everyone here eats their children. And the rest of the party is just like holding their faces in their hands, and they're like, oh god.
Exactly. Like,
make him Oh, make him like Trevor from GTA 5.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
He's just very loudly shouting prejudices and
God.
stereotypes down the street.
Oh, that's so bad.
God.
Oh, that's really fucking bad.
Oh, I'm gonna faint. Oh.
So, if you're out there and you know more about the Fate Core system than me, him, or this guy, please tell us more, because I just, this is very strange.
Tearing up.
Like, aren't you glad that we continued? Aren't you glad?
You know what? I kind of am.
Yeah. Let's continue on more and see if there's any more gold.
Is that how you have vampire as a skill? Do you need to roll vampire
are you
to, like, suck someone's blood?
Okay, now that's the question. Are vampires themselves, is that a race? Do you give up being your previous race to be the vampire race?
I don't know, dude. Ask the guy who has +4 to races.
Let's continue.
Opposed to a great +1 elf who has their foci in other areas of their life.
Their foci?
Foci?
Wow.
Who the fuck says foci?
Not to mention that in this usage is actually incorrect.
I've never heard foci.
Focuses is 100% like allowable.
Yeah. Foci.
Oh,
Plural noun is foci for focus. That's
foci. But
okay.
You can say focuses, and that has, I believe, entered into the vernacular.
Because English is weird, and focuses. There it is. Focuses or foci is a search as well. Okay. Anyway.
Most of the book is taken up in different ways of approaching magic, technology, basically more of those extras that we've already talked about. There are some.
You talked about it for a second. You're just like, extras. They're there. Anyway.
Very interesting applications of magic here. You have things like the storm calling skills, void callers, which are touching things man was not meant to know.
Good.
Basic low-level magic, which is almost like voodoo
I'd
cursing.
like to learn more about that. No? Okay.
Yeah, it said voodoo stuff as well. Wow.
Yeah, but we got cool splash art.
Oh, okay. It is cool. She's throwing a butcher
like a page out of a coloring book.
It is, yeah. She's throwing a butcher, not a butcher, but just a knife at a robot, like
Warforged, yeah.
Yeah.
Finally,
well, it's 'cause she's a chef.
Yeah, no, I know. It's great. It's just weird.
The most trouble wrapping my brain around was the idea of the viziers, which is sort of you are touched by a god or some other large deific being that grants you almost magical applications of some of your skills. I kind of choked on that until I realized that's a really good way of modeling Exalted in Fate if you so desired. Now, the other two...
Whatever that is. Whatever Exalted is, sure.
Or Warlock.
I was going to say Warlock, yeah. But
I mean, if you wanted to play Malzahar, then like a Vizier is exactly what you'd want, given that they literally describe him as a Vizier.
Gotcha.
But...
we're not going to talk about in this space because of time, and those are...
I hate this time thing, right? Whenever somebody makes time as an argument of their video, it's like, you made the video. You have the ability to give yourself all of the time. This was in 2016. Was that back when 10 minutes was the standard still? Yeah. I don't remember. It's been too long. It's been around for so long.
Since like 2013.
Has it been?
Dude, it's been at the very least since before I graduated high school.
Where has my life been? I don't know. I was watching a lot of longer things as well. But anyway, I don't know. I like, again, still, you could fuck it, whatever. If you make it longer, you can put in more ads. Fuck you. Like, money is anyway.
Fucking.
It's just, it's such a lazy kind of thing. Like, you can edit.
Guys, Guys, I have to have the video be under 10 minutes.
It's 11 minutes as well, and apparently this is longer than his usual content, so I don't know.
Maybe, given that he mentions bringing this into work, right?
Sure.
And
reading it on the toilet? Yeah.
And just given the drab, plain grayness of the wall beside him, and the fact that he has a whiteboard behind him, tells me that this is like recorded in an office room
or in a school.
Yeah, he seems to mention a lot about like history teacher, guidance counselor, and stuff. Like, did he record this at work?
I don't know.
Is he the one smuggling things into work?
It's just like every time I'm just like, dude, you have the ability to make it as long as you want, to explain as much as you want, and you can edit it down as much as you need to. I don't care if you're not good at editing. You can just split, delete, move over, split, delete, move over. Like,
but dude, he has to do it all in one take, and he knows he only has upwards of 10 minutes before Principal Salamanca walks by for his break.
Yeah, exactly. He's in the teacher's lounge. This is he's only got so much
propping
time.
up a little webcam on a tripod.
He's got it connected to his laptop right next to him, so you can look at it.
It's still running Windows Vista.
He's got Movie Maker open as well. Like,
yep, and he has to hold down the power button for 15 seconds before the computer turns on. And when it turns off, it emits a cough, not unlike a geriatric patient in a nursing home.
Oh my god!
I know this guy's laptop is Toshiba.
Yeah, I can also attest.
Or Dell.
Yeah, it's
actually. No, I feel an Acer vibe.
Ooh.
Acer, final answer.
Okay.
8 Worlds books. Those include Worlds on Fire and Worlds in Shadow. Those are specific small campaign settings, varying between probably 30 to 50 pages, that give you not only a campaign setting, but rather specific implementations and some very clever ways to slot the rules into other areas you might not think.
Okay.
As I said, that will be for another review. The last piece of Fate that I want to discuss today is Fate Accelerated. Fate Accelerated came out of their Kickstarter, which is a smaller version, 50 pages, of the rules. Now, a lot of it is still there. Aspects, stunts, stress tracks, consequences, etc.
Some things that you have not gone over whatsoever. Yep, okay.
But what they've done, in an effort to make it kid-friendly, which works really well in my opinion, is breaking down the skills,
teaching it to his students.
into other, approaches, if you'll pardon the pun, because that's exactly what they call them in this. Is they're no longer skills, they are approaches. It's how your character does things. And
why change it from skills? Why?
Probably because whereas skills you have fighting and like rapport and like stuff like that, with approaches you can have violent or peaceful.
Okay. All right. Okay, I can see that.
It's the way to further
yep.
what you are doing and make it so you're more painting with watercolors.
Yep. Okay.
Approaches, which require a bit more explanation because we all know what deceive means, or we all know what shoot means as gamers. The approaches, however, take a different point of view to this.
He was about to say approach. He was about to say it!
Oh, I felt it. I saw him look off camera.
Yep.
They include careful, clever, flashy, forceful, quick, and sneaky. And these are different ways that you can get your character.
So these don't require that much more explanation. You could have explained other things instead of this, because I understand what that means immediately.
I am grateful that for the first time in this video, he is expounding on a subject, so I will not criticize.
I mean, I mean, yes, but
I mean, you
also,
can take that as criticism if you want.
yeah,
but-
there you go. It is still criticism itself. Backhanded criticism.
Why am I negging this man who cannot hear me?
It's what we do.
Hey, it's how I got Vincent on the podcast. Call him handsome, but then say his content is bad.
Yeah, exactly.
2 weeks later, he's like, "Guys, I want to be on," and I'm like, "Yes."
To do certain things. So they can attack, but is it a flashy attack like a fencer, a forceful attack like, say, Conan, a careful attack like an assassin, or a sneaky attack like a thief? Additionally, it streamlines a lot of the rules down to make it very, in my opinion, kid accessible. This puts it on the level of Mermaid Adventures and Camp Myth, it being a very...
So I think the regular Fate is very kid accessible. It's just whether or not your kid wants to read.
And, well, kids are oftentimes smarter than you think.
Yeah, that's also the case.
If you want to get a 5-year-old or like a 4-year-old playing this, then yes, this would be better for them.
Absolutely.
But if you want to get a kid who would typically be more interested in a role-playing game, you're looking more along the ages of, I guess, because I'm a nerd, I ask people's siblings.
Sure.
I'm like, well, they're like, "Oh, what are you? So you're talking with John about D&D," and I'm like, "Oh yeah," and I'll explain what it is. And in my experience, any kid who's younger than 10 usually tends to instantly have his eyes glaze over.
Sure. I think, honestly, for Fate especially, the way that it's presented, you can easily sell a kid on it. You just be like, hey, kid, what do you want to be? Because you can do
anything.
Anything. Yeah.
I mean, that was why I made Jedediah to begin with, was because it was like, hey, do you want to be literally anything? And I'm like, can I play a peasant for once? And it's like, yeah. And I'm like, cool. I grow motherfucking beets.
Exactly. Right?
And my only real issue in life is the fact that my son's no longer around to help on the farm. So I'm going to go on an intergalactic conquest instead of hiring a farmhand.
Exactly. It's the only natural solution, to be fair.
I mean, in fairness, it is also some of the fact that he does not want to be related to Jeremiah.
Oh, sure.
And he's like, I will not have my son marrying some harlot.
So yeah. Anyway, let's finish this out.
My wife Jedediah would not approve. God bless her soul.
God bless her soul. May she rest in peace.
May she rest in peace.
Yeah, use her for the fertilizer and
It's tough work fertilizing the whole planet to grow nothing but beets.
Accessible gateway game for people to really start to come into this hobby. As I've mentioned before, as we gamers are getting older, our children are becoming more and more involved in the hobby or want to be more involved, and these are great ways to get them started because as much as they like the line, I would not start my 10-year-old daughter on Pathfinder. I think that would make her eyes bleed a little bit. Even with the beginner box, I think it would be a little too much for them to keep juggling and keep all those balls in the air.
I mean, you know your daughter, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, I would try, I suppose, and then see how it goes, and then go, okay, use that as my standard.
Kids are smarter than you think.
Yeah, I mean...
No one trusts them to do literally anything, so all they spend, or at least when I was a kid, I just spent my entire time watching and listening and learning everything.
Yeah.
And seeking for the day when I could prove an adult wrong on something, and that was why I was the kid that no one liked. because you're at preschool and it's like, oh well, he got a boo boo and now we put a band-aid on it and it will be all right. And I'm like, but what about risk of infection?
He says in this same voice as a tiny child. Yes.
No, my voice did not change.
It has not changed.
I would lurk around the corner and be like, but have you considered that the wound may go septic? Miss Brannigan.
I want to see a little one of your avatar just peeking around the playground wall. The building of the fucking
Have you
school.
made sure that young Billy is up to date on his tetanus? His mother's an anti-vaxxer, didn't you know? Picks up a piece of grass and starts twiddling with it in his fingers. That's right. You can get tetanus from more than just metal. It resides all over.
Oh my god.
Core or accelerated would be a much better entryway for them to get into the hobby. For Game Geeks, I'm your host, Kurt Weagle.
Okay. All right.
Goodbye, Kurt.
Thank you,
Thank
Kurt.
you for the video.
It's very uninformative to a degree. I learned very little. I just
Constraints. Shall I queue up the next one?
Yes, please, if you would. This one is coming to us from Tabletop
Hey everybody.
Talk.
Yeah, and it's
who has 10 times our subscribers.
Oh no! How to play Fate Core Basics in 10 minutes. Yeah.
I also can't help but notice, and like this isn't a criticism, but
Sure.
it is glaring to me.
Mhm.
After seeing KnownAt1s on Twitter
Mhm.
ask, should I have my profile be the picture of my face holding the dice?
Mhm.
Or should I have it be the D20 showing the Nat 1 with the
X
cancel symbol?
Yeah.
Yes. And someone mentioned out like how many channels there were that have the D20 symbol.
I know.
And how having your face identifies you as a person rather than just another RPG channel. And I'm like, yes, that's a fantastic point.
It is very true.
And then seeing immediately this, not a criticism.
No,
like
it's just a trend that you see.
Yes, it is a perfectly fine profile picture for a TTRPG channel.
Mhm.
I just whenever I see that, I go, "Oh, look, another one."
What I will criticize immediately off the bat is the fucking lens.
Lighting. Oh,
that too.
It's a fisheye.
It's a fisheye lens. What are we doing here, my man?
I was wondering why he was so close to the camera.
And
That's why.
I don't. Why? I mean,
someone did skateboarding or snowboarding videos when he was younger. I feel it.
It's just one of those things where it's like, oh, I'm very distracted by how the wall is warped. Do you live in a circular abode, my friend? Is it spherical, sir? Am I under the sea? What's going on?
To me, the warp of the wall isn't nearly as glaring as the fact that it looks like what he is living in is in fact a nuclear reaction.
Yeah, everything is just washed out in the windows. Just like proper lighting is very important, my friends.
Dude, I understand that you have the one painting and the houseplant, but like, get another painting.
Something. It's just so much empty space. This is totally just.
Hang up a rug. Hell, dude, at this point, I will settle for a live, laugh, love.
Yeah, just anything. Like a blanket, just a colored blanket, just something.
Yeah, get like a knit sort of blanket. And I don't care if you live out in the middle of the desert, as I can only assume with how much sunlight is streaming in your windows.
Just a really nice day.
Only assume maybe you live in Antarctica. Yeah. But please, go to a yard sale. They will have a blanket, I promise you.
Some sort of quilt, perhaps.
Quilt, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Just get one and hang it up, bud.
Are you still? Oh yeah, okay, you're still in the room. For some reason, it told me you left, but you're in. Never mind.
Oh, it told me I left too.
Oh, weird. Well, you're here, so there we go.
I'm back now, but
so yeah, completely criticisms of just the making of your video before it's even started. Here we go, content.
Maybe a fine video, but I can't help but notice your lack of interior design.
It's just very distracting.
Hey everybody, it's me, Luke, here again.
Hi,
with
Luke.
Another Luke Talks at the Camera video. I'm currently in my kind of half moved out house. So
okay.
Totally kosher.
Take it back, except for the fisheye. I'm not a fan of the curvature of the wall. I'll be honest.
What, did you move out a decent camera?
No, but seriously, okay, fair enough. You're in the move.
I actually don't really mind the fisheye.
I just find it distracting. That's it.
Just don't look at the one wall. Just like
the one wall that takes up a third of the screen. Yeah, man.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my player's handbook, right? And I'm gonna brace it against my monitor. And wait, no, it's not quite tall enough. Okay, I will
just move the window for yourself, because if I move my window, then the whole recording is fucked.
Oh, no, don't go full Chrome. I swear to God, don't go full screen. There we go.
It just needs you to see the wall.
There we go. All right, I have moved. I have separated that tab from the rest of the window.
There you go.
And I have moved it down 2 inches, and now he is living in a Euclidean house. Lovecraft would be relieved.
Yes.
Sure, we'll be fine. What I wanted to talk about today is our switch to Fate Core. You'll be seeing us doing a lot of weird things on camera, and I wanted to explain kind of how Fate Core works and what some of the core mechanics are. So when you see us doing stuff and slinging out words like aspects and success with style and all these little things, they'll make more sense, and you can kind of follow what's going around at the game table a little easier.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. I assume he does actual plays, so if you want to check those out, go check out his channel.
I actually might start watching that so I can familiarize myself more with the system.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly think actual plays are very good at introducing you to some concepts, because then you just see them at work, and then you're like, oh.
Talk. And Dungeon World. Oh yeah, he's got Call of Cthulhu going on.
Hey.
One of which just finished.
Ooh.
Call of Cthulhu New York, Dungeon World, Son of Man, Monster Gourmet, Fantastic Beasts and How to Eat Them. Yo!
That sounds great.
Yo.
That sounds really cool. Okay.
All right. He's got a cyberpunk thing going on.
Hell yeah.
Dude.
Good.
Num. Give me all the content.
There you go.
I'm going to dive in with one of the core concepts of Fate, and that would be aspects. Aspects are kind of a verbal way of mechanically representing some nebulous facts. So lots of different things have aspects. Primarily characters have aspects. And every character is constructed of a couple different aspects. These aspects can help them mechanically, and they can also act as a guide for the character. So a good example of a character aspect would be born in a hive of scum and villainy. This provides some color and some interesting things about your character. You can be like, oh, my character's kind of a rough and tumble sort of guy. And what this allows you to do mechanically is when you roll dice, and there's this currency in the game called fate points, and they kind of refresh as things goes on. It'll make more sense as I get going here, but
okay.
When you want to invoke your aspect for a benefit. So say I have the aspect born in a hive of scum and villainy, and I'm walking the streets, and I'm looking for a drug dealer because I have some mission. I have to get some weird drug for whatever, it doesn't matter. And I roll to find a drug dealer, and I don't quite make the target. I can go, well, my character was born in a hive of scum and villainy, so it makes sense that he would be able to find this drug dealer a lot easier than it seems. So here you go, GM, I'm going to hand you a fate point, and I'm going to invoke that aspect. And boom, you get a bonus, and you'll likely succeed on the roll at this point.
Okay.
Okay, so
So, I really like his description of that.
yeah,
That really does help me know what the aspect does.
absolutely.
But I can't help but feel a little bit of, I guess, criticism of the system as a whole.
Hmm.
So, say for instance, um, Jedediah's aspect is humble space beat farmer searching for his son.
Okay.
How in the hell is that ever going to become relevant?
Uh, yeah, I like
And
the other thing that I would say is like, shouldn't you already be taking the aspect into account? I suppose in the beginning, right? Like you roll for it, but do you not roll for it already saying, "Well, I have this aspect. Like, shouldn't it be a little easier for me to do this? Do I have to invoke a fate point?" Like,
Mhm.
cause from what it seems is
Yeah,
you
like
get
I
told to do something and then you roll it out, and then after you've rolled it out, that's when, if you succeed or fail, then you get to do the fate point.
yeah, it feels like it should almost be like what's it called in Call of Cthulhu? Pressing rolls or something?
Yeah, pressing your luck, or
Yeah,
pressing rolls. Yeah.
yeah. So I would personally say that if it is your aspect, then it should be a +5 for the skill described in that aspect. So for
Yeah.
humble space beat farmer searching for his son, that can either be like, oh, actually, no, you could use it if you're looking for someone on the street. So say, once again, like looking for a drug dealer, say, I've
Mhm.
spent years searching for my son. I have a lot of practice in locating people who might
Sure.
not want to be found.
Sure. Yeah.
Or I could use it for farming. Um, but my criticism still kind of remains in the fact that you can describe your character's high concept in such a way that it's like, this is how I have to describe this character, but I also realize that um this high concept could be absolutely useless in terms of actual play.
And the other end of that is, can I make a high concept that is a catch-all?
Yeah.
Because you could very easily word things in such a way that it could be so vague, and not vague, I guess, but it's specifically vague, if that makes any sense, right? Like it works for any situation,
Mhm.
I could imagine, but I
And
don't know.
I don't like my character's performance and I guess usefulness to the team being dictated by how well me,
Hmm.
can word a high concept in 8 words or less
Yeah, because
that
that's small space.
that is simultaneously describing my character's backstory, motivation,
Yeah.
and skills in a sentence.
Yeah, and again, I don't like the fact that you aren't already taking stuff into account after a roll has happened, because it doesn't feel, it feels like you should be able to already have your bar be either lowered or your ability already heightened because
Mhm.
of such things,
Yeah.
instead of failing something and then having to spend a point that you have a limited amount of, I assume, right? But like, wouldn't it
Well,
just already
he does
be?
say they refresh, and I believe
Absolutely, absolutely, there's a
if
refresh thing, but it's just
if if I recall correctly,
mhm,
everyone gets a fate point, for the day. Like, when they start,
sure,
like, session 1, you get a fate point.
sure,
Session 2, you get another fate point, and I
sure.
believe you can bank up to 3? I
Okay,
could be wrong.
maybe he'll go into it, but at the same time, it's just very strange to me to not take into account the character's like the character's traits already.
Yeah, yeah,
It's just
like,
really
if
weird.
I land on a farm planet and, I'm speaking to farmer Bradley Bradley, who farms, tuna plant.
Hmm.
It's a synthetic meat, go for it, I don't know.
Sure.
Um, And he says, yeah, sure, I'll give you information on where Jeremiah went. He passed through here a week ago.
Hmm?
In exchange, though, you're going to have to do a day of labor for me.
Sure.
I should not have to roll physique and then potentially fail that and then say, well, according to my
Yeah.
high concept, I'm a farmer, so I will spend a fate point to pass this physique check.
Yeah, it just feels so arbitrary in that sense. Like I don't understand. And I watched a little video before that I also want to watch with you after we are done with this, because it's very strange. But it proposed that you don't go off of what the character would do. You go off of what would make for a more interesting part of the story to when you play Fate. Yeah. Oh, we'll get to it. Yeah. I have a lot of problems with that because I'm like,
I have some concerns.
Yep. Oh, I'm excited for when we get to it because it's not that long.
Oh.
But
Oh, I don't like the fact that I'm like wringing my hands nervously.
Yep. It's like, one of those things where I don't.
It evokes a physical reaction.
Absolutely, but it makes me, this kind of, the way that was described makes it kind of make sense to me why people would think that. I don't know if many people think that, but like it's like, really like how do you do this in such a way where you don't take into account of the background of your character, quote unquote, right? What they have for skill sets, like any of that stuff, and you just pass or fail, and then if you fail, you can just go, well, I should pass. And then you do. Like, yeah, with some
I
some
don't
points.
Like the fact of having to use a currency for logic.
Exactly, right? Like, I don't like that.
I shouldn't have to roll to till a field. Mm-hmm. I should just do it.
Yeah, and I assume
it is what I do. It is my job.
I fucking hope that people would be okay with that, but from this example, it's like, but you don't. You're supposed to do this. This is the way. And I'm like,
I still am having a hard time abandoning the thought of you shouldn't take character backstory and motivation into account and just do what makes
I don't think that's good. That's not, you didn't make a character, then you made a thing that is there. You made an NPC. You made a character that you control, but it's not your character. If that makes any sense.
Cuz like, I understand the desire to want to have a good and interesting story.
Absolutely.
At the table. Yeah. 100%, I agree with that. However, it is still a reality.
Yes.
That if you pursue what your character would do,
it will make for an interesting story.
And their motivations at the time, you will still get an interesting story for people at the table. Maybe, you know what, they say, you know what, guys, I'm putting my foot down. We're not leading a coup on this lord because a coup was led against my family. And you're like, what? You have a noble background? And they're like, yeah, we were unjustly thrown out by some greedy people. I don't know. I don't want to lead this coup. And then that's like, holy shit. And everyone at the table's like, wow.
Yeah.
And then just going like, thinking to yourself, well, a coup could be pretty interesting. A coup could be a fun, like, thing to sit down and lead tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
take that sentence. Go ahead and like voice sample that.
Yeah.
I guess that could be interesting, sure. Versus, guys, no, we're not leading a fucking coup. We're doing this a different way.
And like, again, like, I wouldn't expect somebody with that kind of backstory to do that, right? Like, that they would go, yeah, let's go do a coup. Like, I would expect some kind of pushback.
Yeah, and it would be jarring for me if they were okay with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, and again, I don't think that's how a lot of people think, because I'm pretty sure I remember looking at it and there was a lot of dislikes on that. So
good.
yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's not how a lot of people think of it, but it's one of those things where I can see why people would, because it's very like it doesn't feel like it matters what you put for a logical thing unless you just want to pass fail, right?
I mean, granted, the more I think about it, the more I can kind of see, like, you do definitely have people that have a decision and they go, "It is in my best interest to walk away from this,
Sure.
but I shall poke the nest."
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is because I'm that type of person.
I understand. That's
Like,
that's
when I see cars parked around a semi in a YMCA parking lot at
okay.
night at 4 a.m. while I'm on a walk,
Right, I remember you talking
and my
about this.
phone is dead,
Mhm.
I'm the person who walks up and is like, "Hello, fellas, is there any illicit drug activity going on here?" And then they're like, "Who is this fucking white kid? Get the fuck out."
Yep. Like, yes, that is the case as well, but I just like, I don't know, for the this skills kind of thing, it just I don't like this fate point example.
Yeah.
Just don't like it.
Characters aren't the only things that can have aspects. Scenes and items can also have aspects, and this can add a lot of depth to the gameplay in a very subtle but interesting way. So let's take a scene, for example, where there's this bustling marketplace and a chase is about to happen. This scene would have the aspects crowded, maybe bustling with noise. You can really argue all sorts of things with an aspect, and the GM will often tell you what aspects kind of obtain in any given scene when the players start. And the players can invoke those aspects just like they would invoke their own aspects.
Okay.
Items also have aspects.
So
This is where we're getting into the fate fractal.
Yeah. Yeah, but it sounds still like you use those fate points because you failed, but actually I was trying to sneak through the crowd and they heard me going, but actually it's an oh no, it's the guy at the table going, actually the crowd is very noisy, and so I should succeed. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I hope that is wrong.
It's not. It's what I get from the first example. Yeah.
An item with an aspect can be very interesting. So let's say I have my character loves his combat boots.
Okay.
And I can say, well, what can I do to make these combat boots more interesting? Well, let's say they're totally badass combat boots. That's a great aspect. So you can put that in quotes, and then whenever you need to be cool or something, you can invoke that aspect for an advantage.
So this is where we go into, if I just say I'm very cool in my aspect, does that mean I'm always just very cool?
Me am cool guy.
It takes away the role play.
Me am good at everything.
Yeah, it takes away the role play because it's just like, I am good at it because I am, and I can invoke that whenever.
Alejo?
Yeah.
I know how J.J. Abrams wrote Part 8.
No. How? He's enlightened me.
I can only guess, right, that episodes 7, 8, and 9 of Star Wars were them making new characters in an established universe and playing in the fate system.
Ooh.
And one of the Jedi was made super powerful and like broken and unbalanced and became a main character.
Yeah.
And then they took like recordings of them playing.
Yep. They showed it to Kathleen.
And then they like made a script, took some liberties, edited it around a bit, made the plot line worse, and then made a movie series.
Yep. I am So the first video made me go, and this is making me go,
Yeah, we've dropped an octave and a half here. Like,
Mm-hmm.
And let's say, well, that's not that interesting. Let's give them kind of a more negative aspect. Let's say they're totally badass combat boots that I'm irrationally attached to. That opens up a lot of possibilities for story development. So this opens up another interesting thing you can do with aspects. So far we've talked about invoking, using aspects to your advantage. But additionally, aspects can be compelled. And a compel is when the GM or another player, rarely, says, oh, you know what, your character has an aspect, hard-headed and doesn't listen to reason, which, lets you bullhead your way through a lot of situations and be strong. But, the NPC you're talking to is very helpful, but I'm going to give you a fate point. This is how fate points are regenerated. And I say, I'm going to give you a fate point to compel your aspect, hard-headed, and you know what? You're just going to completely ignore what he has to say, or something like that. The compel can be very interesting.
Yeah, that's fine.
So this is why selling dice in 7th Sea seemed so familiar to me.
Okay.
Is because it's the same basic system of the DM hands you a treat to do something that can potentially screw you or your party members over,
and that's
and
fine.
then you can like cash in that your good boy points later.
Are you allowed to deny?
Yes.
Okay. What I wonder is, are you allowed to deny in Fate? Because I hope so.
Yeah, no, you totally are allowed to say, I don't think so.
Okay,
And I
cool.
believe the DM can even offer multiple fate points.
Let me see, looking at this.
Again, this is me recalling memories.
Absolutely,
of
and that's why I'm going to fact check.
I made a character like 2 years ago.
We have fate point economy. Here we go. Each player gets a number of fate points to start a session off with.
Yes.
That total is called the refresh rate. The refresh for a default starting character is 3 fate points, but you can opt to spend up to 2 of your refresh to buy additional stunts. Okay. You get additional refresh as your character achieves a major milestone, which can be spent on getting spend is not right in this. Which you can spend. Wait. Oh no. I'm wrong in this. Never mind. Which you can spend on getting more stunts or keeping in order to increase your starting fate point total. What was I saying? My brain.
I don't.
Yeah. It dude. I lost a fucking day. Okay. Let's be honest here. My brain is mush. You can never have less than 1 refresh at a time. You might wait, you can never have less than 1 refresh at a time?
Yes, that means you can never not gain a fate point on starting a session.
Yeah. Okay. My brain. Again. Anyway.
I am here for you.
Thank you. This is why I have co-hosts, so that I don't go fucking awry at points.
Oh no, we'll go awry together.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, in some things like this, where my brain just can't comprehend words, yeah, it's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A sentence in the language that you have learned as a primary language
you would
eludes
think.
you.
Mm-hmm. I was good at English before. Anyway.
A testament to our quality.
Yep. So you can earn fate points. Here we go. Have your aspects invoked against you. If someone pays a fate point to invoke an aspect attached to your character, you gain their fate point, so anyone can do it, at the end of the scene. This includes advantages created on your character as well as consequences. So you could be a huge dick and just say...
Dude, you could absolutely grab those badass combat boots that they're irrationally attached to.
Yeah.
Steal them while they're sleeping, throw them overboard,
Yeah.
and then wake them up and be like, yo, I threw your boots overboard. Go in the ocean and get them.
Yeah, exactly.
And like you compel their fate point, basically.
Yeah. So I'll give you all of my fate points if you do this. Do it! And then make your way back by spending them all. Yes!
It sure is a shame that your physique is only a +1 skill.
This is this is where I'm slightly hesitant again about this, where it's like anyone can do it to you, because it's like, okay.
I mean, I assume it's made on the assumption that people will not be utter pricks.
I would hope so, yes.
It is more allowing for more, I guess, colorful, tense roleplay.
Oh, here we go.
I would hope.
You get a fate point when you agree to the complication associated with a compel. As said above, this may sometimes happen retroactively if the circumstances warrant.
What? Finish the sentence. Actually, better yet, start the sentence over from the beginning.
Okay. Accept a compel. You get a fate point when you agree to the complication associated with a compel. As we said above, which I don't know where that is, but I will find it. This may sometimes happen retroactively if the circumstances warrant.
Under what situation could you ever be compelled to do something that an aspect of your character defines
I will
and not realize that you are doing what your character does?
I will give it the benefit of the doubt, I suppose, and say you had a montage happen, right? Where you were getting a bunch of things and your trouble was, or your aspect that was bad, I don't know, was very cheap. And so they compelled you to be very cheap, so you bought really low quality stuff?
Yeah, but that seems such a niche situation. Why would you ever put that in the rules module for such a niche situation as that?
I don't know. I'm just trying here, because, like, you could screw over a lot of things in that case. Like, I don't know. It's very weird.
I don't know in what situation you would ever apply such a character-based motivation for an action retroactively. Like,
you would think that you would act it out, right? Like,
why would you ever repair a ship and then, like, I know I'm going to use this incorrectly,
Okay.
as an analogy.
Okay.
And the situation that I am going to describe will be one in which your character would not get a fate point, but rather spend one.
Okay.
However, I am still using it because I am a bit frazzled right now, and also I have not played a session using the fate core system.
I understand. Please go on.
But in what system would you ever repair a ship because you are a ship repairsman, and then later on in that, like, session go, "Hey, Mr. DM, since I repaired that ship earlier, can I get a fate point right now?" Like, that should be the sort of thing where you get the fate point in the moment. Like, who's going to miss using one of their 5 things to remember about their player? Who is not going to remember one of those 5 in the moment that it happens?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that would be very strange. By the way, the only way you can refuse a compel is spending a fate point. So if you don't have a fate point, it says refuse a compel once a compel is proposed. I don't have this on screen. I apologize, everyone. It says refuse a compel once a compel is proposed. You can pay a fate point to avoid the complication associated with it. It's on page 80.
I think that may have just been a rule that Boo was using then, because I remember his specific thing was, "I'm not going to be a dick."
Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of those things where it is, like, if you don't have any fate points, I mean, I guess you would want a fate point in that case, right? But even so, I don't know, man. I mean, it's very weird.
That's why I kind of like the hero point system in 7th C, wherein you can sell dice to the DM and get more hero points. But therein, you're potentially making things more difficult. Ah, man, dude, I wish Boo was here. He could explain it better than I can.
Yeah, I know. I miss
But
him. I
you
wish he
like,
didn't die.
I miss Boo so much. So I only talked to him literally last night.
I was gonna say. I miss every moment that I'm not with him. Anyway,
it's wasted. What are we even doing here?
what are we doing?
Dude.
Let me also pick your brain on this. Spending fate points.
Yes.
Declare a story detail to add something to the narrative based on one of your aspects. Spend a fate point. You can just do that. So you could just add in, let's say.
Oh.
Yeah, because of your aspect. This is the thing where this continues to baffle me.
You get outside of the ship and your character who hates being wet because they're a tabaxi, and you say, "Oh, as we roll into port, it's raining. I will spend a fate point so that it is raining and the tabaxi's fur gets all matted and the tabaxi is upset."
I on one of your aspects, I guess. I assume this is for situations of.
Well, one of my stunts is storms a comin' has a knack for identifying incoming weather.
Oh, there you go.
So it's raining.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those things that I can see how you could use this as such a way to be an asshole.
Well, I can
or just take
advantage. I can understand it sort of like how with in 7th Sea there's the got it thing where you just kind of like kick a chest or a safe and it pops open.
Oh, sure.
Okay. And like I can see spending a fate point on that because that's how you do it in 7th Sea is you spend a hero point.
Sure.
You take basically like a feat to be able to do that.
Oh, so there's a prerequisite.
Yeah, it's like in this it would be I am a master thief.
Yeah,
and then I walk over, kick the safe, spend a fate point, and it pops open. But in which case, right?
Yeah.
Why not just have one of the skills? I don't know, whatever the lockpick skill would be in Fate.
Fucking finesse or whatever.
Roll to like pick the lock, and then barring that, why not then just press it with the fate point, and then for style and flair and flavor, say, "Oh yeah, he just walks over, kicks the safe, and it pops open, and he's like, got it."
Yeah, I mean, like that, or like this is. I assume this is also for you have your I don't know your character's aspect is lucky scavenger, right? And then you could just go
trash goblin.
Yeah, or it's trash goblin. Yep. Or then you just invoke it to find whatever you need in that situation.
Yeah, like finding the scroll of magic missile in the ship's hold.
That's right. I forgot about that. Oh my god. Oh my god, that just brings back
angry. I am still angry about it.
Oh, that just brings back fucking flashbacks and like it's putting me through some PTSD, man. I'm like, oh no.
RPG PTSD.
Exactly. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not liking this.
Again, still willing to give it a shot.
Still willing to play it. Oh, absolutely.
So that I can say with certainty that I like or dislike it, but so far
it's not very appealing.
So far I'm kind of more feeling Pathfinder.
Their way of moving.
Go on.
Side note, I think Pathfinder is now gonna probably be one of my RPGs of choice.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Honestly,
it's been so long since I've played 3.5 that there's a lot of like rules in it where I'm like, I don't know if we need this.
Oh, absolutely, I can understand that. Yeah, I
like for instance, melee weapons can only be with strength. Like there is nothing regarding like finesse weapons. For
there's
instance,
weapon finesse
in 5e.
defeat.
Yes, but that only is
Light
relevant
weapons.
for light weapons,
Yep.
and it's only relevant for your to hit, not damage.
Oh, really?
Mhm. There is no feat in 5e that you can take that
In
allows you to
3.5.
use your dex for
In
damage.
3.5, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, in 3.5. There's various abilities,
Mhm.
one of which it is necessary that you pick. Do you remember when I played the Nightblade?
Yes.
That is Book of Shadows is one of the things wherein there's a class in it that you can take. That it's what like level 12 ability I think
Yeah.
is that you can start adding dex instead of strength for
And
damage.
that was already a Pathfinder 1e thing that we had
Yeah.
tried to convert over.
Mhm.
Um,
And
yeah.
as I understand it, the Book of Shadows that they recommended on the forum was something from Pathfinder that they then retrofitted to 3.5.
Yeah.
So it's already a homebrew of a Pathfinder 1e add-on.
Yeah.
And I don't even know the officiality for regular Book of Shadows for Pathfinder 1e,
I don't
if
fucking
that
know, yeah.
was
I
officially sanctioned or
I
not.
have no idea. But yeah, I honestly like Pathfinder 2e is probably going to be my choice because it has
Mhm.
the complexity and also the simplicity that
And
I'm looking
action
for.
points.
Yeah, and all the fucking it has everything that I actually would want.
Mhm.
Um and it is still just D&D. It's just it's reskinned in such a way, right? Like it's no different other than names, I suppose. And mechanics, I suppose as well, but you get what I mean.
I much prefer Artificer, though, in 2e as opposed to 5e.
Uh Art- Artificer in Pathfinder?
Yeah, like the Alchemist
Oh,
and it
Alchemist.
was
Yeah, Alchemist. Yeah.
well, Alchemist, yeah, sorry. Artificer in 5e had a subset which was Alchemist,
Yes.
whereas in 2e, Alchemist is a class which then
Yes.
also branches out into various types. Like, do you want to make bombs,
Yes.
potions? Do you want to be a poison ranger?
Yes. And like Artificer in 3.5 is just overall like better than 5e, I would say. Not
I don't like how you like make items in 5e.
you don't make items in
Yeah,
5e.
yeah, you fucking infuse.
Yeah, they took infusions and they were like, yeah, you remember when those their spells? They also have spells, but
You put a
infuse.
spell on an object.
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, you did that before. It's called infusions in 3.5, but okay. Anyway,
And then infusions in 2e, which are just like, hey, you get free potions and poisons per day, plus you
yeah,
know how to make stuff.
yeah, yeah. No, it's definitely. I think it's preferable.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just
I
for what
cannot
we've.
I cannot wait for the book that I got via Humble Bundle, which is that
Yes.
still live?
By the time this is up, it will be the what? It will be Friday, so the 31st. So let me check Humble real quick.
Because if it will be live when this goes up, you should totally get Pathfinder 2e
Oh
via
yeah, you
Humble
should.
Bundle. Um,
It should be up. Yeah,
Hey, you should go to Humble Bundle right now, dear listener, and look at their Pathfinder 2e deal that they have going on,
you really should.
wherein, yeah, and like the proceeds are good, it's going to a good cause.
Mm-hmm.
You can adjust those sliders any which way you want
Mm-hmm.
and fucking maximize charity donations.
You could, yeah.
Um, and get yourself a 2e player's handbook, hardcover copy,
For half the
code.
price.
Yeah. And then make a Paizo account, which takes 2 minutes,
Yep.
and get yourself a book headed to your place of dwelling, and all you have to pay for is
Shipping.
um shipping plus like, the over $25 minimum via Humble Bundle.
Right, yeah.
Um
30 bucks plus shipping, which is
oh,
in
it's 30.
total, yeah. 30 bucks plus shipping, which in total is about 39 something.
Yeah, for me it
And
was like 38.40, I think.
yeah, so yeah, something like that. And then it's like it's it's literally going to be half the cost because the shipping for the regular one would be for $60 and then shipping. So
Actually, no, I can look at my PayPal and find out exactly how much I spent. Because it was whatever it was plus 5 anyway. I'm not gonna fucking bother with it. But
anyway, let's continue on with Fate.
I always feel guilty meeting only minimum requirements on Humble Bundles. So as to feel good about myself, I do the minimum plus $5.
Gotcha.
So then that way I feel, look at me, I am charity. I'm Mr. Rockefeller over here.
Yeah, dude. So yeah, let's continue playing more about Fate.
Hey.
The story forward, it allows to actually exist in characters in a tangible, meaningful way, and kind of giving a mechanical reward for having flaws, which is great for making a story.
Oh, you mean like in 3.5 with the feet
literal
and
flaws system? Yeah. Nobody, whatever. Honestly, that was a thing in 3.5 for those of you who don't know. There are literal flaws that you could take that had mechanical disadvantages, but you could take an extra feat because you took a flaw.
Mm-hmm.
They are incredibly. None of us use them in Devils and Dice, though.
I considered using them, and then I was like, there's nothing I usually want.
Yeah, exactly. Like from level 1, there's very little that I would need at that point. So, but yeah, so that's a thing, and I think there are a lot of different ways that you could just do that in other systems.
You can take the one that makes you have -2 to spot and listen checks, and then use it to take the alertness feat.
Get the +2.
Yeah, and so mechanically you're no different, but it causes your character to be crusty and gross.
Yep.
I should have taken that for Boris.
You should have.
And you don't want everybody just to be awesome at everything all the time, because that doesn't make good stories. So that's kind of aspects in a nutshell. There's a lot more you can check out.
But that's the thing. You are awesome at everything all the time still. It doesn't take away from that. It just adds that little bit of complexity.
Plus, that's also only if you say badass combat boots that you are irrationally attached to.
Exactly.
There is nothing forcing you to put that addendum on there.
Well, I mean,
and that
you have to have some sort of trouble, I suppose.
Do you?
It's a part of the sheets. It is specifically written trouble on one of them.
Yeah, I know. And then there's
aspects.
Mild, medium, and severe, and stuff like that for when stuff doesn't go your way. But I mean, if you're putting in one of your aspects has badass combat boots.
No. He has the irrational attachment to his combat boots, but the combat boots themselves are badass combat boots. Wait. No, now I don't understand. Do the combat boots have the trouble that he is irrationally attached to them, or does he have the combat trouble? Or does he have the trouble?
I don't believe he specifically mentioned that it was a trouble of his, though.
I don't know, man. Okay.
Because I think you were the first one to mention the word trouble.
I suppose I was, yeah. So then he put in a negative aspect, which I assume he means is the trouble, because the trouble is on the sheet because it's needed to make a character be there, I think, because you got the high concept, then you have the trouble, then you have the other 3 aspects.
Oh, right. Wait, no, sorry. I was looking at consequences. No, I think he was the badass combat boots that he is irrationally attached to would go into, I assume, the 3rd bar, the one underneath high concept and trouble. Because it's not a character who's based around his combat boots. It's an aspect of his character.
Oh.
And then he can then say, because he is being a good player, saying they're badass combat boots that I'm attached to. But as I'm interpreting it, there is no compulsion for him as a player to say that he is attached to the combat boots. You could have badass combat boots, badass helmet, and badass gun, and that you are now good at climbing up walls, at running through crossfire and at shooting now.
Yeah, unless we're misinterpreting this somehow, I don't know then, because like
Let's go back a minute or two
yeah,
and let
okay.
you go through without interrupting.
Using aspects to your advantage. But additionally, aspects can be compelled. And a compel is when the GM or another player, rarely, says, oh, you know what, your character has an aspect hard-headed and doesn't listen to reason, which, lets you bullhead your way through a lot of situations and be strong. But, the NPC you're talking to is very helpful, but I'm going to give you a fate point. This is how fate points are regenerated. And I say, I'm going to give you a fate point to compel your aspect hard-headed, and you know what? You're just going to completely ignore what he has to say, or something like that. The compels can be very interesting. They're a way of moving the story forward, allowing flaws to actually exist in characters in a tangible, meaningful way, and kind of giving a mechanical reward for having flaws, which is great for making a story more interesting and unique when you don't want everybody just to be awesome at everything all the time, because that doesn't make good stories.
Okay, so it was farther back that he was talking about boots.
Yeah,
I'll drag it back even more.
But interesting way. So let's take a scene, for example, where there's this bustling marketplace and a chase is about to happen. This
be a
scene
little
would
bit
have
ahead,
the
I think.
Yeah.
aspects like they would invoke their own aspects. Items also have aspects.
Here we go.
An item with an aspect can be very interesting. So let's say I have my character loves his combat boots, and I can say, well, what can I do to make these combat boots more interesting? Well, let's say they're totally badass combat boots. That's a great aspect. So you can put that in quotes, and then whenever you need to be cool or something, you can invoke that aspect for an advantage. And let's say, well, that's not that interesting. Let's give them kind of a more negative aspect. Let's say they're totally badass combat boots that I'm irrationally attached to. That opens up a lot of possibilities for story development. So this opens up another.
Yeah, so he does not mention that as a trouble
Yeah,
of
it's
the
just
character.
something you can do.
As
which
I
is
understand
fair.
it, though, upon re-listening, it appears that the boots themselves have the tag modifier of badass combat boots. However, your character also has an aspect of attached to his combat boots, and you
Yeah.
would write the combat boots. You'd write the attached to combat boots in aspects, and then write the badass combat boots in like the extras
Yeah,
or a separate inventory page.
I suppose. It's just like you said, there's no reason other than you wanting to make it more interesting to
I
do
think
that.
it's I think it's one of those things though where you probably cannot you can't give yourself magic items. I think it is you have to talk to the DM and say, "Hey, I want to have some cool combat boots." And the DM says, "Okay, but you're going to be irrationally attached to them
Yeah, I would
and
hope so.
you're not going to want to take them off even when you're showering sort of deal."
Sure, yeah, that would be fine if the DM then has to make a thing that you have to like follow
Yeah,
afterwards.
it's the feet and flaw system again.
Yeah, that would be fine if that's the case, but it's not explained, so I don't know. And I'm looking in the list here of contents, and I'm not seeing items. So don't know.
Again, I think that you're not getting actual items and enchantments. It's just you talking to the DM during session 0 and saying, "This is the vision I have for this character."
Oh, okay, I get it. I get what
Yeah.
you mean. Sorry, yeah, I misunderstood. Then yeah, that would be fine if that's the case.
The Fate Core book is free online. You can go pick it up, and they have it online. It's pay what you want. I'd highly recommend throwing out a couple bucks. They've been through a lot of iterations of Fate, and this is a really polished product. It's really great. You can download it and check it out. Just Google Fate Core book.
It's true.
Awesome system. So next, I want to talk about how the dice work and how there's 4 different outcomes for any given dice roll. These are Fate dice, as you can see. Whoa.
Nice. Good.
We're good. These are Fate dice, as you can see here. They have...
He cuts things out and cuts around, but he doesn't cut that out.
I noticed. I was actually just thinking that.
Yeah, again, it's another thing that I just noticed. By the way, have you also started noticing the other wall and how curved it is? Because I have from the beginning. Yeah,
Okay.
you're welcome.
Hold up. Tankard, do your work. Oh no, hold on.
You're welcome,
Morning,
everyone
Cadence.
else.
This
Also,
is why I bought you.
if you're listening in the audio version, you don't have to worry about this at all.
Oh god. Nearly dropped my tankard as he drops dice. And we're just... See, the thing is, too, is I've looked at the left wall and I'm like, it's not that bad. And then, like, when you said, hey, it's curved, my mind went, you're right, it's curved.
Yeah. Oh, it's as soon as I saw the right wall, I looked at the left wall and I was like, oh.
I have everything blocked out now except for him.
Good. All right, let's continue.
I can't even see, like, his... Like, past his wrist is cut out.
3 different kinds of facings. There's the flat face, which is nothing, the minus face, and the plus face. You simply roll your dice, and given your outcome, you subtract any minuses and add any pluses.
Sure.
And boom, you get a result. You roll 4 for any given roll. The way this kind of...
Stop. I get it, yes. There are dice. I can hear them through his microphone because he rolls them very close to his microphone that is on a table that I can hear it reverberate. It's very...
I rolled 8.
Good.
5. Oh
Good.
no.
is beneficial is the outcome spread is very narrow. 60% roughly of all your dice rolls are going to end up from +1 to -1 in that kind of range. So stats are a lot more important, and a +2 bonus is incredibly significant. Mm-hmm. You have about a 1.2, I think it is, or 1.6 chance of rolling a +4 or a -4. And that makes, these kind of critical failures or successes less common and a lot more dramatic when you have, in D20 you have a 5% chance, or in D10 you have a 10% chance. So it kind of keeps things a little more interesting in the story. So onto the...
Okay, so it's better because it's a lower percentage. Okay. Sure. I guess.
If you are a coward.
It's one of those things where it's like... I get it, but it's just one of those... sure, okay, that's fine. It's just a different system that uses different dice. Neat. Okay. Like, you point out the percentages, and the only thing I can assume is that you like these percentages more. That's great. I'm glad for you. Good.
Well, it does help with establishing tone.
I suppose.
If you want a world in which things are less likely to go absolutely wonderfully right or horrendously wrong, and more like how it is in day-to-day life, then good.
Well, that's the thing that I would say is, I don't care about percentages. I just roll dice, unless it is literally a percentage-based system like Call of Cthulhu, or when the need arises where it's like, maybe something good will happen, maybe something bad will happen. Who knows? And then I roll a percentage thing. That's those kinds of things where it's like, how good is it? How bad is it? Or how good am I at the skill? How bad am I at the skill? Those are the only times where percentages really mattered to me. I don't know. That's a preference thing, I suppose.
So, onto the 4 basic outcomes. Whenever you roll dice, one of 4 things is going to happen. You're either going to flat out fail when you're well under the target number you need to reach. You're going to succeed at cost, which is when you meet the target number but do not exceed it. You're going to succeed, which is when you exceed the target number by 1 or 2, or you can succeed with style, which is when you beat the target number by 3+.
Ooh.
Basically, the way this works is if you fail, you totally fail, and you might take a negative aspect or some other sort of punishment in regards to the scene.
Okay.
If you succeed with cost, you pull off what you were trying to do, but additionally, you get some sort of negative effect. This can usually take form of an aspect. It's really fun to lodge an aspect on players, like, all right, I'm going to try to swing across this cavern. Okay, roll it. Oh, you succeeded with cost. All right, you swing, and you land, but you slip and fall, and now you're hanging onto the edge. Like, that's a great example of success with cost. Or
I agree that that's a good example of success with cost, but my only issue is my brain goes, I met the thing. I succeed, though. Right? Like...
Well, think of it as variable DCs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those
like
things...
in Call of Cthulhu, for instance.
Sure. It's just one of those things where I know your brain goes, number go down equals bad, so Call of Cthulhu, weird skill, right? And then my brain goes, I met the DC, so I succeed.
You met the DC to succeed poorly.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, then that's not the DC. The DC was the success DC.
Yep.
So I'm just like, but it's just that's the way it's phrased. So.
I kind of use this in my campaign.
Sure.
Or for instance, Pathfinder 2e uses it actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where if you get 10 over the DC, it's a success.
Yeah.
But I'll have the DC to succeed it, and you're like, I want to jump over the cliff, and if you hit the DC, you jump over the cliff.
Absolutely, yeah.
If it is, if it's like DC +1, you jump over the cliff, that's fine. If it is like you just hit the DC, I treat it as like just hitting in combat.
Absolutely, yeah.
You succeed, but you do half damage. So you jump over the cliff and like you skin your knee a little, but like you don't take a hit point of damage or anything. You're fine. Versus like, oh, I got a 30, and it's like, oh yeah, you levitate.
Yeah. No, I get it, and again, I understand the system. It's just that when you say success, I think I succeed, right?
Yes,
like
exactly.
It's not. It's just. I would call it you get by, and not success, right? And
also, I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. I'm eating some mac and cheese.
Okay. Enjoy.
Or say we're in that crowded marketplace I mentioned earlier with aspects. I could say, okay, there's a guy with a bag of flour carrying it, in this marketplace. I'm going to slash it with my dagger to create a flour cloud behind me to add the aspect onto the scene. Marketplace covered in flour.
So that you can set it on fire?
Roll it. You got success with cost. That means you've succeeded in adding the aspect on the scene, but additionally, I'm giving you the aspect you have flour in your eyes. So success with cost is awesome because it allows this gradation of success. Success is boring. You did it. Great job. You pulled off what you wanted to do.
Wow. Okay.
That comes down more to DMing style, but...
Jesus. Okay. Wow. You did it. Great. You succeeded in what you wanted to do. What the fuck, dude?
All right. Up till now, I've really, really enjoyed the video.
I think you did a
good job at describing how various mechanics work.
Yeah, absolutely.
That right there, though, is a false dichotomy, my guy.
Yeah.
And your bias is showing.
It's literally like, if you didn't do it even better than you did, or you didn't do it well enough, then it's great. But if you do it just fine, get fucked.
The reason why I don't like D&D is because, you jump over the cliff.
Right? Exactly. You can do it for anything.
You land the attack roll on the sack of flour.
It's it's exactly like there's no like, unless I understand like using, so let me formulate for a moment. So
I'm eating mac and cheese.
I understand. So it was
the best thing I had to take up time, so we did not have dead air. And right now my mind is kind of on mac and cheese.
That's fair enough. So basically the way that I see that he's put this is he's read succeed with style, and so anything else that isn't stylistic. It's just that it happens. and that's unfortunate because I think the wording of it is what happens, is what has made this happen. And let me look at the 4 outcomes on page 132. Yes, it is. So he's wrong, by the way. Fail is the first one. The second is tie. And the third is succeed, and then the fourth is succeed with style. If you call it tie, then yes, good. I'm okay with tie. If you roll the same as your opposition, you tie. This means you get what you want, but at a minor cost, or you get a lesser version of what you wanted. Yes, okay, call it the tie. I'm good with that. Anyway.
So it's kind of like, oh, that's right, I have hot sauce.
All right, focus.
Innovating.
I understand. Focus.
So it sort of reminds me of like the exact opposite situation of like I described what I do when we talked with Brogan, aka No Nat Ones. You should check out his YouTube and Twitter.
Okay.
It reminds me of the exact opposite of what I mentioned I do when I look at various systems.
Mhm.
Whereas I'll look at a system and I'll play a system and I'm like, that's got a cool little aspect to it. And I will take that into later systems.
Yeah.
It's almost like in this example, he's retroactively done the opposite, where he goes, wow, Fate system has this thing where it's a gradation of success. That means all other systems are horrible and this cannot be done.
Right. With a little hyperbole, I agree that is basically what I think he's done.
Yeah.
Right. Like, it's one of those things where it's just... like, you can do this with anything. So it's not... It's like... You can say, and like you've said with the tiers of DCs, then I go, yes, I succeed at 14 to cross this chasm. But if I get a 16 to 20, man, I'm crossing that chasm way better. And it looks way cooler. But if I get
If you get a 25, then you're climbing a tree so that you can get a better vantage point to jump over, but the tree is rooted in some loose shale, and it falls over and lands on the other side, and you ride it down all badass, and there is now a bridge for your compatriots.
Yeah, exactly. And like, if I get a 13, then I might even see people going, yeah, you get across, but you're you scramble up the side of the chasm a little bit as you kind of hit it kind of hard.
And like, I would actually, in that case, I'd say DC 13, you are allowed a reflex saving throw.
Oh, sure.
To sort of like catch it with your upper arms before you start falling down, and then based on how much weight you're carrying and what armor you have, I might set the DC for that
reflex save to be higher.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, fair enough, and absolutely. It's one of those.
No, reflex save is flat. Athletics to scramble up gets higher or lower.
Okay. So it's something that you can apply to everything, and we've done it without even looking at the fate system. It's one of those things where it's just you can make logical sense out of DCs, where you can go, if they get way the fuck high from whatever I got, yeah, that's fucking woo, you did it.
Look at me and badass man.
Yeah, and even so, even if they meet the bare, not the bare minimum, sorry, if they
Coming
meet
soon to Kojima's new video game.
if they meet whatever your just regular success requirement is, you can still narrate it that they took a few steps back, settled themselves, they kind of took account of all of their weight, they ran at the chasm and jumped across and skidded as they landed on the other side, like.
Or like they just reached the DC and like, you land, but as you do, your heel kind of like hits on the edge of the cliff, and like you see a few rocks skitter down the face.
Exactly.
And then everyone else at the table goes, okay, so 13 is the DC for this.
Right, exactly. And it gives you that you can do the same thing. And so like, come on, man. You don't just succeed unless your DM goes, yeah, you do it.
Like, dude, I see you run, or at the very least publish, a lot of games. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure you do this already.
I would imagine so. I would imagine a lot of DMs and GMs and all those love to describe what's happening. Like, you don't just let it be. I mean, unless it's getting, a little tiresome where you're just going, because like you've gone through the motions of the way that the sword can hit the person 16 times, right? Like,
Or like you can describe the jump off the cliff for the first like couple characters in the party, and then after that it's like, all right, let's get everyone across.
Exactly, right? Like, it's
And then barring any notable outliers such as a nat 20, where they land and they start to stumble forward and then they turn it into a cartwheel and they're like, huh?
Yeah. So, like,
or a nat 1 where the group is like, fuck, we gotta get Roger.
Yeah. So anyway,
doesn't have to be boring, but it's less interesting than the others. And success with style means you pulled it off so well.
Doesn't have to be boring, but it's less interesting, so it's boring. Okay. All right. Neat.
How far are we into this video? I can't see the progress bar.
We're 7.5 minutes out of 9.5. We're almost there. Don't worry.
I can't see beyond his shoulders.
I know.
You get an additional aspect on top of what you were trying to do. So say I'm net running, and the CPU tries to eject me, and I roll just
not
awesome.
what a CPU does.
My Killer 4 program, and the GM says, "Oh, great, you've succeeded with style. Give me what aspect do you want to lodge on the computer?" And I say, "You know what? I want to say that I have a backdoor in this system because I pulled this off so well. So next time I come, I want a +2 bonus to breaking into this system." And the GM goes, "Sounds fair. All right."
Yeah.
So those are kind of the
reasonable.
4 basic role outcomes. And they make the game really interesting, and they provide kind of a forum for expression through the dice.
So is succeeding with style typically done with ascribing an aspect to something?
Yeah, it says if you roll higher than your opposition by 3 or more shifts, you succeeded with style. This means that you get what you want, but you also get an added benefit on top of that.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be like, oh, when you succeed with style, pick an adjective to describe it with. Okay.
You just get a benefit.
All right.
So I guess there we go. Those are some of the basic Fate core elements that all you'll really need to see our game and kind of follow along. I'd highly recommend you check it out. The game is, again, awesome and free. There's been all these different Fate games. There's been Strands of Fate.
Almost definitely will check out the games you guys play.
RPG.
I could use some background
noise. And this game
noise.
has gone through a lot of revision and refining, and it's one of really my favorite games because it moves power in interesting ways between GM and players, and also just kind of provides a framework for role playing that you don't get a lot of the time. The dice aren't there to represent physics; they're there to represent kind of interesting things happening in the story play. They're building a fiction that we can all be
meant to describe outcome, or one might almost describe it as fate,
which can involve physics. So okay.
Part of it. And as you've probably seen us play games, we're very into more of a collaborative storytelling sort of thing. We're more interested in moving the plot forward than rolling a crap ton of dice all the time. So
fair enough.
You can do both, but sure. Good for you. I'm glad.
Core fits really well with us, and it's really one of my favorite game systems. And it's free, so you can't lose. So please go check it out. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you all in Cyberpunk.
Hell yeah.
He was doing Cyberpunk at this time. Okay, yeah. I mean, good video overall from Tabletop Talk.
Yeah. Couple hiccups, I would say, but not really anything bad. I would personally give a 92. I still think it was a good video. I still liked it. Not perfect, but like
of course.
nothing ever is.
It's true.
Except except for anything made by Z Bashu or RuneSmith or Blaine
Not
Simple.
anything by RuneSmith.
Yeah, no.
Give me
as soon as I was in the part of RuneSmith, I was like, hopefully no one will pick up on that.
Well, you got me right here, who listens to these things. No, I would just say, yeah, it's a good video. Definitely. It's very informative, even if he says success with cost instead of tie.
Yeah.
That just is a pet peeve of mine because it's one word that you can still say the same benefit to, but anyway.
Yeah. I do feel like I know more about the fate system because of
I do as well. Yes, it's much better than that first video.
Yeah.
That is for sure. Let's take a break here.
Mhm.
Cause I have to piss so bad.
I am hungry.
Yeah, you eat. I'll be right back, everybody. Bye. Well, welcome back.
I'm SneakyAdolf, and you're listening to TableTalk.
You know, I was actually
this week is Chegg.
I was actually going to
Chegg
no
for when you want to cheat on your college exams.
Don't do that. It's bad.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Shut up.
It's definitely not what Chegg was expressly meant for.
Right. It's God, it's such a Anyway, hey, welcome back. Before we go on any further, let us talk a little bit. Let's pimp ourselves a little bit here because we have that yeah, shit, baby. So, hey, we'll probably put out a video before this comes up that actually goes into it a little bit more. But hey, we started a Patreon.
Yes.
That's the thing.
I was wondering what this announcement was.
I put it in the general stuff, dude.
I was like, where is he bringing this?
Oh my god. Do you not read my messages?
No.
God damn it, you're gonna make me spit. Anyway, so yeah, we got $5, $10, $15 if you feel like it. You know, it's
Tell
got
me,
the goals and
Alejo,
stuff.
what do each of those do for the unenlightened listener, and definitely not me?
I posted them in the chat. You didn't look at all. I posted screen caps and everything.
I saw screen caps and got less interested.
Oh my god. So.
Okay, hold on. What do we have here?
No, okay. So basically,
$5 per month, you can receive a shout out in the podcast.
yes.
As a supporter of our work, we'll make sure that we read out your Patreon username at the end of our videos. We'll have cycling readers of the list, so you can hear my voice, Alejo's voice, and if you pay a little extra DLC charge, you can get Boo's voice.
That's not true. That's not true. Legally, right. That is not true.
This is actually, this is not the time for a bit.
Yup, not the time for a bit. After, maybe, but not the time right now.
For that same $5 a month, you'll also receive the patron role in our Discord server, as well as access to the exclusive patron-specific section of our Discord. For Tier 2, if you donate $10 per month, you get moved up to Tier 2 of our friendly little cult here. You'll have your name shout out before any of the Tier 1 names, so you get immediately bumped to front of the line. We won't even look at their names before we shout out yours. You'll receive the Patron Tier 2 role in our Discord server, and you can personally feel the warmth of our gratitude as we are able to continue to make content with less worry due to your contributions. This is, however, not to dissuade the level 1, because any contribution at all is, of course, completely optional.
Yes.
Do not worry about us.
This was how I was going to preface it before you started going into it.
This is just for a bit of extra cheddar for podcast related things, as well as helping to get our name out there more. Yes, do not feel obligated.
Yes, please.
However, if you do feel obligated, take a look at our big spender, biggest shout. That's good energy behind that, Alejo.
Thank you.
For a measly $15 per month, that's 3 cups of coffee. A cup of coffee per week.
That's a lot of coffee.
I don't know. I don't buy coffee when I'm out at places. I
Me
make my own when I do drink coffee, which is rarely.
I like coffee.
If you have found yourself considering this tier, then thank you already. If you're even listening to this podcast, I would dare wager thank you already.
Well, this was originally for the people who go and look at the page, but yes, I agree. Yes, thank you. God damn! Don't put me in this light. Don't paint me in this. Don't gaslight me right now. Jesus.
Hey, you're the one making web pages and asking people for money.
I'm doing all of the back end stuff. Yes, I know.
You must realize at this point that this has been hijacked from you.
I noticed, yes, from the beginning.
If you are tier 3 or tier 2 or tier 1, but especially for tier 3, you'll be a big part of us continuing to make the podcast, and your support deserves some big old noises from our stupid old mouths. You get that slick, shiny Patron tier 3 role in our Discord server. That's how special you are. It's no longer patron, you are now Patron.
God damn.
And with that will, of course, come the knowledge that your contribution helps us greatly. You'll be able to view all our posts, name shout out at the end of the content, name shout out before tier 1 and ostensibly tier 2. You don't seem to mention that, Alejo.
It's at the very bottom.
Sorry. General support and then below general support, big name drop before. If you could, it's really messing with like.
Yeah, I know. I'd have to go through and move all of them. Yeah, I'll. Goddamn. Yep. By the time you see this,
bang, walla walla, bing bang,
it'll be changed so that you can have. Yep. Anyway.
But if anyone wants to donate, feel free to. If you don't want to donate, like we will never monetize our Discord server.
No, God no.
You will always be able to interact with us for free. The only cost that we ask that you put in is your time to type out the message.
Yep. We need your ever-loving soul so that it can make all of the words.
The consigner and consignee.
I have a fancy contract actually that is just for that. No, but
sell your soul. That's the tier 4.
Yeah. But legitimately, if you consider it and if you do join it, like absolutely thank you. If you don't want to at all, you are in no way obligated. There is we're not gonna be an alinity. We're not.
God.
We're not gonna be any of that shit. Like thinking that we deserve.
Man, she makes good money.
I don't give a fuck. I could not survive that stain on my soul.
I will put you in makeup, Alejo, if it gets me rich.
Wow! How very brave. Thank you. I'm glad to know where your devotion.
We're gonna pimp ourselves out. I'll pimp you out.
So yes. So yeah, no obligation whatsoever. As you can see, this is just general support is in each of these because we're not like giving you a product. Well, we already are giving you the product for free, right? This is just, do you want to give that little extra so that we can have a little bit more to work with because of you, right? It's PBS, dude. It's made possible by viewers like you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, that's here. It's got the goals and such here for you to read. This can be found at patreon.com/TableTalk. TableTalk DND.
Oh, we got the DND for this.
We did get the DND. Yeah, you can't put an ampersand.
But what about our brand recognition? Shouldn't it be Dandada?
See, it. The thing about it is, Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse is the brand recognition. What we use to promote that brand recognition, guess what? Hey. Anyway.
Yeah, if you're on our Patreon, you already know our brand.
Exactly. So.
And if you're not, like, that's some weird browsing habits, my guy.
But I appreciate it, I suppose.
I mean, I did not say don't do it. I just said it was weird.
And secondarily, as you can see on the screen, on the side, we have Twitter, Instagram, and the Discord invite itself, and then the Patreon link is now available there.
Are we going to announce our Kickstarter where we have to meet $150,000 for our next campaign?
Yeah, dude, because we would. What are we going for?
We could do episodes of the Devils and Dice podcast at $10,000 per episode.
Oh, we could do that. You're right. So again, to end this bit and end this section, thank you very much for your continued listening support, and that's really all that we require.
Yes.
And if you feel the generosity in your hearts to give to us, then we will steal your heart forever.
So long as I get the validation chemical of seeing subscribers go up, I am happy.
Yes.
If I also happen to receive a check for $5, then like, hey.
Yes. Exactly.
I'll buy myself 1.5 sodas.
Yeah. But yeah. So that being the case, let's go into the video that I'm not excited for.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really fun. So, this video is brought to us.
Today,
Shut up. There we go. This video is brought to us.
It's not an RPG.
By a man called David Ducker. This was made in 2015, 2016. And yeah, it is heavily disliked. It is called Fate is not an RPG, and I figured he seems to make this argument, as he says, and I only watched a little bit of it. He says, in the very beginning, he makes this argument towards a lot of people that he talks to, so he decided to make a video to link people to.
He looks a lot like an old coworker of mine, actually.
Okay, well, there we go.
Like, thumbnail, facial expression, and everything.
Oh boy. So here we go. I suppose.
I would just like initial thoughts.
All right. Okay. All right.
I am not going to be the guy who stands for Fate.
Nope.
I think it seems all right if that is how you choose to interact with your world that your DM sets up for you.
Sure.
Cool, good for you. If you have fun, go for it. Not personally the biggest fan of Fate with what I've heard of it so far. Still would be willing to try it, but I would never say that it's not an RPG.
And that's why when I was looking for Fate videos, it just stood out, and I was like, what?
I'm mentally reaching at straws because, like, whenever someone disagrees with me, my first option is to try to find ways in which I can agree with them. And I am coming up blank.
Yep. So
it is expressly an RPG.
Yeah. It's quite literally a tabletop role-playing game. So
by the way, what was the point that you mentioned earlier? The one I hated?
Oh, he'll get to it. Don't worry. You'll hear it again.
Yeah, but I want to know what it was so that I can rebuild my analogy, because I had a forest and trees analogy.
Okay. He says that you are not going into the character's eyes. You're not, like, looking through them and deciding what the character would do. you're looking down from the top and deciding what would be the coolest thing for the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Don't worry.
This is.
Today-
Oh God, it's 10 minutes. All right.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be talking about fate. Had this argument several.
All right. So right off the bat, right, I gave TableTalk some shit,
Mhm.
but hang up a poster.
Oh, I know. Oh yeah.
I don't know where the wall ends and you begin.
As soon as I take a drink. Excuse me. Okay. Don't worry. I don't know if he's moving house or not. I have no idea.
Is it so that he is the most interesting object in frame? Because by default, I guess you are.
I
but like, how about a
suppose.
little self-confidence, bud?
I'm honestly more interested in
put
what's
up a
behind you, I'll be honest.
You can, yeah, no, I can't help but see like that little corner of something
Yep,
over your
and then-
shoulder and think
yep.
like, what's he hiding back there?
And what's that
Is
brown
that-
thing right
is-
above him?
Yeah, oh, that looks like a fire alarm, I think. But
Is
like,
it? Oh.
yeah, like in a
Maybe.
cheap apartment. But
Oh,
like,
okay.
but you can put up a Full Metal Alchemist poster. I'll still pay attention, dude. I promise.
No, everyone hates anime, don't we know? Isn't this always known? We don't talk about anime all the time or anything.
Actually, that necklace he has is the same one that a friend of mine has.
Yeah, it's the it's oh god,
It's
what
the
was
I'm
it?
a fuckboy necklace.
Yeah, it's exactly, right? It's the I think I'm really fucking cool and
Yeah. It's actually
I'm a
the
thug.
druid actually is the one who has it.
oh no.
Yeah, he bought it on like New Year no, not New Year's Eve, Black Friday for like $50 and I was like,
oh god.
why?
Why would you do that? Cuz I'm a
Why?
thug, dude. Cuz I'm a thug.
Yeah, he bought a truck 2 fucking months later.
Jesus.
Several times with people online. I've had to re-explain myself, which I hate doing.
He
So
hates
I'm
it.
going to make a video,
Fair enough, I hate
so I can
doing
just
it
link
too.
to the video.
Fair
So
enough.
the problem is, I don't consider Fate to be a role-playing game. I consider Fate to be a storytelling game. So I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Alejo,
Yeah, hey.
I don't consider Outback Steakhouse to be a restaurant.
Oh.
Sorry, no, I don't consider Outback Steakhouse to be a steakhouse.
Oh.
I consider it to be a restaurant where steaks are served
Oh.
as the primary focus.
I see. I know.
I don't think
Mhm.
McDonald's is a burger joint.
Right. Okay.
I
It's
think
just-
it is a friendly food house run by my friend Ronald.
And you call him Ronald
Because-
because he's your
Oh,
friend.
I assume that this guy is friends with Ronald because he's sure being a clown.
Oh, that's good. I like that a lot. Oh my god. Okay.
To explain the difference, in my opinion, which you don't have to agree with.
Good. I won't.
Good.
You may agree with that at your want at custom. So let me start with a role-playing game, perhaps.
Oh.
I personally define a role-playing game as a game in which you play a role. So
I don't know if you heard that on the video, but he said, "I'll be back." He's gotten up and he's walked away. See, sorry. See, I've listened to this part already. So. Oh man. Oh, I knew. Oh, I wish Boo was here. Oh man. He would be losing it. Oh. Oh, so, so obviously, when you're playing a role-playing game, you're playing a role, right? Would you not be able to say that you are playing a role in Fate? Is that not possible? Do you not define that? It does not. Sorry, does that not meet your definition, sir? Mr. David. I like. It's. Oh my god! I'm not playing the video until he comes back. By the way. If you're out there listening right now, please tell us what is your favorite role-playing game. I would actually genuinely like to know. It would be it'd be really cool. I think he's coming back. There he is.
Oh, the video's not done.
No, I haven't even played it.
Joy. I had to go take a rage piss.
I understand.
Or more specifically, I had to go for a walk,
Mm-hmm.
and my walk brought me near the bathroom,
Mm-hmm.
and I took a pee,
Mm-hmm.
and then I felt better after peeing.
That's good. Are you prepared to feel worse?
So, okay.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
I feel
yeah.
I feel we need to unbox this.
Oh, absolutely. I started to by saying,
This is some wrinkly brain logic.
does Fate not meet your criteria in that case? Because could you not also say that you're playing a role?
So yeah, what he is going to say, and I feel it,
Okay.
and it's he's going to say that you need a class system for an RPG.
That's a good
because
guess.
you need
But
to have the archer, you need to have the fighter, the sorcerer, or whatever.
mm-hmm. It's a good guess.
And I see his point.
Sure.
It does not change the fact that it's wrong.
No, absolutely.
But I see his point.
If he makes it.
So to which I would say, right, role play,
Okay.
and I'm going to take a page out of your book here. I'm going to play your role.
Okay.
Role play is defined as to act
definitions.
out or perform the part of a person or character,
Oh.
for example, as a technique in training or psychotherapy.
Okay. Sure.
So that means you do not have to have a defined role, like you don't in Fate. You don't have
You quite
the
literally,
fighter.
yeah, you quite literally just create your own role.
Yeah. Your character is an individual, not a
Yes.
class.
Absolutely.
And if his point is because your character is an individual and not like a level 3 ranger,
Sure.
then it cannot be a role-playing game. To
Which
which
doesn't
I
make
would
any
respond
sense.
with, yeah, to which I would respond with, you don't need to be playing a class, though. You just need to be putting yourself in the shoes of someone else and pretend to be that something else.
Exactly.
That is role play.
Like,
And if you are doing that as a game,
Mhm.
then yes, you are role playing as a game. What a fucking novel concept. It's only been around since 1970s.
I was gonna say, yeah, like that.
Well,
you could,
tabletop RPGs.
tabletop, yeah,
but
for
role-playing games have been around for the fucking dawn of time.
Exactly, like legitimately any time where you have a system where you are someone who is not you, or even you, in a setting, you can still role play. You just do, like, you play out how you would react in this setting, or how the character would react in the setting, in the situation, and anything. It's just how role play is. Like, it is universally known that role play is role play. And hey, in role play, you play a role.
Brain ground covered there, Alejo.
I know. It's just it's one of those things where it's so simplistic. It's just like, in my brain, you play a role in role play. It's like, wow, my dude, that's crazy.
I could almost take the expression he has now and put it beside, like, Or even shop it on the thinker.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Let's continue.
Oh, fuck.
You're looking through the eyes of your character. You create your character like a mask. You put the mask on. That's it. You follow the 3 demandments. You make a character, you get in character, you stay in character. So you never break character.
Not true, but sure.
Demandment?
Yeah, I know. I now notice that he's like commandments, but demandments. Like, very interesting.
This may be something he's established in one of his earlier videos, in which case, sure.
It's a weird way to look at it, I suppose, but yes.
Yeah, I
typically,
don't know why you need to make a
demands.
portmanteau of 2 synonyms.
Yeah.
Hey.
Demanding it though is a negative connotation, I would say. Like, it is recommended, I would say, that you do these things, but
let me explain something to you, Alejo.
Okay. All right, please.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, no,
as far as
I understand.
Start fucking talking like a Skaven.
Where's Boo? Goddamn. But yeah, no, legitimately, like, it's bizarre to demand this when some people aren't comfortable with doing this kind of stuff. They want to play still, and they can still play, and they can roleplay without, like, acting it out, right? They can still stay in character and all that stuff. Like, it's choices that they make rather than what they say and all that shit, but you can still have people break character and stuff all the time. It's fine. Like, it's not, like, going to ruin everything. I don't know.
Yeah,
we do it a lot.
What was it? Getting character, stay in character, and
don't
what
break
was the
it.
other one?
Don't break character.
I don't know, man. Maybe if you're LARPing.
Yeah, even so, people still break character in LARP, I assume. I have never LARPed.
I don't know. I've never LARPed in my life, because despite the fact that I run a podcast about RPGs, I'm not a loser.
Well, I would very much enjoy one day LARPing, I'll be honest.
Oh, no. Actually, say no. I totally would.
Yeah.
It a jest.
Yeah, of course. It's a bit. I understand.
But I wouldn't demand someone like hold on to staying in character for their dear life. I mean, maybe at your table that's what you need. Sure,
I
maybe,
guess, but still demanding it is still just such a weird way to phrase it.
Demanding it.
Yeah, demanding it. You're right. But legitimately, like, demanding it is such a weird way to phrase it. I do not enjoy that. It just makes me feel that toxicity of you as a DM.
Dude, if like there's some shit going on and you're just laughing at like, oh my god, we're so fucked.
Yeah.
But like your character's not going to do that in game because they're probably fearing for their life.
Absolutely.
If someone like burst out laughing at like, oh yeah, as you touch the ancient orb, a clawed hand like appears ripping open a mountainside, and you now see a Tarrasque, in character, they're gonna be like, oh fuck, oh no, oh shit.
Absolutely.
And in real life, they might be fucking busting a gut because they're all like pointing and wheezing at the guy who touched the crystal.
Yep.
And they're like, you fucked up, bud.
Yep. Absolutely. Or just laughing at the futility of their next actions. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't get frustrated at that.
Absolutely not. It's a perfectly normal reaction, I would say.
I wouldn't be like, oh, why are you laughing? And then have them be like, oh, it's some sudden madness and loss of hopelessness. So now they're laughing at like the futility of their actions and the knowledge that they're dead already. Like, I'm not gonna
force that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Every reaction you have is from that character's point of view. That's role playing to me. So you're going through,
this guy is probably a big fan of Christian Bale.
And you ask, what would your character do? How would he react to this?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with this?
No, it's just that seems to be given that he only sees role-playing games as like the high art of like acting, And it seems to me that he'd be super big into method actors who would like lose weight, lose like 40 pounds for a role and like spend like their days living as, or Heath Ledger, for instance, living as the Joker.
I mean, it's perfectly respectable.
Oh no, I have big ups for it by all means.
Mhm.
Like if that as an actor or actress is your method, by all means pursue that.
Mhm.
However, recognize that that is not how everyone gets
Should act
into
right, yeah.
character
Oh,
for
okay.
their
I see what
role.
you mean.
And it seems to me that if he is saying like, "Oh, well, every breath you make, every word you take, I'll be watching for you to slip up and break character."
I was waiting for
Um,
it.
but every response you have, every gasp, every word is you as your character, and like you suppress yourself so that you can take on this mask.
Mhm.
Seems to be the only type of acting that he would recognize
I
is
see.
method acting.
I see what you mean. Okay.
This goblin, is he afraid of goblins? Does he hate goblins? If he's afraid of them, would he man up or would he run? If he hates
Toxic
them,
masculinity.
would he attack? Would he
Shut
be able to have patience and wait stealthily to see what's going on? And you just go from there. You react to the world around you. Okay, every decision is driven by your character. Everything, and that's what role playing is to me.
Okay, cool. I'm glad because
Yeah,
that's what you can
every
do.
decision that your character makes should be based off your character's desires. I agree.
And that's what you can do that in Fate. I don't see why you
Yeah.
couldn't.
I was waiting for him to say fate, however, so I could like slam down on that space bar and be like, objection.
Exactly. Like he's already like before he even makes the point, because we all know he's going to make it. Fate is different. You could play it differently, yes, but you can also play it exactly the same.
Guys, I play Fate fucking weird, and that's a problem with Fate.
Right, exactly. It's these kinds of things, right? And I'm again looked at it. The likes and dislikes. The dislikes far outweigh the likes, so very happy about that at least. But like, it's very strange. The people that did like it, I'm like, what do you mean?
And of course, there are reasons why I enjoy role playing, which I've done in another video. The human condition, empathy, understanding, escapism, all that good stuff, immersion.
He's gone into the very, very high concepts that everyone.
Yes. That only the wrinkliest of brains can attain.
Oh my god, it's crazy, dude. Apparently Fate has none of this. It's good to know, dude.
This guy capitalizes like a conservative on Facebook.
I don't know what that means.
I have a few hyper-conservative friends on Facebook, and that's how they talk.
I see.
But that's beside the point. The point today is, what is an RPG? That's what it is to me. Again, you can agree.
No. The point is not what is an RPG. The point is that Fate is not an RPG.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to tell me what an RPG... I guess you do technically have to tell me what an RPG is for me to know, but like, I know what an RPG is, and Fate is an RPG, so I don't... You're gonna have to convince me that it's not, my man.
Disagree. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
Great.
Now, what is Fate? What is a storytelling game, and why don't I consider it a role-playing game? So in Fate, you are looking on your character in the third person. You're looking down on it as if you had a mini on the table.
Not necessarily.
Moving it around. Your reactions don't come from behind the eyes of that character. Your reactions come as a storyteller.
Maybe yours
so
don't.
You move around and you say, oh, what if this happened to that character? You might only have one character to deal with, but you're still acting as a narrator.
If you're the DM.
You're saying,
I mean, I don't... sorry.
Oh, he sees this character sees a goblin. And then instead of saying how would he react, you say, what would be most interesting for the story?
There it is. It's like I don't understand the binary here. I don't get it. What Why can't you do the thing that you did in the other role-playing game in this Fate game? I don't get that. What do you mean? What is preventing me from looking at it as my character and reacting to it as I think my character would? As I know my character would in some cases, depending on the aspects. Like, if I put that he's a coward, yeah, he's gonna react like a fucking coward. Like, he's not gonna suddenly, I don't know, think of the best way to then, run up and smack him on the head so that he explodes into a million pieces. I don't, like, what, because that would be fucking cool, but that would be an immediate fucking, like, character shift.
And what's preventing you from taking this stance with, like, 3.5 or 2E or 5E?
Any other RPG. If this doesn't apply to every RPG that you play, then what are you doing? Because you can substitute every single RPG into your argument.
I don't understand the paradigm shift of why, these are how these other RPGs are played. You put on a mask and you play the role, versus in Fate, it's like, oh, well, you're in a war game.
Right.
Hello, Boo.
Oh my god,
We're discussing
Boo!
stupid
Oh,
shit.
you thought I wasn't gonna show up.
Yeah,
Well, I wasn't.
well, you can listen to some stupid shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Alejo.
better than the eternal blackness behind my fucking eyelids.
Alejo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna propose something that I know is not in my best interest,
But is in
but I
Boo's
will
best
take
interest.
great joy.
Mm-hmm.
Much like a character playing Fate, I will ignore what is something that I am motivated to do and look toward what is best for a story. Boo, get in the watch together. We're starting this video over again.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
I would love to hear your reactions to these points.
Oh,
we were at like a minute 40 or so, I think.
Okay. Hoach, wash together.
Wash together.
Okay.
Lord above. Also, Boo's here, which means I can't swear as much now.
What? You gotta protect
that's why I was like, I've been swearing more tonight because I'm like, oh, we're one host down.
Oh my
So
god.
if each of us swear a little more than normal, it's the same
Shut
amount
up.
of swears per capita.
Shut up.
But now that Boo is here,
Yeah, now we're
I've-
up to par.
yeah, I'm now a filthy milk drinker.
Oh. All right. Are you ready, Boo?
I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah,
because
You're right.
you're
Fate
you're
is
basically
not an RP.
no, it's not apparently, and he's gonna tell us exactly why.
Okay.
Well, also
They-
showing us that he flosses.
Oh,
Please feel free to pause as you will. We have already seen a lot of the beginning bits.
Okay.
Mhm.
Talking about Fate. Had this argument several times with people online. I've had to re-explain myself, which I hate doing. So I'm going to make a video so I can just link to the video. So the problem is I don't consider Fate to be a role-playing game. I consider Fate to be a storytelling game. So I'm going to do this video to explain.
Let me ask you, just before we go on to much farther, what do you make of that? What do you make of that?
I was under the impression that RPGs are a game where you collaboratively tell a story with multiple people.
I see.
Oh, that's the same take we had.
Huh.
It's not binary.
But we're all wrong, obviously.
Yes.
Because he's
Now
he's
here's
said
the
so.
thing.
Mhm.
Aiden.
I
know that you are the contrarian of the group, so that means that you have to disagree.
Oh, I'm being contrary to his opinion.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
That works.
So,
the difference, in my opinion, which you don't have to agree with.
I don't.
And you may agree with that at your want at custom. So let me start with a role-playing game, perhaps. I, personally, define a role-playing game as a game in which you play a role.
Okay.
I had
He's made
to
it.
walk away at that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Aiden
now
actually walked away. He got up and he was like, "I'll be back." It was great.
Yeah, okay, so now here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
A long time ago, when
Okay.
I was like 14,
Okay.
I still played. I played lots of video games,
Sure.
and I didn't play RPG like tabletop RPGs at that point,
Right.
but I played a lot of video game RPGs,
Mm-hmm.
and that actually brought something up that resurfaced. It dredged up a really, really stupid memory because my dad or somebody, I don't remember who it was exactly, someone who was unfamiliar with the ways of the video game.
Of course.
The video.
Yes, the video game. The moving picture game. They said, so what does RPG stand for? I said role-playing game. What does that mean? It's a game where you play it. It's a game where you play a role. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? And they didn't say it word for word like that. And then I was like, I said that when I was like 14. And I'm like, yeah, that doesn't really explain anything at all. And then I went into I actually went into details. It's like it's a game where you start out at like, it's a game where you perform many different actions. You can fight, you can talk with people, you can gain levels, you can go up in strength, you increase your stats, and you slowly become stronger over the course of the story, and you unlock all these different kinds of abilities, and you can usually go down like different paths. Like for a fantasy game, it would be like a warrior, or like someone who uses lots of bows, or someone who's really sneaky, or someone who does a lot of magic. And I went into all that more detail. They're like, oh, okay. Yeah, a game where you play a role doesn't really make any sense. And I'm like, yeah, it really doesn't.
Well, I would actually argue against that. I would say that colloquially, we all know what a role means.
But saying that doesn't really...
It's not specific, I'll give you that much.
Yeah,
yes.
It's not specific enough.
But what I would then argue is that the roles that you can play in most RPG games are not as specific as you need. Like, they don't have to be specific.
Yeah.
Right.
I actually would somewhat disagree with you on that fact, Alejo.
Ooh,
By countering with two reasons why I disagree. The first of which is most people do not have the trifecta of adventuring that most people have, of the tanky armored boy with sword and shield, the mage boy who casts spells, and the rogue who sneaks and maybe like shoots arrows. That is something that is more commonplace in the RPG community as a whole.
I wasn't even thinking about any of that, actually. I was just thinking about what is your role in the scenario. I was even thinking about broadening it to, how in any sort of heist movie, you have the people who are specifically for which thing is the demolition expert, all that kind of stuff. Honestly, it's overall, I would say, even just saying role, somebody would go, you mean like in acting, right? Where you then say they play a part, right? And that's basically what you're doing in the game. You're playing a part. It's just you get to decide what your part is.
And in which case, I would also counter with what my second point was, which is most people, if they hear the term role play or role playing game, don't typically assume heist movies. They think kinky sex stuff.
I would have to see some stuff on that. But honestly,
in which case, boo. Which you should have done, speaking to that person as a 14-year-old child, is like, oh, what's an RPG? It's a role-playing game. What's a role-playing game? You should have just looked at them and arched an eye, or an eyebrow, be like, and then T-posed on them.
You are
and
entering a
dominance.
dark world. You remember the Satanic Panic? They were right.
Yeah. D20s and fuzzy cuffs.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, let's continue on. Because well, before we continue on, just to address that, was that an actual the role play as in kinky sex stuff?
Oh, most people, like, for instance, when I describe, like, oh yeah, it's a role playing game, like they look at you kind of weird and like sort of side eye you, like, what the fuck? What do you mean you're playing that with 5 other guys in someone's living room?
See, then this must just be a difference in who we talk to, because I don't get that from many people. But I mean, I guess wherever you are is more perverted, and I want to go there, I suppose.
No, you are right on that one.
Oh well, there you go.
There are a lot of people that just
Let's not get into it too much then.
It takes the wind out of your sails.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
Uh-huh.
here we go.
So
Here we
you're
go.
looking through the eyes of your character. You create your character like a mask. You put the mask on. That's it. You follow the 3 demandments. You make a character, you get in character, you stay in character. So you never break character.
Problem, Boo?
You follow the 3 demandments.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the demandments.
I'm glad he immediately picked up on it.
Yeah, no, what are you talking about? Why? Whoa.
The demand commandments. It's a portmanteau of 2 synonyms.
Yeah, exactly.
Little did everybody know that when the Bibli was written, it was a typo that they made like 1 billion times for the first, like, what, 700 pages or some shit? I don't remember.
It's one of those things where, and I was saying it before, and I'll say it again, it's just such a negative view on it that is so, like, toxic. Demand that you...
The demandments. Yeah, no, it's not that making a character and making a different personality and, you know, a different viewpoint and trying to experience that through their eyes. It's not like that's fun.
No, you're just supposed to stay in character.
Yeah.
Gotta do it.
Yeah, you gotta do it. And if you don't, well...
You're not welcome at my table.
You're gonna get smited, boy.
You're gonna get smoted.
Mm-hmm. We're nearing where we stop.
Do you want to get smote?
you want to get smoked?
Do you want to get striked?
I will strike you.
You want to get stricken?
S&P, the choice for me.
No,
God damn, I
R&P.
need to watch that shit again.
R&P, the choice for me.
I love it. All right.
Every reaction you have is from that character's point of view. That's role playing to me.
Yeah,
so you're going through,
no shit.
A goblin, and you ask, what would your character do? How would he react to this goblin? Is he afraid of goblins?
I don't know, man. Just the thoughtfulness of, like, him gesturing off camera. You see a goblin, and then like a solid half second of him holding his chest and looking at you with urgency.
Okay, go back. I
must have missed that, honestly. Here we go. He's pointing at it. Get ready.
Okay.
And you ask, what would you
wait, no, it's gonna have to be a bit further back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going through.
There we go.
Yep.
So you're going through, you see a goblin, and you ask, what would your character do?
Oh my god, that is such a pause. Wow. I
Shakespearean.
I have drawn up a whole battle plan in that pregnant pause.
Yeah, right. I'm just imagining that fucking clip from that movie where the guy's gambling. You got the equations all around him.
Yeah. I honestly, like, I give people shit for how many jump cuts and shit they'll do in their videos, right? Like, I go like, but that, you needed to cut that. You needed to cut it down a little bit.
Well, I mean, it was only like a half second.
Dude,
but still.
Have you ever seen a person's thoughts buffer?
Yes, I have done it.
Yes.
I have done it, yes. Many a time.
Like, there was an ad playing in his brain before he could be allowed to think his next thought.
Alright.
He was like mashing that skip ad button.
Here we go.
How would he react to this goblin? Is he afraid of goblins? Does he hate goblins? If he's afraid of them, would he man up or would
Toxic.
he run? If he hates them, would he
Okay,
attack?
hang on.
Able to have patience.
There we go. Okay. All right. One of the things that he keeps doing, and I know he's not doing it on purpose. He might be doing it on purpose. He's looking off to the side.
Yes.
While he's talking, while he's like making his points.
Yeah.
And it's really distracting because it's reminding me of a comedy skit or a stand-up that I saw one time where it was actually it was a neat little thing where you would come up and you would do your stand-up and you have essentially a whiteboard that you can draw stuff to like help accentuate your jokes. And I think they had
sounds sort of like a character's welcome sort of deal.
And I think they had like 3 different talents, but one of them was like, if you ever need to make something more serious, or if you need to make something more dramatic, you just look out the window while you're saying it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And so, like, the guy's standing there. He draws a window, like just a standard fucking 4x4 or 2x2 or 2x2 window pane. And then he he's holding the mic. He puts his hand behind his back, like those characters do when they put their hands behind their back, like they're being all dramatic. He puts a hand behind his back while he's holding the mic up to his face. It's like, Sarah, I'm terribly sorry to say this, but I ate all the cookies in the break room. And so it's just this really, really stupid thing, but it's just reminding me of that.
Sure.
Don't know.
He's looking off to his own mind goblin that is right there.
Yeah,
he's telling you about.
The problem is that when he looks away, he's got like sunlight or light reflecting off his glasses.
He's definitely looking out a window.
I swear he's looking out the window.
He's like me. He's like me when I see movement and I can't help but look at it.
I do that too.
Yeah.
In fairness, I can understand like if you have like a tree outside the window and just kind of looking at that as your muse sort of.
Oh yeah, no, sure.
There's
nothing wrong with
No.
There's nothing wrong with looking out like away from the camera. It's just making me think of that, and it's incredibly distracting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking out at the orc who is like fate, not role play.
Why is this not playing?
Okay, every decision is driven by your character. That's what role playing is to me.
It's not.
And of course,
but okay.
there are reasons why I enjoy role playing, which I've done in another video. The human condition, empathy, understanding, escapism, all that good stuff, immersion. But that's beside the point. The point today is what is an RPG. That's what it is to me. Again, you can agree.
And I gotta say it.
So here's the thing, right? You are more than free to describe something as this is how I feel about an RPG. This is what an RPG is to me. However, you cannot freely redefine a term that has been societally accepted and say, no, this is not how I feel about it, and that is why this system that I had no part in creating is not part of it.
Yeah, right.
It's bizarre. Again, like I said before, you can replace every single system that is an RPG into his arguments, and then just say the same thing about them.
Yeah, his whole claim of you don't do what is best for the character, you do.
We're not there. We're not there.
Oh,
wait for it.
Yeah.
Wait for
Dude,
it.
Listen up.
Yeah, listen to this. This is some good shit.
Okay.
You can disagree. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it. Now, what is
opinions can be wrong, though. That's the thing.
An opinion can be wrong.
You can have an opinion that is based on fact, and the fact is wrong, and so your opinion is wrong.
Yes,
it is my opinion that I'll actually use it for example. Something that my nanoscience professor taught to me a while back, which is, and I'll use it to retrofit the whole opinion thing because he did it for the whole observer effect and quantum science. But It is my opinion that the inside of every single object in the universe is a bright neon green until it is looked at.
It's a bright neon green and what? Sorry.
Yeah, like
Until
say
it's looked
the
at.
inside, say like the inside of your desk, right?
Huh.
It is currently bright neon green in there, but once you cut into it and you look at it, that's when it becomes dark and wooden.
Well, here's the thing: quantum physics.
I just, it's one of those things where, like, you could say that to me and really mean it, and I'd be like, all right, how am I gonna go about proving that? I suppose.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
that is not something that can be substantiated at
Yeah,
all.
see, here's the problem.
But it is still ridiculous.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
And as such, like, you can say, well, if you can have that opinion if you want, but you're wrong.
That is actually something. That is actually a belief. That is something that. What am I trying to say? Something that has popped up. It's not very common, obviously, because it's pretty. It's very unintuitive, and it you can't. It's only something that people might think because you can't disprove it.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
It is a it's not a really belief. It's basically just an example of how that can go too far.
Yes.
It's called last Thursdayism.
Oh.
Where you cannot, if anybody chose to believe that the entire universe and everything in it, all history, all people, all things, whatever, you can't, if anyone chose to believe it, you can't convince someone that the universe did not come into existence last Thursday. You can't.
I see what you're saying.
Because you, like, as soon as you say, oh, but that doesn't make any sense. How about your memories from Wednesday of that week? It's like, well, my memories of Wednesday came into existence that Thursday.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So it's that ridiculousness.
Yeah, so
but
it's something that's it's an exaggeration of proof by example.
Yes.
And extreme what's the
rigidity. Rigidity almost.
Yeah.
It's so, and what I would say for this as well is like the fact itself that you've based your opinion on can be wrong, thus making your opinion wrong. So if you were to tell me that the sun does not rise in the east,
or that the earth is flat,
and you just said that you believe, like, that you're like, my opinion is that the sun does not rise in the east and that the earth is flat. I would go, it is actually proven that the sun rises in the east because of the way that the world spins.
Well, actually, though, Elon Musk has paid off NASA.
Oh, right, okay. But still, it's one of those things where if I can then go and prove the fact, then your point, like, whether or not you think that this is an opinion, it is incorrect. Like, it is factually incorrect. And so when you say Fate is not an RPG, and it does not do the same thing, and you cannot do the same thing as an RPG,
an objective claim.
That is an objective claim. And so I then go, but I can, though, so that completely disproves that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An opinion is something that is no, not subjective, but what is the term for describing things? Qualitative.
Yes.
So you can say, in my opinion, chocolate is better than strawberry.
Absolutely.
That's an opinion. And you know what? Fucking go for it. Yeah. I'm more of a mint man, but like, hey, more power to you.
Mm-hmm.
But when you say that a game in which you play a role and a game in which you create a character, a game in which you create a character, such as in 3.5 or Pathfinder or 5e or Fate, a game in which you then describe what sets that character apart and who makes them. Once again, all four still relevant. A game in which you put them in the scenario of the world and you then interact with that world via the mechanics of the system.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, all 4 are still relevant. And a game, if you want, where you put yourself and your perspective in the place of that character. You can do that with all of them. You can do that with none of them. You can pick and choose, but you cannot objectively make the claim that you put yourself in the role of the character in D&D, Pathfinder, or whatever, but you cannot in Fate.
Exactly. It is actually ridiculous to make such a claim. I don't
Like,
understand.
That is objectively false. There is
Yes.
no opinion about this. I am not sharing my opinion.
Exactly.
I am telling you that you are making a claim and that claim is wrong.
I know that anyone can prove this false by just playing Fate.
Yeah. My opinion of you is that you're a dumbass. But the objective fact is that you are wrong about this.
Exactly.
Fate. What is a storytelling game, and why don't I consider it a role-playing game? So in Fate,
Fuck it, it
you
doesn't
are
matter whether you
looking on your
consider it.
character
Oh my
in
god.
third person. You're looking down on it, as if you had a mini on the table and moving it around.
You know what game you use minis for, boys?
Any RPG.
Any
and all.
RPG you want.
Any RPG. It's quite. It's such a. I could also say, hey, guess what? You can also use minis in wargaming, and in that, yes, you don't really play a role, but you can.
Yeah, you totally can.
You still can. Like, you go watch some fucking Warhammer 40k stuff. They're playing their roles of this is the Adeptus Custodes against the chaos and forces of Zeech. Or Slanesh, both, honestly, either like anything. Like you can say that
sex stuff.
Yeah.
So I just checked. I went to the video, where I'm gonna bring up dislike bar. I don't care.
That's fine. Absolutely.
Oh,
you are
the like
well within
dislike
your right.
ratio is 103 likes to 492. Now 493 dislikes.
103
Wait, it just
people
went up.
Liked it.
It just went up.
The dislikes went up, yes, because I disliked it.
I thought that it doesn't. Oh, I said I was gonna be like, I thought it doesn't update automatically. That's a really good point that you bring up with the Warhammer, because I got into watching Age of Sigmar stuff.
Sure, yeah.
Lately.
I still have to.
I haven't been watching it for a while.
Yeah,
but there was I forget the name of the channel. I think I subscribed to them anyway. Because they had a long name, and I've only seen a couple of them because I've watched for the Skaven to see how they operate. And here's the thing: they also did 40k, and I watched a bit of that.
Sure, yeah.
One guy in particular, he came back several times. He had like 6 armies. It was crazy.
Cool.
And his armies were awesome. They were beautiful. Mm-hmm. But, and this is me being an asshole.
Okay.
But when before they would start fighting, they would like go to a separate table where all their army was just arrayed, and you can just see everything. And they're like, "This is 1,600 points of orcs and 1,600 points of space marines, whatever." And the owner of the channel would be like, he would go through like his strategy and what he was bringing and why, and like, these are all my flying shit and all my vehicles. I couldn't really bring too many more vehicles because I know that I needed to bring lots of bolters and shit or whatever. And then the guy would bring his orcs, and he's got all these cool things. But where I got really impatient, I was like, guys, look, I appreciate it. I understand it. But fuck, I just want to see it fight. Where he would go through the backstory of his orc army.
Oh.
And so he's like, oh, this is Warlord, what's his fuck, Mushroom Face.
Sure.
And, I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's fine.
But he would go through the backstory for like 20 minutes.
Okay.
20 minutes before the fight. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. Don't worry. I'm not saying don't do this, but fuck, man.
I can understand.
Up and fight.
For the entertainment purposes, I agree. Like, Yeah, I'm glad you're so passionate to have all that stuff memorized. That's fucking cool.
It was great. Yeah. Everybody in the comments is like, man, I love this guy. He's super passionate. I love the story of his orcs and stuff. He's so enthusiastic. I love it every time he's on here. And he's a great fighter.
Sure.
Love it. And I get it. But shut up and fight, please.
Yeah, no, I get you. It's not what you're there for.
An asshole.
It's it's preference. It's just not what you're there for.
Exactly.
Right? And that's fine. I mean,
so you can totally roleplay in even a war game thing where the entire thing is just throwing an army together and fighting.
And I mean,
there's like very little story you can get there. It's these two armies meet and they fight.
Well, even so, the scenarios themselves are themselves stories, right? And like the whole campaign that you can go through with your army can be its own story. But and like I've watched a bit of the stuff too, and they sometimes just go, and he doesn't like that, so and they describe how they would feel and stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, you're getting into it like that. That's cool, yeah.
And so to even remotely suggest that using a miniature alone is what can separate someone from role-playing and wargaming is absolutely both insulting and ludicrous.
Very ridiculous.
Guys, I need to immerse myself in my character that does not exist. And seeing something as obtrusive as a 1-inch tall piece of plastic on the table will rip me out of character.
Not to mention the fact that 1-inch tall piece of plastic is made to look like your character.
It's
seeing that 1-inch tall piece of plastic on the table will rip me back to reality and remind me that
so
I'm not
dumb.
Up Elf Queen's tits.
How the fuck do things like Hero Forge stay in business, dude? I don't understand, right? Like they only make minis for board games, I assume. It's ridiculous.
It's for intense Monopoly.
Yeah. I'm gonna check because I think my washer turned on again when it shouldn't, so hold on. You guys...
and I'll be right back real quick. I just need to turn my lights on.
Okay. So, I will also take this as an opportunity to read a comment from one Red Dice Diaries. Welcome back.
Yep.
You were just in time to hear me read a comment from one Red Dice Diaries.
Oh.
Wait, no. Yes. Wherein he wrote out like a fucking page, but
an essay, yes.
My favorite line that he starts off with, I'm reading a comment from the YouTube channel. Alejo.
Could you link it to me so I can, or screen cap it and give it to me so I can put it on the screen?
Oh yes, sure.
I would also like to read it. Also, I think my washing machine's haunted, so that's cool. It seems to start running water through randomly when it's open, and
that's just called a rotom. So I love the line on the top, which is, "You make a very interesting and compelling argument, DDD. I probably would agree that, given your definition, Fate is more of a storytelling game than an RPG, although a number of the examples you cite seem to me to be a result of clumsy GMing or misunderstanding of the rules."
Ooh.
Oh, Red Dice Diaries, dude. This is the guy that I had linked for the other series that had some Fate stuff. Yeah, it was I actually had the first video is in the source channel. It was the intro video to his like 12-part thing on Fate. Like he goes in depth, and I had him as a backup in case the other ones didn't work. Legitimately, that's the guy. I'm very happy to see this. Good. Anyway.
And then he says, yeah, I can't remember whether fate points could be spent to make a weapons locker appear as per your example. I don't have my book handy at the moment. But if it could, and I were in that player's place running down a corridor, I would say to the GM, I look around, can I see a weapons locker?
Exactly.
And then slide a fate point over the table, allowing me to remain in character more than simply saying, Shazam, I spent a fate point to materialize a weapons locker. However, you are correct that this does still involve a player thinking somewhat as a storytelling rather than just as their character, which I would consider to be fair.
Yeah, I agree. Well,
Yeah.
let's continue to hear his points, I suppose.
I would say personally, and
Mhm.
this is more, I guess, opinionated, kind of. In the way that my brain processes information, I can kind of dual track some things
Mhm.
and be thinking along the line of one thought while also still be doing another thing. That's
Mhm.
how when people are like, "Stop watching a video, I'm talking to you." I'm like, I'm listening to both.
Yeah.
Yeah, multitasking.
Yeah, I can hold like conversations with two people that are right in front of me because I just split my brain into two little.
Halves.
I divvy up my processing power basically.
Yeah.
Um,
Multitasking is something you're good at. I understand.
Yeah, all that's the most I can do is auditory multitasking.
and I can kind of, while I'm still in character, think I'll spend a fate point so that we find a weapons locker, but I'm fully in character, and then I diverge my brain a little bit and
Mhm.
think meta
Yeah.
what I need to do,
I mean,
and then as soon as I spend that fate point, I'm right back in
yeah,
character.
I was gonna
and,
say it's not hard to dip out for a second just to go. Tactically, I have fate points. I can spend these to help the situation. How do I spend these most effectively? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do this, and then go right back into character. You don't have to go through the whole process out loud. Like,
Yeah, I go through fully in character 100%, and then like 80% in character, 20% of me is spending the fate point, and then back to 100% in character.
Sure. It's
Same
not-
way as I do remembering using that, like, I have a feat in 3.5 or 5e.
Sure. It's just
I'm not trying to sound like me and Mr. Wrinkly Brain. I am so smart. Look at me. I multitask.
No, I understand your point.
I don't understand his approach.
His approach seems to be you have a single mind. All you can do is do this one thing. If you put yourself into this space, you can't take yourself out.
Not to mention the fact that you can't separate and you can't effectively roleplay what you're doing.
Yeah, it's very
because
strange.
the whole it's like, oh, I materialize a weapon locker.
Yeah, that I can't wait for that.
No.
I can't wait for him to say that. It'll be great.
I'll save the rest of that point for then.
Yeah.
Your reactions don't come from behind the eyes of that character. Your reactions come as a storyteller. So you move around and you say, oh, what if this happened to that character? You might only have one character to deal with, but you're still acting as a narrator. You're saying, oh,
if you're a DM,
this character sees a goblin. And then instead of saying how would he react, you say, what would be most interesting for the story?
No.
It doesn't have to be mutually exclusive.
Yeah,
like,
no.
First off. Second off, you do not have to just think what would be most interesting for the story.
Yeah, that's an incredibly shallow way of thinking it. Are you that is entirely on the player.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is something that Alejo mentioned to me earlier, and it really struck me as a missing the forest for the trees sort of thing.
Yeah.
And and you're thinking to yourself, well, I can't do what my character would do. I need to do something that would make an interesting story.
Yeah,
but if you do what your character would do, that's an interesting story. So you're really thinking like, oh, I need to get out of these trees so I can find this forest.
Like it's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense to go and do something like that because you can just okay. So if I were to take my character, say, and I were to go, by his logic, it seems I would go my character, and I'll use the example I was using before Boot came on. My character has the trait or aspect cowardly, right?
Okay.
And he sees this goblin, and he's fucking like, but because what would be cool for the story, I suppose I would then completely 180 his character and use my aspect
rip off
of
his shirt, throw down the gauntlet,
exactly,
run one-on-one,
run the fuck
fight.
in and just start punching it to death, and then feel really fucking good about it, and then like revel in the bloodshed, right? Completely against what he was because it would be cooler. but you understand that you have then sacrificed your character growth for an immediate payoff of no worth whatsoever.
There was no lead up to this to make it more gratifying.
It makes no sense.
Not to mention, if you are a player in a group that don't all think that way, you will most likely be certainly not shamed, but you're definitely going to like raise some eyebrows. Like, why did you do that? Your character wouldn't do that. It's like, well, I needed it to be good for the story. What are you? What?
And I will bring in the movie comparison.
We're making a story.
Right. I will bring in the movie comparison. If a character in a movie just does something out of left field and it's just never explained, then like you go, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah,
I don't
then
understand.
It's considered a plot hole, and plot holes aren't good.
It's like a group of bakers decided to work together to make a kick-ass carrot cake.
Sure.
And they said, all right, you know what? Like, so-and-so, you're on shaving the carrots. So-and-so, you're on getting raisins. So-and-so, you're on mixing batter. And then they said, hey, David was his name, was it? Whatever.
Yeah, it is.
You're in charge of the cream cheese frosting. And he said, aight. And then they're getting everything nice and prepped. The cake is baking away, and they check in on him, and he's making like a chocolate fudge icing. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, well, I figured a chocolate fudge icing would be good icing for a cake. And it's like, well, we're making a cake that's a carrot cake.
Yeah, it has a specific taste.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
That's
a very good analogy.
If you wanted to make a fucking devil's food cake, then you should have spoken up.
Yeah, exactly. Like what it.
And then if you make the chocolate cake, he's gonna make the carrot icing.
Yeah, exactly. He's just gonna make cream cheese icing to go on top of it. It's like,
well, I mean, to be fair, fucking devil's food cake with cream cheese icing is
that's
still
fair. Cream cheese icing is pretty good.
Cream cheese icing,
because I don't like regular icing, so
too sweet.
It's gross.
More interesting to do stealth. Oh no, I don't like stealth. I don't like stealth. I like combat. So
okay.
Me am not good stealth. Me want big brain go.
If there has been 5 seconds of this video that have been indicative for it as a whole.
Yeah, it's
that would be my pick.
He knows exactly what he wants, and that is me no like stealth, me will go fight.
Okay, so here's the problem though. If he doesn't like stealth, why would that ever even come up as an option to your fucking character?
Yeah, I was gonna say, in Fate specifically, you choose aspects of your character to then embody that character. If you chose that your character is stealthy when you don't like stealth, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, that would it would be very interesting. It's like, man, I really hate using bows. I'm gonna try to use bows.
Play a fucking samurai then, dude.
Yeah, or like, I could ask you this in an RPG. Why the fuck are you using stealth?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like, in his definition of an RPG, if you're in an RPG, why the fuck are you using stealth? Oh, it's what my character would do.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. You might have to first ask him what his definition of stealth is.
It's true. You're right. But like, legitimately,
is it fucking Metal Gear stealth, or is it fucking like Dishonored stealth?
So and then he goes, it's what my character would do. He would go stealthy, and I'd be like, don't you hate stealth? And he'd be like, yeah, I hate stealth. I'd be like, why are you playing a stealthy character? What are you? Why did you pick the rogue? And he's like,
because it'd be good for the story.
I really thought being a rogue would be fun. Yeah. And I'd be like, then play a rogue who doesn't do stealth.
How to be a better GM? Why are you cheating at D&D? You hate cheaters.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why don't you cut off your own hand?
Yeah.
You can't do that, though. It's impossible.
Exactly.
You can't cut off your hand with one hand.
I have to cut off my own hand, and then I have to hand the saw over to Patrick so Patrick can cut off my other hand, okay? There's your SpongeBob reference, everyone. I've done it.
It's what reference?
A SpongeBob reference.
Oh, right. Yes.
Will attack. This character will attack. Not based on what the character would do, but based on what I would do. But based on what I want to see, want to experience.
So, let me pose this. If you are playing Fate and you just play yourself,
based on what I would fucking do.
If you just play yourself,
I'll
if you just
back.
play yourself, okay. He's gonna go on a walk again. But legitimately, if you just play yourself in Fate, do you still not consider it role playing? Like, if you go into every situation and go, what would I do with what I can do here with my aspects and stuff? And I've given myself a little bit more grandiose things, but you're still playing a role.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
just
game.
that your role is you.
You are your role, but you're a little better because Fate will just make you better because Fate is Fate, right?
Yeah.
So then,
I am back.
welcome back. It's just
I have my Switch.
Oh. By the way, oh, never mind.
It's insane to then go, it's not a role-playing game, even when I'm playing myself. Like,
yeah.
Can you not break down this logic of, what would I do? Then put yourself in the game, and you're role-playing still. Fuck.
Yeah, like,
RPG, not a freaking milsim, dude.
Exactly.
I played... We never actually played Fate. We made characters in Fate. That one time, we were going to play the space
By
game.
the way, you know how I made Jedediah, and we put in a bunch of work for his stunts?
Yep.
My character sheet's blank.
Rip.
It's named Jedediah.
Just strange how it's just missing everything.
You have some weird fucking issue when it comes to saving documents, man. I don't know. Like, I don't know if is it because you forget to save, or is it just because it doesn't save? Because I know that that's been happening to me recently, where I'm trying to save shit on Mocha's sheet for the D&D, the Devil campaign, and it's not saving shit, and it's pissing me off. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, we never played Fate, and I wasn't actually really a huge fan of the character creation and the things that your characters can do, like stunts and all that, because it felt, when I'm making a character, I like to know my limits for the time being. You know what I mean? If I'm playing a wizard in D&D, I have cantrips and I have like a couple first level spells, maybe. I forget. It's been a long time since I played a wizard in 5e. If I am a fighter, I know that I get a whole bunch of armor, a lot of AC, and basically any weapon I want. With Fate, it felt so loose because there are no classes and there's not really any explained boundaries. That character creation felt very strange to me because I was like, how do I choose what I do? Because I chose to make a character that was pretty like skill based. And I'm like, so what can I do? What are my limits? Can I do this thing where I like shoot everybody in the room and they're all dead? Can I, I just didn't get it. Because it was a completely...
Yeah, that's right. You had a fan the hammer sort of thing.
Yeah. And so I had a lot of trouble figuring out how to make a character. We still wound up making a character, and I enjoyed it because it was a learning experience. But even though I don't like the character creation system or really the skill and ability system in Fate in general, I would never go so far as to say it's not an RPG.
Yeah,
just because I don't personally like the characters in it.
Yeah, I don't know what his point here is when he's bringing this up. Because I get his point. His point is you look down at it and you don't look through the character's eyes. But I don't understand where he's getting this from, right?
Yeah, it seems like he's treating it like a war game.
Exactly, and I don't understand how he's not able to look at it as an RPG experience and not as as he puts it, storytelling. Oh god, he and RPG Pundit would get along famously.
Dude, I was wondering actually of earlier, I chose not to say it, but now that you mention it, I would like to lock him and RPG Pundit in a room and see which one eats the other.
Well, here's the thing. I feel like RPG Pundit's got the leg up on you there because
he's got the double boiler.
It's a dex build versus a strength build, though.
What I was going to say is that RPG Pundit at least advertises that he uses a cooking apparatus.
It's true.
Yes, yes, that he refers to with a female pronoun and calls her cute.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Jelly, I think was the name.
Let me be fair. it is a cute device, but I wouldn't say that it's cute as in female. I would say it's a neat little thing, right? Like in that sense of cute, I suppose.
Well, you know, I got a long time ago. There was a bookstore near me that had like this big thing for Halloween where they had a whole bunch of H.P. Lovecraft stuff.
Oh, cool!
Which was super cool. Got in there, got some collections of Lovecraft's works, and they had a Cthulhu cereal.
Oh yeah, Cthulhu's.
Meatball, that was it. In his video, OSR will outlive SJWs, and wizards.
I mean, yes.
But that's not really. That's hardly even worth stating. That's like saying roaches will outlive humanity. Of course they will. Anyway, I got a fucking little itty bitty Cthulhu Funko Pop out of that cereal box.
Oh,
it's cute, but it's not. It's not.
I actually
fucking Cthulhu.
I think I have the same exact one. It's not from a cereal box. I bought it just straight up because it was actually like one of the good Funko Pops, because the rest of them, because it's Cthulhu 1, but also it works because he doesn't have like a face really, and like if you just put the little eyes and stuff on him, it works. And like I have a Wally one that works because it is just his eyes, right? Like all of the faces on Funko Pops are fucking bad.
Oh, well, I mean, they're designed to be.
Except for Venom ones as well.
Stylistic choice.
I know, and I hate them. But the Venom ones that I have are also pretty good.
Yeah, as long as the face...
Yes, it is my opinion. Absolutely, and I will stand by
As long as the face, like, naturally is very low detail, then it tends to work.
Yes, exactly. That's my only point there.
I would say a Deadpool one would be alright.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
A Deadpool Funko Pop, but I know the style.
I guarantee if you look for about 3 seconds, you'll find it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there's a ton, and I don't want to see them.
There's a couple of Spider-Man ones that kind of work as well that I have.
Deadpool has become so oversaturated for me that I have no desire to see more of it.
Yeah, I still haven't seen the second movie
really
just
good,
because of that, unfortunately.
I've seen one too many fat guys with a picture of Deadpool holding a chalupa saying, "Yeah, I'm pretty badass." And at this point in time, I just don't want to be reminded of it.
It's fair.
Yeah.
Like every time you see one at a convention, that's just like, I don't care. You're not as funny as you think you are.
It's like girls with daddy issues wearing Harley Quinn shirts.
I know what you mean. Anyway, there's a video that's going on.
Yeah, we were doing something right.
RPG Pundit versus him. Discuss Barbarian, RPG Pundits, and Artificer.
Basically what you can craft a very interesting story, a lot of twists and turns.
You can't.
But you have to make the decision.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong.
You're starting to snipe there. I see where you're at.
Oh yeah. I redact that. That was a bit of excess vitriol that just kind of spilled over. I apologize.
Well, I mean, it's true. He can't in Fate. I don't know why.
Yeah.
He can't.
Well, I mean...
No, I'm sorry. He can, but not through a character's eyes. He can only do it from top down.
I'll never really understand...
Strange.
I'll never understand that false dichotomy. You know, it's like, oh, this is a storytelling game, and this is an RPG. What the fuck is the difference?
One, you don't control a character. One, you just make a story. Like, it's not a game. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would love to be shown a storytelling game and be told what the difference is. I would love that. Absolutely.
Honestly, I would like to as well.
Because RPG Pundit tried and he failed because I don't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Yeah, no.
This guy is trying as well, but he's failing because Fate is an RPG. I don't understand what he's talking about.
I would love to see him play through some of RPG Pundit's stuff and then lock them in a room and have him tell RPG Pundit that he doesn't make RPGs.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Like, I'm pretty sure RPG Pundit would fucking murder him.
I just
and
don't understand.
then he'd be like, well, you're not RPG Pundit, you're storytelling game pundit. And then RPG Pundit would go, what? But stories don't occur in my games.
They only occur once every 200 years.
Yeah, it's so, oh my god.
With a chosen one and a MacGuffin.
It's ridiculous.
A McMuffin?
out of characters.
Yes.
I could
Part
go
of
for
the
one.
rule set is that you have to do that. As you're going through, you have fate points. You have aspects to invoke. And I'm not an expert on fate, but I have played it.
Then why the fuck are you making this video if you if you don't know the ins and out of the game and then you just declare that it is not an RPG without knowing everything about it? I don't. How are you an informed opinion? How are you an informed?
Alejo,
Yeah,
we are 3 people who have not played Fate and are declaring it an RPG.
I know, and that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's some hypocritical stuff right there, I suppose. But regardless of the facts, I'm pretty sure that I could cite that this is strongly evidence from what we have gathered that it is an RPG. Whereas
Let me do a quick Google search.
Sure.
Well, here's the problem though. His reasoning for why Fate is not an RPG is so incredibly flawed and easy to see through.
Exactly.
That's the problem. We know that it's an RPG because you make a character,
yes,
you stat out the character, and you role play. You follow a story, you have a dungeon master, you roll some fucking dice. I think.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you roll dice. Just need to make sure.
You're good.
And and it has really dummy thick rule books, I assume.
Alejo.
Yeah.
Alejo, could you do me a favor?
Oh, I would love to put this on the screen. Absolutely, I would. Hold momentarily, friends. Look at this.
So, first we have Fate, role-playing game system. Fate is a generic role-playing game system based on the Fudge gaming system. It has no flexed setting, traits, or genre, and is customizable. It is customized to offer minimal instruction to role-playing by assuming players want to make fewer dice rolls. And we'll see introduced, publisher, genre, role-playing game.
It's and I won't even appeal to this even. It's just the fact that you can in this game take on any role you want regardless of whatever it is and play the game. You are able to play it as a role-playing game.
Yes.
It doesn't
there's a disconnect somewhere.
I don't understand. I don't understand how.
And it seems like one of his major criteria for thinking that is a storytelling game is that you use minis, and that it's like I get the impression that he doesn't like it when it's mostly combat focused and there's lots of strategic positioning and stuff like that.
Maybe.
Because now you're thinking less because in all fairness, when you have, as a player, when you have a bird's eye view of a combat, you are able to make much more effective, strategic, and tactical decisions that your character might not be able to make. Because, again, you have a bird's eye view. You have a perfect view of a battlefield.
Sure.
And so your character can be intelligent, and he can make very sound tactical choices. I'm not saying that he can't. It's just that from your position outside the looking glass, you have more capability to do that.
Absolutely.
And so he seems to think that being that the game doing that, I would assume relatively often, and using miniatures to accentuate that is what separates it from role-playing and theater of the mind and wargaming with no story whatsoever.
That's the thing.
And no role-play.
He when he's brought up the miniature example, I believe he said that it is like using a miniature. It's like you're looking down at a tabletop setting and using a miniature instead of looking through the character's eyes, right? And again, it still doesn't take away from the fact that that's stupid, because you can still do the same thing by looking through the character mini, right? Like, it's the same. It's a character. It's the same thing. You can just attribute it to being physical or not. But still, I would say that just to be entirely fair, he's using it as that, and then it's like it still doesn't help his point. What are these?
So the second one, the very narrow one I shared, is from Wikipedia. That mentions Fate 3rd Edition, which is the 3rd edition of Fate was no longer a generic RPG like the first 2 versions. And you think, oh, does David have a point? And then, but set in the pulp genre. It is called Spirit of the Century and was nominated in 2007 for an Emmy Award. The third edition rules are also used for the Dresden Files role-playing game.
Oh,
The system reference documents for Spirit of the Century and Diaspora are also currently available. Several other role-playing games are built on the mechanics of Fate 3.0.
that's
And
crazy.
then, you know what? I figured to myself, you know what? Let's go to Evil Hat Productions
The creators.
website. Yes. Um, I try to go on there as little as possible,
As
but
you should.
hey, you know what? I do what I do for you guys.
Yep.
And I found the actual link for Fate Core. There it is for anyone who wants to browse it. But you will see grab your plasma rifles, spell components, and jetpacks, yada yada yada. Second paragraph. Fate Core is a tabletop role-playing game about proactive, capable people who lead dramatic lives. The type of drama they experience is up to you, but wherever they go, you can expect a fun storytelling experience full of twists, ... of fate. Game information. Number of players, 3 to 6. Age of players, 12 and up. Length, 2 to 8 hours. Type of game, role-playing game.
It's like again, like I.
The creators themselves, as little stock as I like to put into their words,
Yeah,
directly disagree with you.
exactly. Like it's even if you try to make the argument of it's an appeal to authority, regardless of the fact, like everyone knows what an RPG is. Everyone, sorry, let me rephrase. Everyone who is watching this right now, I assume.
You hear that, Edna 97?
I assume you know what an RPG is. And if any of you who are watching this don't, then I would highly suggest that you go and educate yourself, because RPGs are really fun.
They're pretty fucking great.
And you'll have a lot of fun with friends or relatives even. But
if you need an example of an RPG, you can always watch your Devils and Dice campaign.
It's true, you could.
Sorry.
We put that on our channel. But regardless,
actually, I would like to redact a statement I made earlier.
Okay.
When I say as little words as I like to take from Evil Hat Productions, the people responsible who have built Fate of Cthulhu are Stephen Blackmore, P.K. Sullivan, Edward Turner, and Leonard Balsera. More power to them. However, the people who made Fate were Fred Hicks and Rob Donahue. So
yeah, they just have the
system at all for Fate of Cthulhu. So I think it is just Evil Hat Productions is literally just a publishing company.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. But still, if anybody, I mean, anybody who does know what an RPG is can recognize that Fate is an RPG. That's what I gather from the like to dislike bars. That's what I gathered from the comments. That's what I gathered from everyone who has ever played an RPG or listened to an RPG being played or watched it or anything. You understand what a role-playing game is, and you can understand that Fate is one.
Yeah, they have that kind of intrinsic quality to them.
It's true.
Because it's very... They're all... When you break them down to their very basest levels, they're pretty fucking similar.
Yes.
You have a character sheet, you create a character, and then you go on an adventure.
Yeah, of some kind.
Of some variety.
As far as I can tell, the creators of Fate were also in no way involved with thirsty sword lesbians.
well, that's their loss.
Shocker, I'm sure.
You know, honestly,
I'm not involved with it either yet.
I want to look at the rules to that.
I can be.
I could be.
Anyway, send us a copy. We'll play test it for you.
Like, it's not even because, like, oh, it's thirsty sword lesbians. They're gonna be hot bitches fucking each other with swords. No, it's not even that. It's just, it's so fucking ridiculous. And it's that side of me that loves ridiculous shit.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And I have to see it. Because
Go on. Sorry.
It's gonna be so stupid, but I have to know. It's eldritch knowledge. I have to know. I'm gonna lose my sanity, but I have to know.
I want to know for the morbid curiosity more so than anything.
Exactly.
Right. Like, anyway. So let's.
I actually think it could potentially have some hidden gems in there.
Oh, I'm sure.
It probably
Absolutely.
could. That's the thing.
Again, morbid
That's why I wanna
curiosity
see it.
until proved otherwise. That's fine.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even though we don't like Evil Hat Games, Evil Hat Games
Productions. You'll get there.
Nefarious headwear.
There you go.
Conglomerate.
Yep, I like it.
I'm about it.
Yeah. Even though we don't like them because of Fate of Cthulhu, and our dislike is really only solidified by the fact that they made thirsty fucking sword lesbians.
Yeah, I didn't even know that existed until
I
looked it up, and I like was scrolling down the page and I saw it, and I'm like, I sense a story here.
Yeah, it's the fucking that gif of the white guy blinking and just kind of tilting his head. It's that. Here's the thing, though. I don't like them. I don't like Fate of Cthulhu. But I still want to look at it because I haven't played it. I can't say if it's bad. I've never seen anybody play it. Big fucking shocker there. I've never seen anybody play it. I've never heard of it. But it's so ridiculous and off the wall that I have to wonder.
Its page numbers and release date and ISBN are still to be determined. I don't know if it's going to get published.
Oh, it's not even... Damn!
That sucks.
That sucks. Because that's the thing. A lot of times when you have something ridiculous, there might be some rule or something that's so crazy, it's just gotta work. It has to work.
Sure, absolutely. Like, again, I'll even say, like, the only time that I was aware of Evil Hat Productions was because of the Fate of Cthulhu thing. That was it. That's the first time I'd even known about them. And then after that, I was introduced to, they published Fate Core. And like I have no malice towards them as a company. I just have I have intense dislike about their decisions with Fate of Cthulhu. I do not like that at all.
Yeah. No, it's incredibly foolish.
Again, I don't know how involved they were with the creation of it.
I don't know. So it's one of those things where they were promoting it a bunch, and then the guy who was on Twitter who like was defending it a bunch and calling us all racists. That was not cool. That was not a cool thing to do.
An incredible. That was basically
I'll never
suicide.
forget about that guy. It's one of those things where it's just like fucking. But yeah, I don't know.
Buy my game, otherwise you're racist.
Yeah, it was fucking stupid. But anyway, let's listen to more stupid shit. Woo!
Yeah.
Several times I've got an argument about Fate.
Shocker.
While I was playing it and without.
Oh.
So the GM can at certain times try to invoke one of your aspects. You say, "Oh, your character is vengeful, so you have to attack the goblins." And for me, when I'm playing, I'd say, "That's out of character chatter. Stop it. Speak."
Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Really?
Tell the GM what to do at his table.
So first off, let me just tell you, I've read the book because I was talking about this point specifically of can you invoke this and not have to do it? And I looked, and you pay a fate point, and guess what? You don't have to do it. Great. You just lose a fate point. That's it.
Yeah. And you get 3 per session.
And unless you've used all your fate points, then you have an option, my guy. And if you didn't, then guess what? You wrote it on your fucking character sheet.
Yeah.
It's a part of your character.
Why did you write vengeful?
And then you
have
the audacity.
Stop it.
Then you have the fucking audacity to go up to your DM, GM, whatever you call him, and say, "No, fuck you. That's out of character chatter. Stop it."
Stop it.
Dude.
He's the one who is literally setting the scenes and stuff. He has the say over mechanics and everything. He is the lord of this game.
Yeah, he is the one telling you what the fuck happens. Hey guys.
Character chatters.
Hey guys.
Stop it.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
You guys are walking.
I'm gonna say that in like my next D&D session. just to see the looks I get as people are like, "What?"
Oh my
God.
God.
Here we go.
Okay. All right.
You guys are walking through the Calamity Quarter, and you see Tharnanar with his fucking stupid golden armor.
Let me stop you right there. You're doing way too much out of character chatter. I wouldn't be walking there. Why would I be walking there?
Also, it's not on you to determine that his armor is stupid, by the way.
And also,
my character finds it stupid, but
also, I was looking at the ground the whole time, so I didn't see shit.
Okay. It's either going to be that, or you get the fuck out of my goddamn table.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't. Here's the thing. This is going to come up. I'm not an aggressive person. You guys know this.
Yeah.
I spend a lot of time preparing my games. You remember when I sent you guys that fucking devil
Mocha
contract?
doesn't have a character sheet.
Shut up.
Yeah. But you guys remember when
maybe you'd have more time, Boo, if you weren't doing so much out of character chatter.
Yeah, right. You remember when I sent you that fucking contract?
Yeah, that contract.
4 fucking pages of... Oh my god, it was so good.
That has multiple sections and all this dense fucking legalese. I did my best to cover as many bases as I could and make it as skeezy and easy to manipulate as possible.
Yep.
That took me...
Dripping with slime.
Yep.
Yeah. That took me 6 days to think of and write.
Yeah. And like,
if you were to fucking tell me, if you were to talk to me like that at my table, fuck off.
Technically, it's Brogan's table, but
it's true.
It's true.
It's true. Yeah, it's actually.
You're no longer welcome here. Brogan, kick him.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't have the same energy.
Go on, peon.
You're at his house.
Kind of hits different.
It's like, get out of here. Hey, Brogan, can you make him leave?
Get out of here. Brogan, why isn't he gone?
Yeah, right. So I put all this effort into my games, and if you talk to me like that, no, you don't come into someone else's house and disrespect them so blatantly to their face.
Yeah, it's...
Unless you already have a beef, in which case you're gonna get hit.
Yeah,
if someone said that to me, like, I've gotten a lot more, I guess, dismissive in recent years. I don't know if I've mentioned this in the podcast, but I know I've mentioned it to one of you two.
I think it was me.
I went... Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was when we were playing Titanfall.
Yeah.
I was heading to my friend's house for D&D, and I decided to stop in at the local grocery store and get some snacks on my way there.
That's right. Yes.
And I get out of my car. I put my mask on, and like I'm like sort of tying it behind my head, and there's some fucking hick who is like leaning into the driver's side window of a vehicle that is parked perpendicularly to the parking space. Fucking shirtless because of course.
Yeah.
Overweight because of course.
You have fucking rednecks up there? I thought they were a southern species.
Oh, dude. Rednecks
they exist everywhere.
No borders.
Yeah, they exist everywhere.
Go on.
And he looks over to me and he sees me putting my mask on and he goes, "You know you look fucking retarded in a mask, right?" And I close my door, I like lock my car, and like without even sparing more than like a cursory glance his way, I just flip him off. I just go, fuck you, bud. And I just went in and like did my shopping, and I didn't realize until after I got back out to my car, I was like, wow, he could have like broken my window or some shit.
Yeah. But then, I mean, I assume there were cameras and stuff, so...
Nah.
Oh, that's even more dangerous. Nice. Hey, glad you got away with it. Jeez.
Yeah, fuck you, bud.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, he started it.
It's one of those things where it's just... If you have that blatant disrespect towards the person who's taken their time to run your game or run their game for you to have fun in, and also wants to have fun with you, like fuck off, dude. Just go.
Yeah.
Why
Get
do
out
you
of here.
even?
You
What?
You don't belong here.
If someone actually, while I was describing the scene and like telling them like, hey, your character is going to feel this. Some
Yeah.
people like say like, oh, don't tell, as a DM, tell the characters how they feel. In my experience, one of the things that I like to do in my campaign is, if they're I will knowingly sort of take the character dynamic that they all have like established, and if they pass something, I'll say like, oh yeah, Astav jumps over the cliff looking at Torque, who struggled with jumping over the cliff, and gives him sort of a smirk and kind of a half bow. Because that's how they act with each other.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Once you know the characters, it makes sense that you could judge what they do.
And if they disagree, they're more than free, and have done so, be like, I'll be a bit more reserved. And I'm like, okay, and I'll describe the scene differently.
Yeah.
But if I am saying like, you who described in your backstory that you hate goblins because they killed and ate your sister, you see a goblin and you are reminded of your sister's past, and like you feel your heart rate like start to quicken just a little bit as adrenaline starts to kick in. If someone was like, that's out of character chatter, stop it. I'd look at them and I'd let it go.
Yep.
And if they did it again, I would say, hey, you know what? Just trying to describe a scene. How would you react? And if they're still repeatedly doing this, I would just go, hey, you know what, bud? If you don't really like to gel with the party dynamics of how this is going and me setting a scene, you're welcome to run your own game, wherein
right.
you are limited in what you can say to your players.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and you can get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's just I don't understand. I'm gonna have to piss soon. Oh my god.
No, you leave that 2-liter sun-kissed.
Yeah, you brought that here. Guess what?
That's staying here.
Exactly, dude.
No, I bought it. And then just hit them with the out of character chatter, and then bring the 2-liter closer to you.
Can you guys do me a favor? Don't do the fucking out of character chatter during the fucking campaign.
Oh, yeah.
Please don't, because I will fucking destroy you.
Well, I will say that I'll probably forget about it by tomorrow, but
I know you're gonna fucking remember, Aiden.
I would expect you to know that it is done in jest.
Oh, I know. Oh God.
Anyway,
because it's gonna happen. It may not be this Thursday.
It'll
but it'll happen.
It's coming, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Yeah.
Fucking God.
2 for flinching.
See, here's the thing now. It's now the video is less about at least for me, his problem is now less that he doesn't like Fate, and more that just he's socially inept in
I just
gaming.
I don't understand. Yeah, it's
like that is
common courtesy. I don't get that.
Like I would never do that. I've never even heard of anybody doing that. Have you ever heard of someone? Like, I can understand.
Yeah.
I can understand disagreeing with a GM. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like if you do something and your character and your GM is like, your alignment's probably going to change because of this. And then the player can absolutely be like, well, I did it because of this and this and this. And I think that because of my alignment, it's not super out of character for me to do that.
Yep.
You know, and it's like, people are multifaceted. I'm not going to do it again. It's just kind of a thing in the moment. It's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. You know, I can totally understand disagreeing and talking with your DM about something, but to flat out say, stop talking.
Yeah. There's a disagreement. There's a difference between disagreements and then demands.
Yeah.
Demandments
one.
Oh my fuck!
It's so fucking stupid. I'm ready. Give me more. Give me more.
In character only. And second of all, don't tell me how to roleplay my character.
There it is. There it is.
Well, clearly you can't.
I
because you're the one that put that fucking. You know.
Yeah. You're the one who put vengeful there and decided to not use it.
I would love to see how this motherfucker would react to me driving him insane in Call of Cthulhu and then changing his sheet.
Like,
oh my god,
he would hate it.
He would piss himself.
The worst part is he is saying this as if this is something that only like you don't have any right to do. Whereas when I read it, hey, guess what? Anyone can invoke these things.
Yep.
Anyone with a fate point, they can do it to invoke these things. And guess what? If you don't want to have it done, well then, 1, it shouldn't be there. And 2, maybe, I don't know, spend your fucking fate point. Like, learn the fucking game.
If you want to have a character that you can't have like roleplayed against you, I guess, even though that's not really something that you can quantify.
No, that's not really something that works.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, he's just don't put that shit on your sheet. And then just make yourself a bland ass character with no personality.
Right. That is totally an option that you can do in Fate.
Play a fucking Saltine.
Yeah.
And then just watch the game happen because you're clearly not interested in roleplay.
Be the Mary Sue that everyone wants you to be, obviously.
Yeah. If you are so interested in watching the game happen and instead of, playing a role-playing game, then just watch the game happen as a sentient Saltine that's vengeful.
Not to mention,
can't be vengeful.
I would also excuse me. I would also love to see his reaction to danger points in 7C.
Yeah, that's
another thing.
Actually, I was mentioning selling dice to Alejo earlier.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Sounds
Brogan's scared of it.
Good.
Now, I needed to explain something to him that I didn't misspeak, but something went over his head, and I forgot to mention it.
Mm-hmm.
But
all right, let's try to push through. Here we go.
Play my character. You don't worry about that. You worry about your characters.
Fuck off. Just fuck off.
So that's one thing is the GM can invoke things on you, which is out of character, so it breaks your immersion. So
well, he even says it out loud. The GM can do this. And it breaks character, and it's no, you fuck. Like
the GM can give you motive to act according to the way that you write your character.
I'm just so happy that the dislike bar is so.
Oh
correct.
Yeah, no, I'm glad there are people that are disliking. Yeah, absolutely, it is.
Yeah,
it's entirely correct because he's making points that make no sense.
Yeah, and he's coming off as a player that I wouldn't want at my table.
Exactly,
just flat out.
Like,
like if I knew this guy and I knew he played RPGs, and then I saw this, I'd be like, yeah, no.
Yeah, he apparently gets into this argument so much that he had to make this video so he could show it to people. And dude, it is not gonna help you whatsoever. This was made 4 years ago or so. Like, I hope it didn't help you at all. Like, no.
This bar clearly.
I hope that it helped you learn how fucking stupid these points are. I hope people came to you, gave you a list of how they countered every point, and then went, what are you trying to what do you mean, dude?
And then he replied with, that's out of game chatter stuff.
Yeah, right? Like,
he's out of character.
You see, here's the thing, though.
Oh my god.
Why are you so far away, my man?
Sorry.
I miss you.
He is... miss you too, baby. So... Wow, that was visceral.
Actually, that was like one of the smallest ones. I could have gone
true. Yeah, it's true.
Like, ugh. It was basically just a.
It was just the pure fucked up honesty behind it.
Anyway,
he strikes me as the kind of person that would say, "Well, I've shown this to a lot of people,
Oh my
who are
God.
all disagreeing with me. And whenever you see something that you don't like on the internet, you downvote it.
Yep.
So that's why my video is so disliked, is because the viewer
People don't
base
like
of the
my
people who
truth.
see it are the people who are already disagreeing with me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And they
exactly.
downvote it without watching it.
Yeah.
Here's-
Oh my God.
Here's the other thing. The thing
Sorry,
that he
dude.
just said right here.
Watched it all.
Oh, what the fuck did he just
No,
say?
you can't see a screen cap of the analytics.
Right? Yeah.
Hang on, let me see.
Yeah.
So he's out of character.
Oh, yeah,
would
that's
you
it.
even
So he's
GM?
talking about the GM. He's talking about the GM invoking his shit, and he's like, "Oh, that's out of character."
Yep.
That is so.
Bizarre.
It's not that. Well, to me,
Yeah.
it is bizarre. But it really comes across like I'm blameless. That's his fault. I didn't do anything wrong. That's him.
You
know,
it's just,
it just.
I don't know. I honestly don't
Ugh.
understand the logic behind this is the one who runs the world that is out of character. I don't
Yeah, like,
I don't
He
understand
doesn't
that.
have a character.
Exactly. Like he has every character.
Yeah,
He has them all. He has the world's character. He has the physics of the world's character. He has
Not to
the
mention-
universe at his disposal.
Hey,
Yeah, and
hey, Boo.
Aha.
Challenge mode. Next time we play Devils and Dice, I want you to go the entire session without saying anything out of character to establish the scene. I want you to communicate only via NPC voices.
Yeah. Oh my God. That
Okay.
it's
No
no.
balls. You won't.
You realize.
Yeah, no, I won't.
You realize that he's just hoping that a narrator comes in who just says everything that's going on. Like, he hopes for the DMPC that's there telling you, what a beautiful waterfall this is coming down from the mountain tops in the middle of the forest that we are currently in because we walked all the way here. It's like,
Last week.
for about 2 days, and I'm feeling quite tired, and I know you are. Well, I don't know that you are. Are you feeling
you?
tired?
I mean, we just fought some of those trolls back there, and one of you lost an arm.
It's like,
By the way, how does that feel? Please describe it to me. Would we like to take a short rest?
exactly. He just wants this fucking guy to tell you everything in character so that you just don't break the quote-unquote immersion. I've gotta tell you, bud, the narrator, he breaks my fucking immersion.
He's the guy that tells Morgan Freeman to shut up and stop narrating so that we can get to the
Penguins dialogue.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
penguins. I just want to watch the penguins frolic, dude. Shut the fuck up. Oh.
When you guys are in the forest, I'll make sure to have a fucking sentient butterfly come along.
Thank you. That's
Okay.
that's what I need.
I need my seeing eye butterfly.
Yeah.
And also, I find it tremendously annoying that anyone would try to tell me how to play my character.
Fuck off.
So I mean, that's one thing.
Well, you're
one
clearly
rule
incapable.
aspect which backs up my claim here.
What? It backs up your claim? What do you mean it backs up your fucking claim? What? What is this? This is backed up that you're an idiot. This is
Okay, so wait a
backed
minute,
up.
hang on.
Oh my
I have
God.
to ask
I have
because
to pee.
that
I
was a
have to
great.
pee. I'll be right back. I just have
Oh
to.
shit! I need to ask him. Fuck. Have you
Dude.
guys seen the video?
Oh no, we're ahead of where we were before.
Okay. Oh, you restarted the video when you were only a minute in. Got it.
Yeah, we were like at just about like I think a minute 42 or something.
Okay, because I was wondering, because like when you said that, I was like, man, that was a very. You guys are responding to this as if you haven't seen it yet. I was like, are you guys just acting for my sake or what?
No,
Well, now I feel less special. Thanks.
dude. So normally when I get to the point where I'm done with the video, I start taking snipes.
Yes.
And I usually get to a point in my snipes where I'm like, hey, you know what? I'll make the snipe and then I'll take it back because I'm like, you know what, that I don't really mean that. It's more just like an angry
Yeah. No, I know.
comeback. When he said like, oh, it annoys me that people would try to roleplay my character for me, and I'm like, yeah, well, you're clearly incapable. I said
Yeah.
that, and I feel no regret for saying it, and I still don't.
Oh my god, he's a fucking buffoon. I don't
I can make
understand.
up words too, you know.
Thank you for that. Very much appreciate that. I just, it's okay. Let me go over his what he has said that has given him such a boisterous point that has reinforced it. He doesn't like it, so it's bad. It's not roleplay because I don't like it.
Yeah. It's Jesus Christ.
I understand. It's your opinion that you don't like it. Great, good. I don't fucking care how you feel right now. It doesn't mean that the game is not an RPG. That does not equate to because I do not like it, it is not an RPG. That is not how this works.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
A game that he's in isn't an RPG because you're not role-playing.
Right, yeah.
I can say that I don't like Dark Souls or Bloodborne, but that doesn't make it a bad game.
Exactly. Like
I
anything.
just don't like it.
I don't
because I'm bad at it.
I
shit at it.
Vastly prefer.
I'm really good at Monster Hunter, but
I vastly prefer nectarines to peaches, but that doesn't mean peaches are bad.
Fuck yeah, man! God, now I want peaches. Fuck.
Hold on. I gotta hear it again.
Go for it, please. God.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to play.
Oh, hang on.
There we go.
There you go.
Also, I find it tremendously annoying that anyone would try to tell me how to play my character.
Again, that's because you're incapable.
That's one thing, one rule aspect which backs up my claim here.
Just again, it's a rule thing that backs up my claim that this is not an RPG. I don't understand.
So it's a rule that forces you that the GM can basically enforce roleplay.
It forces you to roleplay. It makes it not an RPG.
You know, here's the thing. When I was telling Brogan about 7th Sea,
sure, yes,
I was telling him about danger points and hero points and the abilities that you can spend them on.
Sure.
First off, he was very apprehensive and confused by danger points because I explained the things that I can do with danger points. Mm-hmm. I can increase die rolls, I can make it harder for you guys to roll successes, and I can kill you.
Sure.
I literally cannot kill a character without using a danger point unless something happens.
Sure. I imagine that this is because the only way for it to be a lethal blow is if you were to use a danger point, and you would do so if it was a character that was trying to kill us because it hated us.
Yes, pretty much. So basically, in 7th Sea, you have a total of 20 wounds, and every 5 wounds you take a dramatic wound.
Gotcha. Okay.
Once you take your final dramatic wound, you are rendered helpless.
Gotcha.
And so you're incapacitated. You might be unconscious. You might be conscious and just like unable to move or something.
Sure.
And then what I have to do is I have to announce that I am going to kill this character.
Sure.
And I have to spend all of my successes and a danger point in order to attempt to do that. If another character has a hero point, they can spend that hero point to save that other character.
Fantastic. Good.
They dive over and they fucking like roll them out of the way of like the cannon blast or whatever. Which actually, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, it makes entire sense to me.
So here's the thing. He was terrified of the fact that, if you can't kill me without danger points, why would I ever sell dice? Why would I ever give you danger points?
Sure.
And because you can get hero points. And I'm like, if you have hero points, you can do some really, really cool abilities. Like, oh, okay. And I tell him about the skill, Got It.
Mm-hmm.
And the skill, Got It, is the one where you spend a hero point and you instantly pick a lock, crack a safe, or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh my god, I hate how I can just do that instantly.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed to me that he was thinking of it purely as a mechanical standpoint instead of a roleplay standpoint. Because, unfortunately, I usually have my best arguments after the fact, as most people tend to do.
Yeah, in the shower and shit. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. where I was like, well, okay, if you have got it, why does your character have that?
Mhm.
Was he a prisoner and he was like forced to break out of like a prison island and sail away on another ship, and the only way he was able to do it was to like master this ability to lockpick, and he has this special lockpick that he like hammers into the thing and it breaks open the lock, or it does something to the lock.
Mhm.
Maybe he has like a magical like ghostly key that he can only use from time to time, and it like always opens anything, and since it's magic it can also work on safes.
Sure, yeah.
Maybe, who knows what it is? That's for you to tell to me.
Moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You make that your roleplay opportunity. Just because you have an ability that tells you that you do this doesn't mean that you just say you activate it, click done.
Yeah,
you gotta still illustrate it.
Like
you still have to roleplay it.
I can understand the hesitancy, and I personally, my Wednesday games, there is this thing that my DM does that is an ace card.
Okay.
And the ace card is just, you can have a success, basically. It gives you that ability, right? And
I've heard of that before, where some groups will have a D20 sitting in the middle of the table, like a gold D20 that's just on 20. Yep. Here you go. Anybody can use this. Like for the players, here's a crit. You can use one
exactly
for the for the session.
So she has this implemented, and I personally would never use it, right? Because I like the idea of, in D&D specifically, you already get advantage and stuff like that. I have many ways that I could potentially make myself able to do something very well, and the only time I suppose where I would take that ace card, which I've now realized that I could have used to save Yulon. Oh well. But again, it's one of those things where I don't think about it because it's a foreign thing to me for D&D specifically, because it's I feel like it's more of a challenge to overcome things on your own merit and not just have something there. And so I can understand the idea of, in that system as well, where you have that ability to do stuff, but I wouldn't be using it all the time, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Personally.
Not to, like, and that ability costs a hero point.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a resource that you spend.
Yeah,
and you can get back by selling the dice, right?
Yeah. So you can get it by failing, you can get it by selling dice, and you start out with just one. And the thing is, one of the important things to note, and I forgot to mention this to him. Well, actually, I think I did, but it just kind of went by the wayside. He forgot about it due to the fact that I can murder you with a danger point.
Sure.
He forgot that every single session, I start with danger points equal to the number of players. So every session, I always have 3. So it doesn't matter if you give me them. If I have a villain who's going to try to kill you, I have 3.
Yeah,
they give me those 3 every time.
Yeah, exactly.
So there is no reason for you to not give me these things, because I can already kill you.
Yeah, and then so you just, when selling dice, you get the more ability. Like, you get the chance to then save anyone. Like, because you get hero points for it. I would honestly see it as, there is very little chance that we will die from that, because we can just sell the dice and get hero points. Right?
Exactly.
So
well, here, wait, let me just do one more, sorry, because it is still building into one more thing. His thing with the fate points and him being like, oh, I hate that you can force me to roleplay and stuff, that I can do that too.
Yeah.
But you don't even need a point to do that.
Yep.
Any DM can just say, your character does this. Now, most people, and I would lump myself in with them, would say I wouldn't really like it if that happened, because I've actually had a situation like this where I've had a DM tell me that my character does this, even though it was something I didn't want to do. Yep. But here's the thing. I rolled with it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it depends on it, right?
Yeah. I trusted my DM and was like, okay, that's not what I would have done. I would have liked to say something else, but you know what? If that's what he wants to have happen, I'm okay with it, because he's the storyteller, he is the authority, he is the game master, the master of the game.
and my only counter to that is, as long as it's not something that is completely against everything of my character, right?
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I don't know what his thing is with, oh, don't tell me how to play my character. I hate that you can
Make me
tell
play my
me how
character.
to play my character or tell me that my character does something, because all systems can do that. It's not just
Yeah.
Fate.
I don't. Yeah, like you can look at a background or anything and go, "Hey, you now see this goblin, and you remember like the example was put the goblin that ate your sister.
Mhm.
Like, what would you do in that situation?" Right?
See,
I would never, as a DM, have the gall to have the character act and say like you find yourself drawing your sword or anything like that.
unless they
would-
were like
I would-
possessed or something, or
Yes,
something,
exactly. And
There's gotta
something
be
else.
some
and
kind of
in which
circumstance.
case they get a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
But I would never be like, oh, you charge the goblin on sight and kill it. But I would never do that. But I would allow, I as a DM, retain, sorry, was it retain the rights, keep the rights. What's it called? Like in EULAs when it's reserve the right. There we
Yeah,
go.
you reserve the right.
I, as a DM, reserve the right to your parasympathetic nervous system.
Mm.
I reserve the right to make your adrenaline flow on tap if I wish.
It's fair. I like.
Um,
Go on. Sorry.
yeah. So if they saw the goblin or a goblin that reminded them of the goblin that ate their sister, they would absolutely start having a fight or flight reflex
Mhm.
and do with that as they wish. But ultimately, the actions that they choose to take in the scene are up to them.
Absolutely.
So, two things. One, every time we're describing this goblin eating this guy's sister,
Mhm.
I just imagine the goblin in like a fancy suit with a little
Fork and
fucking
knife.
bib, fork and a knife,
Mhm.
sitting at a table where his sister is
Like
like the classic
Oh.
pig thing with the apple in its mouth.
No, I was thinking more of a lobster where he cracks the thing off and.
Ooh!
I was thinking that one myself.
Hell
Oh,
yeah!
okay.
I was seeing him like suture open sternum to
Yep.
navel
Yeah.
and then like crack open the rib cage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just imagining like a fancy banquet.
It's fair.
Second of all,
Got
I need
the little hats on the turkey leg feet.
yeah,
Yep. Okay. Yep.
like Looney Tunes. Hell yeah. I will be right back. I need to use the restroom, but the way this video is going, I imagine you'll probably only get another 15 seconds in about
Yeah,
an
it's
hour.
fair.
So
We'll
I'll
just
be back.
continue to. Yeah.
So go ahead and
Yep.
then let me know if anything insane, even more insane happens.
I would love
So-
to. Yeah.
This is actually a perfect time for me to mention the point that I had.
Okay.
I took the liberty of looking at this guy's YouTube channel
Oh no.
and looking at other videos and the likes and dislikes on most of them, and this is by far the highest response one that I have seen.
Oh.
Most of them have the highest I've seen for response. Second to this was a video in which he had gender roles in RPGs, and that had 8 likes and 3 dislikes.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to this one with like 600 total.
Yeah.
Um,
You can tell what people care about when people find
but
it.
but this video was published 4 years ago.
4 years. Okay.
I have a video from 3 years ago. Because he talks about he has a whole series called Problem GM,
No.
and this one is titled Interrupter.
Oh God. Maybe we'll look at it another time, man.
He
Oh.
has another one from 3 years ago that he published the month after the Interrupter one, which is role-playing games versus storytelling games.
The RPG pundit video. No. No. Oh no. Oh God.
I can only assume, given that he published this video a full year, or sorry,
Yeah.
a year and 2 months after the one that we're currently watching,
Yeah.
that
The
he's going
backlash.
to mention the
Yeah.
backlash.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm kind of excited for it, honestly. But at this point, I just want to finish this video.
Oh yeah, no, I am not
No,
saying
no,
that
no,
we
of
watch
course.
it tonight.
Second thing is that in the use of fate points, you as a player can do things with your fate points your character cannot do. So you can be running down a hall. There's someone chasing you. You say, I spend a fate point so that I run past a weapons locker. So that's out of character. So it requires you to think out of character and be out of character.
Oh my god. Okay, so
we have literally discussed with
Aspects.
Tabletop Talk
yeah,
that it has to be based on an aspect.
literally,
and-
like, quite. Did
and-
you? Oh my god.
And it is used for a failure that you really want to make a success.
Exactly. It is not once like, and we even argued this point of, or at least I did, of not taking, no, you also were into this, not taking into account the character's traits at all before the roll. And then after the roll kind of needing to do this. And we didn't like that, but that is how it works. It's not you just do it now. Like, I assume he means the same thing of, like, you can do it after, but still, like, the way that you've presented it is, I don't have any faith, first off. And second off, I just, like, I don't know what the fuck, like, did you read this fucking rulebook ever?
Granted, you can declare a story detail, as has been established.
You can, absolutely.
Which is, like I mentioned, with you declare that it's raining.
That's true. That is true.
So
I suppose
you could spawn in, I guess.
But that's the thing, right? Where the point was made from
materializing versus
yes, exactly. Whereas you, instead of saying it's there, you go, and as you keep running, you find yourself running down another hallway and find a weapons locker as you pass by. Like, it's not hard to make it in character, first off, and second off, just because you're taking a second to go, what would be really useful right now for us is a weapons locker.
Also, he's really taking a bizarre time to say, well, that's not in character, for a weapons locker appearing during a chase versus his vengeful character not wanting vengeance.
Exactly.
What a weird time to take a stand.
He even fucking pushed the point where the GM just does this, and he doesn't even mention, and I don't know if this is through ignorance or because of malicious intent, but because he does not even mention the fact that you can deny this via a fate point. You can deny the compulsion. It is literally in the book.
He seems the sort of dude that has trouble not being the GM.
Control freak, yeah, to such a degree.
And I'm going to back this up with a few points.
Okay.
The first of which is him having demandments. Which is, it is now occurring to me that I have seen more than a few Karens in my life who like to take their little idiosyncratic notions and try to make them cutesy. Secondly, the fact that he is trying to control DM and player behavior.
Yup.
When he is just another player. Thirdly, the fact that he takes such an issue. He has qualms about a DM telling his character how to roleplay. And then also takes into account the fact that it's like, oh well, I can materialize this happening. And, like, granted, he does not like that the weapons locker can materialize.
That's fair enough.
The fact that his mind immediately leaps to, I'm taking control of this world,
which
tells me he is not the type of guy to relinquish control and will seek it wherever he can.
if he was DMing a Fate game
in TTRPGs, don't know anything about this guy's life in general,
right,
but
of course,
in general, just from what I
From our
have
purview.
seen of 5 minutes of a video,
it's very telling.
It's not a good elevator pitch.
Not a great first impression, my man. So I again, like I was gonna say, if he was DMing a Fate game, what is that like? Right? Like, what the fuck? You don't use the Fate points, I assume.
Sure hope you like texting each other under the table.
Yeah, I assume, right, that no one like what is it a game at that point, or are you just telling a story together? And even then, how are you staying in character? How are you saying like the settings and stuff? Like we were joking about it, but like quite literally, do you just have somebody tell you the entire scene in character? Like the monsters are rushing up on you and they're just taking this time to do a soliloquy about the entirety of the fucking city. Like what is going on? I don't understand how you play this game. You as a player or as a DM in this headspace, how do you play the game?
Mm-hmm. So speaking of soliloquies, actually, I was going to I was about ready to bow out so that I could head to the bathroom so that Boo could go, or I was about to bow out and go to the bathroom, and then Boo declared he was gonna go. I didn't want to leave you alone, so I figured I'd wait until Boo got back. However, Boo, being Boo, is taking a real fucking long time, so I'm going to go to the bathroom.
That's fine.
So either have an intermission,
That's
or yeah, because I'm gonna go.
Go on.
So,
well, welcome back, I suppose.
Welcome back.
Boo is still not back, but we shall continue without him. Go on, please.
In the time of the intermission, while I was on the toilet, I decided to take a more, I guess, measured response to the video as a whole that we've seen up to this point. And to consider if I mean all the negative things I've said, because I'd imagine it's fairly obvious by now. I'm the one who tries to play more devil's advocate, and I try to not be a negative person when regarding people's content in general.
Sure.
Sounds like Boo's coming back. I hear his door.
He is.
Boo, get over here. Boo, get over here.
Hello.
Welcome
back.
So, I'll start over my point again.
Sorry.
Should we just end the intermission now?
For
editing and cleanliness purposes?
It doesn't really matter.
Anyway. So I was on the at the bathroom as well, Boo. And I decided to take a more measured response to the video and what we've seen as a whole. And to sort of like rerun over what I've seen and heard and gauge whether or not my response was appropriate.
Yes.
I try to not be a negative person, and in fact, I do try to play devil's advocate when watching content that we don't necessarily agree with, because at the end of the day, it is someone's content, and they probably, hopefully, put their heart into it and mean what they say. And I don't believe opinions should just be crassly ignored without backup. So,
You're right there.
So,
no, look at this. Sorry, I just started surfing YouTube and that.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it's in the group chat. Yeah. Oh, that's whatever.
It's Meat Canyon.
Of course it is.
Okay.
I recognize the style immediately.
Yeah, it's like, ugh. Anyway, go on.
So, I then paused to consider what we've seen in the video so far. And that is someone who does not see Fate as an RPG, who does not role play his characters, and who tells the DM to shut up. What's the point he's on right now?
The fact that he's already proven his point because of all the rules, and that,
Right.
oh,
yes,
sorry,
that
and
the
no, and that you can
rules-
materialize things via fate
Yes.
points.
Yes. That the rules back him up.
Mhm.
That it is not a role-playing game, but rather a storytelling game, as
Mhm.
if the two were separate.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to tell you here, as well as our audience, that now with a clear and level head, I regret nothing I have said.
I figured. All right, let's
Yeah.
go.
For one thing, which is already immersion breaking, but it also means you have to speak out of character to invoke it, which I find somewhat annoying. And it's something
We
your
already went
character
over this.
cannot do. It's not a
Text
decision
the
made
DM.
from his mind, but from behind his eyes. He's not running down the hall and saying, "I create a weapons locker." You know, that's it's out of.
What if your character can do that?
What if your character has the ability to manifest shit?
In which case, why would he have to spend a fate point for it?
Yeah,
I mean, you're still.
Actually,
you,
wait,
you would be
no,
doing
fate
it for the
points are his
aspect.
mana.
You would do
Fate
it for
points
the
are his
aspect.
mana.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's still perfectly feasible. You have to use the fate point to invoke an aspect, so why not?
Yep.
So, I just food for thought.
Yeah.
Character. The rules say you have to do these things out of character, so you have to be constantly thinking out of character, thinking as a narrator.
I can't. This argument of because it's in the rules, you're thinking out of character. Like, fuck off, dude.
Yeah, like, what is this rhetoric? Where
Why would okay? So the fact that the game has rules means that it's a game, so I cannot be in character. Like that's the escalation here.
Yeah.
I don't understand why you would look at a game and think, instead of thinking I can immerse myself into this world via these rule sets in order to use the mechanics to create a story with my friends. Why would you instead go, because this game has rules, I cannot fully immerse myself because why would I need to think out of character in order to use those rules?
Okay, here's one of the things where I will play devil's advocate for him.
Sure.
Okay.
This is an example wherein he is saying that the game system has rules that encourage a playstyle that is not 100% rooted in your character.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are burdened with the egregious task of thinking creatively
Yeah.
as a narrator, and thinking to yourself, you know what? My character is going to think, because you are burdened with the task of thinking it would be real good for my character to find a weapons locker, versus, I don't know, your character thinking to yourself, boy, it'd be great if I found a weapons locker.
Mm-hmm.
You are forced to exit your character momentarily so that you can pay the DM a fate point.
So
Yeah.
counter to that.
And that is egregious.
So counter to that, then don't fucking do it. Use every skill that you have as your character in order to manifest whatever your character would do. If you have an aspect that is better in the situation and more in character, quote unquote, use that aspect with the fate point instead. Don't use the I manifest something into the world as he sees it, right?
Yeah.
Like that. It is completely up to you whether or not you use this.
But you can do it though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because you can do it, that means it's bad. Fuck off.
Yeah, I hate so many. Well, okay, I don't know about so many, but a few people we've watched videos from, they seem to get so hung up on, if I can't be 100% immersed in my character and the world 100% of the time, it's a bad game. I don't understand that rhetoric.
I don't,
because if you guys were like that all game, I wouldn't be able to make shitty jokes every now and then.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like
I wouldn't be able to be like he reaches in there and he's like looking around, you know, and I always do that thing where it's like, you know how you kind of like looking away from what you're doing and you're kind of just like, stop, that's out of character chatter.
I can't understand how he can look at a game and then say I'm immersed. Like, this is just the point that I'm at, where I don't understand how he can look at this and not just think this is just a rule set.
Like, as I mentioned earlier, it's like it's the difference of what was it? The utter horribleness of being reminded he is not Elfarion, the elven knight who is currently groping the high elf queen's breasts.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, put me back.
Like, if you want that shit, then I got an SCP story for you, because there's an SCP that is literally, it is a book where you
SCP?
SCP.
Oh, SCP. Okay.
SCP. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sierra
apologize.
Charlie.
Sierra Charlie.
P. Mike November Oscar Papa.
Yes, Papa. There you go. Yes, it is Secure, Contain, Protect. For those of you who do not know, it is a fantastic little community that does little horror kind of things, and some non-horror-ish stuff. And there is one that is a non-horror-ish thing that is a book in which there is a sentient living mage man who, after you look at the book and read the book, he visits you in your dreams, and you go through an epic adventure. You go through a fucking quest, and
that's awesome.
It's fucking awesome, and it's real. It is so real. You have the memories, you have everything about it, and it's like it's just a night. You go through it all in a night.
So basically, time stops and you lucid dream.
Yes, except for up to years.
Oh,
but no years go by, really. It's just maybe a couple of. It's maybe a couple of days for this one guy who goes in, who has, I think, like 200 years, and then he kills himself because he can't go back to being in real life. Yeah, dude, it's a great little thing.
I actually did have a dream once that lasted, I think it was like 3 or 4 years. And
hell yeah, there you go.
And I was disoriented for like a good 4 or 5 hours because I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. No, it's like, if you want that shit, then go for that. Or, hey, if you want to actually be fully immersed, just go live. Just go be outside. Like, there's no way you can be immersed in this mindset. I don't understand. If I'm thinking about how my skills work in D&D, if I have to think about rolling dice, then I'm out, I guess. Like,
yeah. The second you roll dice, you're out.
Why can't I just stab good?
Exactly. Yeah. Like the moment where anything comes into question, even if you're telling the story with people, the moment that anything comes into question.
A long sword is statistically the same as a hand and a half sword.
It's,
what do you mean studded leather armor wasn't the norm and brigandine actually was?
Yeah, exactly.
If you have this mindset about RPGs, really in general, just lay in your bed and pretend.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll be more immersed. Because clearly that's the only thing that matters to you is immersion.
Because if you want to do a storytelling game with your friends, you're going to disagree, and you're going to get out. Like, you play with yourself, dude. Go play with yourself. Go! Play with yourself. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to see you doing it. I just want you to go and enjoy yourself somewhere else. I want you to go have fun. Go have fun.
I don't know where this analogy is going, but I'm pretty sure I know, and I'm pretty sure I don't like it.
Pretty sure?
As soon as you said "go have fun" with the context of our friend group, I was like,
Yeah. I just no, but like legitimately, if you can't, just go play something by yourself and just. Tell yourself a story, dude. Like, give yourself a bedtime story and go to sleep. I don't care. Have fun.
It's very questionable, eh?
Yeah. A little bit.
What about it? What about it is questionable?
Everything.
Everything.
Right. Fucking degen.
Your dog was being a degen the other day.
Out of character, thinking as a narrator, and that's pretty much like my whole argument. Is the rules say he can tell me how to roleplay, which means he's speaking out of character. That's 2 strikes, and the rules also say
Like,
Okay, all
Like,
right. I'm back to
again,
Pokemon.
you could easily look at the rules and say, "Oh, but I can then say no because I spend a fate point." Like,
Yeah, but then he has to speak out of character, so that's
yeah,
3
but then that's
strikes.
only 1 strike. Okay, like,
I know. He has to respond out of character. That makes it a whole other strike.
oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
That
Oh my
I
God.
can do things out of character, which is, let's say it's only 1 more strike and you already got 3 strikes, and I'm out of.
Oh my God.
I just can't.
You know what I'm so pissed off about right now?
Understand.
His lack of interior design.
Well, that. But he's counting 3 the same way that I've been using a hand sign lately.
Yeah,
Oh,
to use
no.
the pinky.
I'm so
Dude,
sorry.
Every
Yeah, it's
person
like
I've ever known to
pointer,
count it
middle,
that way,
and
and
I
pinky.
don't do that. That's
Yeah.
very strange.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Dude,
Because
every
I
single
can't
person-
like I didn't think it was like something no one had ever done before, but I was using it as like a hand sign
Sure.
where
The
like
shocker?
huh?
Shocker?
The shocker, yes.
Oh
Shocker?
no,
You're
no.
using that as a hand sign?
Well,
That's
well,
sexual
here's the thing,
harassment, my guy. Don't do
it's
that.
it's not where you hold like your middle finger and your pointer finger together to do like the 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink thing. It's not that. It's where you spread the
Oh yeah, so it's all more equidistant. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I
So it's
understand.
much more like you're counting 3, except with just the weird fingers. You know?
I would agree with you, except for the fact that if you splay out your finger and ring finger, you can also make them equidistant.
It's true, but I just have less control over my ring finger than my middle
I
finger.
know.
So.
I know literally every single person in my life who I've ever met who has unironically done that has been an asshole.
Well, I mean,
Boo included.
yeah, no, it's true. And so I don't do it anymore. I have a different hand sign that works better.
Yeah.
I did it for like a month, and then I was like, "This is unnatural," and then I stopped.
I've
Now
never
what I do
considered
to
it.
be an asshole with counting on my fingers is I count in binary.
Nice.
Yeah, I do the German one apparently, or the European one, where it is thumb, pointer, and middle.
Oh,
for
okay.
3 instead of like
neat.
Pointer, middle, ring.
Yeah, I do pointer, middle, ring usually.
I'll do thumb, pointer, middle if I'm referring to like pointing to someone like for over a long distance, and I really want to make sure that they see 3.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can see how invested we are.
Or what I'll do is if I find someone I don't really like, I'll count to 4 in binary and I'll show them that.
Oh, nice.
Interesting in Fate. So that's my argument.
Bad
That's
one.
why I don't consider it a role-playing game.
You're
It's
wrong.
a storytelling game.
You're wrong.
You have to be out of character.
It is both, actually.
And other people are encouraged to speak to you out of character. Both of those
oh my
things
god. That's the reason. That's it?
I just I
Are you kidding me?
Dude, do not place your tisms on a role-playing system and hold it accountable for
exactly right. Like
it's the same thing as when so for instance, if my parents know I'm going on like a road trip somewhere,
sure.
Something that ever since I've had a phone was text or call me when you get there.
Sure. Yeah.
And sometimes I forget.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll get a call. I was worried sick about you. And it's like that is your whole. It's like, well, you know how your mother is, and it's like, I know how my mother is, and so does she.
Mm-hmm.
She knows she's being irrational. She should not expect the world to cater to her. And then the answer to that I primarily got was "Shut up, you know how your mother is," and I was like, "Okay, yeah, that's how this is gonna go."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's how this conversation is ending.
This is not a discussion in which logic is welcome. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and here's
only
the thing:
feelings.
Only feelings.
This whole time, he's been making all these really, really stupid points, and we've been
Some
able
fun.
to dissect them or vivisect them, I guess, whichever one you prefer.
Yes.
Vivisect and then mock.
We've been dissecting all these points and proving how stupid they are, and then that's it. It's just, oh, you act out. You have to act out. The rules say act out of character. That means it's not a role playing game. That is one of the flimsiest
the rules say
that he's come up with.
It's the rules say you can. It's the rules say that you can. It's not that the rules say that you do. It's the rules say that you can.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, boo-hoo.
This is so weak. This is so flimsy. This is so nothing.
Exactly. This is just this whole argumentation is, I don't like it.
Well,
and that means it's not a role-playing game. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, no, it's not even just that. We've already established that he doesn't like it. Yeah. But your only criteria, the only major problem, the only thing that separates a role-playing game and a storytelling game is the fact that you can talk out of character. What is your role-playing session like?
And that you are encouraged to think of things that your character would not know about.
Yeah,
and cause them to happen. I do see his point where you do think of the game session more narratively if you choose to play in that manner.
Exactly. That's the thing. If you do so, then you do. Yes, amazing. Wow, fantastic. If you do the thing will happen.
It's just so strange to me. Like, what are your role-playing sessions like? Is everybody just a fucking zombie?
I have no idea.
Where there's no joking. There's no talking. You show up. It's fucking game. It's fucking...
You're not allowed to eat Cheez-Its because they're not time appropriate.
Yeah. They're not period appropriate. And it's out of character. Your character doesn't know what a Cheeto is. And thus, you can't eat that. It doesn't exist in the game.
Don't you dare lick that Cheeto dust off your fingers.
Your character would never do that.
Yeah, like what the hell? What in the fuck?
I honestly, I do, like I was saying this before, I don't understand how you can play a fucking any RPG with this mindset.
Like, this is weird.
It's because we are smooth brain.
Oh, right, that's true. That's fair. You know what? Yes. I am. And I'm ready for him to tell me how to be more wrinkly.
Yes.
Role-playing games. They're not role-playing concepts. The actual role-playing is when you're in character. There was one other argument I'll mention because it's come up several times.
Thank you.
Good.
Me, or told me, oh, well, whenever you roll the dice, that's metagaming. You're out of character anyway.
Yeah.
Which is true to some degree.
No, it's true to every degree.
Two kinds of metagaming. There's the metagaming where you're able to think in character, and then one where you're able to think where you have to think out of character.
What?
So let me explain that.
Okay.
Yeah, please explain that.
So the GM, he's describing the world. He's my eyes. That's a meta concept, but all the information, I'm getting it in a meta way. I'm getting it. My character's not getting it in that way.
What? No. What? I don't know about you, but when people describe things, they say you see.
Yeah, what are you on about?
I suppose you could say because you're not physically experiencing seeing the world that it's meta, but that is just splitting hairs, dude.
This guy is gonna fucking flip when dive MMORPGs are a thing.
Exactly, dude. He's gonna isekai himself so hard.
Dude, this is the face of Kirito.
Oh,
wait. A dive MMO? What is that?
Any Sword Art Online and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that.
Body VR.
Yeah. Okay.
Like he's gonna fucking love it.
Yeah, no, he's gonna fall off the face of the earth.
Yup.
This is Kirito right here.
Yep.
It is. It really fucking is.
Gonna find himself an Asuna, and they're gonna have a little VR
baby.
A little VR baby gremlin that is the AI that hacks the game for him.
Oh,
and then
my
it
God.
turns out that
but
his
how would
beloved Asuna is someone just like him.
the
Yeah,
fucking it's gonna
he
be
will find-
another guy.
Dude,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it'll be another guy, and then because of that, he'll say that they broke his immersion.
And like,
Yeah.
hey, if he's into guys, cool. I hope it
Yeah.
works out.
Oh yeah, no,
absolutely.
by all means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to go for the SAO analogy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. You go in.
I can. In reality, though, I cannot criticize. 'Cause
No.
if full VR dive MMOs were a thing, I would 100%.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it'd be
I
fucking
would
cool.
make a Nightblade edgelord who can summon mechs.
Oh
Jesus
God.
And
Christ.
that would be me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. But
I would throw away my humanity, Jojo.
I was quite literally, and I have I was quite literally, and I have been playing through .hack.gu, and I'm currently in volume 2, and some isekai stuff has happened, and like everybody really cares about the world and shit, and I'm like, yeah, cool, like,
Yeah.
but this guy is so, like, it's the only way that I can see him ever enjoying these kinds of things, because sure, he's now qualifying that he's okay with some meta stuff, and I'm like, great, you kind of have to be to enjoy the game.
Yeah.
You are doing the bare minimum of the fucking game in order to enjoy it. I don't understand how...
No, we've lost Alejo.
I
Oh, he's
almost
back.
fucking fell on the floor, dude. I'm so sick of this.
Yep.
All right, let's power through it.
My
Yeah.
2 a.m.
reaction can still be in character, right? My reaction is based entirely on that character.
Sure.
How the information's coming in is meta. How he reacts, that's the important part, and that's in character. You can roleplay through that.
Uh-huh.
Fair.
And when I roll a dice for his attack roll, that's me. That's meta. But I'm reacting in character. Right? So I never
Okay.
have to break character. I never have to think.
What
in
about
a
when you
way
count
other
the
than what my
numbers?
characters-
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how did you get a better number? How did you do, like, you have been trained to be this fighter, right?
Yeah.
And how the fuck are you fucking up your training so bad when you get a nat 1?
Yeah,
How did you
right.
fuck that up?
And not only that too, but if you're thinking to yourself like, oh, as a rogue, I shall sneak behind and stab them in the butt cheek.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's in character. That's fine. But when you roll to hit and you are adding your 2-hit bonus,
Yeah.
and you get either excited or disappointed before the character says you hit, you're out of character.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
When
Like,
you are adding up the dice from your hit and you're saying, okay, 3 plus 6 is 9, plus another 6 is 15, plus dex bonus is like 19.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, some good damage. That's out of character.
yeah, that
Yep.
is super out of character. Like, the damage that you do, how the
At-
fuck do you quantify that?
At that point in time, just declare to the DM, I want to sneak up behind him and attack.
Yeah.
And have the DM roll for you to hit
No.
your damage.
No. The DM can't roll either. They have to just tell you how much damage they. No, they can't. They just say you do a wound. Like, they just say, you cause a nasty gash on their back. Amazing.
Mhm.
No, sorry, can't say amazing. Sorry, just say no. You can't even describe the scene. I'm sorry. The goblin.
They can't describe how they stab.
The goblin screams out in pain as he feels your knife through his back.
That's meta, though. How would I know what the goblin is thinking?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
You need to have the narrator come
Guys,
in.
Right.
I have this, okay?
Okay.
Him to the DM. I sneak up behind the goblin and I slash downward with my knife. The DM, like, sound of dice. Okay, you approach the goblin and slash downward, as you mentioned. Oh wait, no, fuck. That's
that's meta.
Okay. Uh,
That's what I said.
character's name approaches the goblin and slashes downward.
Still meta.
A thick wound appearing.
Mm.
Blood oozing out. Goblin screeches in pain.
Still meta because you've mentioned the character you've mentioned the name of the character.
Not to mention, you mentioned
mentioned
that the
that
goblin
it's-
screamed in pain. How do we know
Mhm.
that the goblin is in pain?
Maybe he loves it.
It can be contextually assumed. Secondly,
Okay.
it is fine to mention character name when describing an action that he himself has described his character doing, given that he also says that it is acceptable for the DM to describe surroundings.
It's still stretching that
if-
meta for when
Yeah.
it fits.
If he had not told the player,
Mhm.
if he had not told the DM how he attacks, then the DM saying you slash downward would be unacceptable because
Mhm.
that's out of context chatter.
See, this
And the DM describing how he attacks.
this is
But so long as the DM is describing exactly what he himself has mentioned as what his character does, then the DM is allowed to say the character's name.
so then what I would say for the easiest way is to get your narrator and you put them in the field and they are writing things down and saying out loud what they're writing while things are happening. So the character that is this narrator says character name, thrusts his sword down into the goblin.
Only if he is a 1920s-esque like baseball announcement type, like or a New York radio show.
Hell yeah!
Say, Johnny, that seems to be an awful slash that just opened on that mighty creature's back, eh?
Exactly. Like,
oh my god, I
they're
would love that.
narrating it the whole
well,
time.
you got it, Bobby, but he better watch out. That monster's got 6 other legs. Those are some fine games, if you get what I'm saying there, Jimmy. Oh, well, you know what I'm saying, Daryl. I'm saying that they better watch out and make sure that they aren't stepped on by those legs. Hey, Bobby.
Yeah, exactly.
I unironically love and hate that so much.
It would add something.
It really would.
That's your bard.
Thinking,
Yeah.
You know, if the GM says you see a goblin, I can react in character. If I hit or miss with my dice roll.
So if it's all about your reactions, whether or not they're in character or not, why can you not do it in Fate? Why can you not then
And
literally say, I do this in character because my character would do this? Why can't you do that?
And if it's something that you can choose in character, why is the DM telling you you feel the urge to attack them in issue? Because you can just spend the fate point and say, no, I don't.
Exactly. There's and apparently you are okay with the fact that you could do this in D&D, but guess what? You could do the same fucking thing that you have a problem with in D&D.
Yep.
Like, you could do the exact same fucking thing. I don't know what your issue is when it's just... Do you hate Fate? Is it just that you just don't like Fate that much?
Yeah.
Is that it?
I think that's pretty much what it is.
Like, because it's the only logical conclusion that I can come to is that he just does not like Fate at all, and he'd rather slander it so that he can make his point when he literally has done, apparently, not enough research to make his own points, like, to make his points even maliciously unable to be countered. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. I really don't get it. He didn't like it enough to read it. Sorry. He did not read it because he did not like it so much. And just because of that, he's just taken the barely... Like, he has less knowledge than I do, and I just learned 3 things about Fate.
Yeah.
3 to 4 things. Maybe 5. I don't remember now. But... but he has that much less knowledge, and it's not that much less.
Yeah. And
yet, I can still counter him after looking at the book for a grand total, I would say, maybe 3 to 4 minutes. No. I haven't read more than those few sentences. I haven't looked at the book more than 3 to 4 minutes. Like, and I understand it. to such a degree that I can counter his points. So I don't get if he's even read the book, or if he's even played the game more than once in passing for like a half an hour to 20 minutes.
And then when he started to tell the GM to shut up, that's when he got kicked out.
Exactly. Like,
you know what? I think you two have hit the nail on the head as to the story behind this video.
exactly. Like, there's no way to conclude this otherwise.
He met with a group that was different from his regular group and handled approaching the game differently. He didn't like the DM's style, and was basically laughed out. Then because of that, he now harbors this grudge, and he's like, well, I don't want to play this stupid system anyway.
Exactly. Like, there's
Moreover, it's so stupid that it doesn't even qualify as an RPG.
There's no other way to look at it. I don't know.
You're not really RPG players.
You're just storytellers. It's like, fuck off. I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, I think
I react to hitting or missing in character. I don't ever have to stop and think about things as a narrator or storyteller, because that would be metagaming, and that's what Fate is. What it's built upon is metagaming.
It's not.
So that second kind of metagaming is when you're not reacting in character.
You're just making it that
way. I wanted to say that because that's the most frequent argument people bring up. They don't understand that there may be meta aspects, but the reaction is what's important, how you handle it. It's not how you get the information. Fail, succeed,
I don't understand.
Goblin, no goblin. It's not how you get it. It's how you process it. If I can process it in character, it's all good.
Fuck you.
But if I have to step outside of the character and process it as a player and say, oh, it's best for the story. Oh, does the goblin have an aspect I can invoke against him? Oh, what if a fissure in the earth opened up and the goblin fell into it? I have to spend a fate point to do that. What if a tree falls on the goblin?
What?
That's such a unless
even within the bounds of the system, that's
not something
generous.
Oh my god! Like, let's be fair.
It does say there has to be a story aspect, but I would say
yes,
it is safe to assume that the story aspect has to make sense within the bounds of the scene.
What I would say is, let's be entirely fair and say that you are in an erupting area. Like you're in a fuck it, you're in Yellowstone, and Yellowstone's fucking erupting. Guess what? Oh god, we're all dying. But there's goblins there too, and you're running from the goblins, and because the thing's erupting, the ground is starting to shudder and break apart, right? And so then you spend your fate point to try to make a chasm where they could potentially fall into, and your GM asks for maybe more than one fate point for that, right? But even so, I would then even say, hey, as the GM, I'm going to make sure that they can make some saves in the sense of rolling their skills of like climb or jump or whatever, who cares, athletics, whatever it is, because honestly, they have a chance to potentially not fucking fall in the chasm. Like, you don't just automatically succeed when you do this. It adds the element, but it doesn't say that you automatically succeed. It doesn't say that. I don't. Where are you getting this from? With the example that we got from the other video, with the you do a skill, you fail it, and then you think about whatever aspect, and you invoke that to potentially get to potentially pass that check. It's still potentially, more often than not, yes, you will pass that check because the DM isn't going to be a dick and go, you spent your fate point, but fuck you, right? Like, that's not going to be the case usually.
That was a sound.
My throat is starting to die. But like, legitimately, it's not a guaranteed thing. It is not guaranteed one way or the other.
Unless it's Boris making a hide check.
Unless it's Boris making a hide check, but he doesn't need fucking fate points for that shit. He just rolls his die, and even on a
fate.
2, he fucking,
I always, at this point in time, I wonder why I'm even made to roll.
Because you could fucking botch
You could
it.
get a 1.
That's the only reason.
Actually, you know what? There was a scene that happened last Sunday when we were playing D&D where I was the characters had taken a bed from a cottage basically, and the barbarian was walking back, or 2 beds rather, and the barbarian was walking back with like one under each shoulder to like put in the flag and wagon. And they go into the stable where they're keeping a person that they captured who had previously been involved with the cult, and he puts the bed down and he goes, I made you a bed. And I'm like, roll a deception? And he rolled a 5. And I'm like, whatever. And like I start to continue with the scene and I go, no, you know what? Actually, I will roll a sense motive.
Yeah, right?
And she rolled a 1.
Yep.
And I went, oh.
Yep.
And then I'm like, how impressed is she with this? And then I rolled a 98%.
Oh.
I love it.
And I'm like, oh. Well, this is a thing.
Like, there are times where you can just write things off as, yeah, that makes sense, or yeah, that doesn't make sense. And then there are times where you just want that little bit of comedy, maybe, you know? And like, yeah, it's great. Anyway, let's finish up this last minute. I'm not going to pause for the rest of this video.
Oh, God, okay.
I'll spend a fate point, but none of that is in character.
Fuck off.
And being in character to me is role-playing as a role-playing game, so that's what I want to do with it.
Great, I'm glad for you.
So that about covers it. That's the main argument. That's and those are my 2 definitions. You can agree or disagree in the comments below. But now I have a video to post instead of typing it out, because I hate typing things out more than once. So you can put down some arguments in the comments, and I'm open to my mind if you want changed. But you know, I've read the rules, I've tried to play it several times. I've talked to a lot of people who tried to change my mind and try to explain things to me, but it always comes back to, am I in character or am I not in character? And if the rules don't let me be in character, it just
don't let me.
Role-playing game. So that's all I have to say. And until I see you again, good day and good gaming.
Oh, thank you for wishing me a good day and good gaming, though. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so, that's a classy finish.
That's nice. That's fine.
One comment. I was just deciding to look through the comments.
Please. Yeah, go for it.
Some knave posted 3 years ago. I won't go into the whole comment, but it's just like the first line that that's why I was like, ooh, that's why I did that. The very first line. What you describe as being core to role-playing, Gygax dismiss as amateur theater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that one.
Yeah, and I wouldn't agree with him either.
What was the one that he mentioned? It was by Red Dice or something.
Red Dice Diaries. I have it right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find which channel is it in? Is it in?
It's in this one, I think. Yeah, it is. You just scroll up past Fate.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. You make a very interesting and compelling argument, DDD, and I probably would agree that given your definition, Fate is more of a storytelling game than an RPG. Although a number of the examples you cite seem to me to be a result of clumsy GMing or misunderstanding of the rules.
Exactly. Like, I don't get it. He can't have read them. He can't have. Like, I can't believe that this person read the rules. I just can't.
Likewise, the example of a GM using a compel to have a character's aspects affect the game. If you were playing the vengeful character that you mentioned and naturally playing up your aspects and troubles, then the DM does not need to compel you, and
Yeah.
you can still claim fate points for it. This is covered in the core rulebook for the system, although it is something I've often seen missed/forgotten about.
Oh,
As
there
for
you go.
aspects that represent external factions, like if you had an aspect haunted by pirates and I wanted to compel it, I would simply say, as you're wandering through the port, you hear shouting from nearby, it seems the pirates have found you, and then slide you a fate point.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
I just this I'm
Fate does have external mechanics that involve players not remaining entirely 100% in character during a session, but in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, once people are used to them, they are no more jarring than rolling a dice, reading something off a character sheet, having a drink, or any of the myriad of out of character actions typically taking place at a table that people can perform without it affecting their immersion. In my opinion, the reason Fate gets singled out is because we're all very familiar with rolling dice, so that we barely have to think about it. It doesn't register on the immersion breaking scale because it's familiar,
mhm.
whereas the Fate rolls are slightly less so and do require a little bit more thought, at least at first.
Red Dice Diaries. Don't mind me as I go sub to that channel with our account
At the
because
end of the day, well, before you do that,
okay.
at the end of the day, whether Fate is a storytelling game or an RPG is going to be different for various people depending on their definitions. Something
Uh
you, something you rightly say at the very start of the video.
okay. Wait.
So
Oh, great
just
video.
reminding.
DDD. Always good to see different people's opinions about the games. I mean,
So
yes, I agree with that last part, but not the first part of the great video.
just
Um,
just
yeah,
gentle reminder that the brake pedal exists.
yeah, well, I'm still gonna sub to it so that we can potentially see some content at some point.
Uh, dude, okay.
Not this, not DDD.
I'm
No, no, no.
I'm going to share a little something about how human language works and
Yeah,
how it
sure.
has been the foundation of society.
Okay.
Human language is only useful insofar as we ascribe a mean definition,
Mm-hmm.
a sort of set, collectively agreed upon meaning for a word.
Which is why
I
the
can
dictionary
start
exists.
I can start referring to the word lamp when I mean the word cup. And if someone says, like, if I say to someone, "Hey, get me a lamp full of water," they will look at me as if I am crazy, and
Mm-hmm.
rightly so, because I am not using what has been collectively agreed upon to mean one thing for that thing. As such, when you say, "Well, for me, this is not a role playing game," you are not adhering to that social contract. It is a role playing game, whether you like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
You can perhaps ascribe a new definition or a subgenre to further differentiate it from role playing games that you like.
Mm-hmm.
You could call it perhaps a light role playing game or a role breaking game, or I don't know, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Figure it out.
Um,
Figure it out.
spare
Fucking
parts,
figured
bud.
out.
Um, but it is at the end of the day, it is an undeniable fact that Fate is a role-playing game system.
Yeah, like what you need to do if you want to change the definition to something that I can understand is present me with your like why, I suppose, in the sense of like things that make sense. Something that I can
He tried that.
something that I can understand. That makes sense in terms of me going, okay, so now that I understand your definition, I suppose, then we can change how we look at it. But when I can't understand your definition because it is contrary to every other RPG out there that you consider an RPG, like I don't think that's a good definition that we can go by because it itself is flawed.
Even if we were to bring ourselves down to the level of opinion matters on whether it is an RPG or not,
Sure.
I am then thrown in the position of, do I take your word for it when I say it is not an RPG, or do I take the developer and publisher's word for it on whether or not it is an
Or
RPG?
do I take everyone else's word in the
listen?
world?
Yeah, do I listen to the far majority? It sounds like
Or-
it is somewhat contested. So contested or not, I don't really care.
I was gonna say, or do I listen to my own and based on the merits that I see, judge whether or not it's an RPG?
Yeah.
Like, am I still not able to do that? Because if I do that and I feel I am correct and I can back that up, and you do that and you feel you are correct and you cannot back that up, and I can directly counter each of the points that you've brought up, then
And when you say like, oh, it's like dice, and he's like, kind of. It's like, no, yes.
no, it's actually
yes.
entirely like dice. That is an entirely meta concept because otherwise, like,
don't you dare reach for that can of Coke.
Yeah, like I don't understand unless you yourself are acting out everything, unless you're LARPing, unless you are legitimately LARPing.
Yeah.
And taking it entirely seriously. Nothing is ever out of character. Then I would be like, I guess sure. Then you got it. You're doing it, dude. But like the moment that you touch dice is the moment that you surrender to the fact that this is going to have meta stuff in it that you just do not acknowledge because you are so used to it. And I fundamentally disagree with most everything that you've said. I just do. There's nothing about this in which I would say that I would very much endorse. Even his point about creating a weapons locker out of nowhere, even that I only slightly agree with, in the sense of you can do that if you really if no one has any creativity and just say, yeah, there's a weapons locker there now. You looked away and now it's there. It's like, and in that case, I'd be like, yeah, okay, so that's not good. I don't like that. I guess I'll agree with you there, but I will assert and bet that most people do not do that. Because one, yes, immersion broken immediately. It's like, unless you have some in-universe explanation of a starship flies over and teleports down a weapons locker because that starship is a part of your thing and you called on it to teleport in a weapons locker, like, you can invent reasons that make sense in the world. That is possible.
There's no reason why a mechanic like this cannot be twisted and fit into something that makes sense with an already established context.
Exactly. So it's just, again, fundamentally disagree with so much of what I've just witnessed and listened to.
Questionable.
Yes. I have an answer, but it might not be the answer to the question that you have. I saw that in a comic at some point, and I love it.
All right. Closing thoughts?
Yeah. You got anything else?
Read your player's handbook.
Oh no, you first. Sorry.
Okay. Read your player's handbook.
Read your system.
Do the necessary homework before criticizing a system if you clearly know nothing about it.
Yeah.
That's somebody who looks at it for 5 minutes can know more about it than you do. Like,
yeah.
Or just searching up an SRD and knowing within 30 seconds.
Anything. A Google search can literally tell you so much.
Google is your friend. I would say, of course, a continued thank you to our listeners. Is the Patreon live now, or are you still
it will be
working on
live by the time this goes up.
Okay.
Give us your
Again,
money.
yeah, no, if you want, by no means feel obligated. Though just know that you will be my favorite. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, we will see every one of you.
Those will be the names that I remember.
Oh.
Well, you're kind of gonna have to read them a lot, probably. So
A lot, yeah.
Mhm.
And we'll also have to look at doing recording sessions for the names too. But like that, yeah, that can.
I mean, for stuff like this, we can just do it at the end. But for
We could actually look at replacing intermissions with like the instead of the hi, I'm Boo and you're listening to Table Talk, we could do like this episode brought to you by da 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 of tier 2s or tier 3s.
Ooh.
This episode brought to you by the money.
Yeah.
From
Yeah, actually, though.
Yeah. This episode sponsored by viewers like you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hey, we
Actually,
finally got maybe we got a sponsor.
You know what? Yeah, actually, you know what? I like that a lot. Okay.
Speaking of sponsors, right, Shadow Legends?
And then we'll have to stop shilling out for raid.
Yeah, we'll have to stop. Thank fuck. Oh no.
We won't have to.
No. We'll have to, please. Oh my god, please. Unless they actually give us money, there is.
Which they won't.
Which they won't, and also I don't. Oh well, I mean, it depends, right? Like
we could see. We could offer.
It is. Yeah, I mean, anyway.
I don't know if they want to be associated with our content.
They would never want to be. They are associated with so much.
Given how much criticism we would have for probably how they set up raids and such.
Oh, absolutely. It's fucking suicide for them. Not really, but you know.
Raid Shadow Legends, if you do sponsor us, I will download your app.
Yeah, I'll try it just to see, and I will give my honest opinion on it.
Oh, they're not interested in that.
Oh, I know. I know they aren't.
Of honest opinions.
Yeah, well, you know. Hey, maybe I'll like it. I don't know.
Yeah. So, my final thoughts. Flossing is good.
It is.
Floss your teeth.
Oh, okay.
Actually, hilariously, this pandemic, being forced to wear a mask over my fucking mouth has taught me how bad my breath was until I started like really brushing and flossing. So people, wear your mask and fucking smell your shitty breath, and then brush your teeth and make it better.
Fair enough.
Because I was always really bad about flossing.
Wash your hands.
Yeah, same.
Wash your mask too if you have a reusable, like washable one.
Yeah, apparently we have those, and I wasn't told about this until today, so I was like, "Oh, neat."
I've just been breathing into my arm.
Well, no, I've been using disposable masks because we have a bunch of those too, and I was like, "Neat." Yeah. So to reiterate again, the Patreon. By this point, you have the link. It'll be in the description as well in future videos, as well as this one. And if you want to, absolutely, if you want to. There is no obligation, as was stated. I'm
really, really hungry and thirsty, though. Just thought I'd put that out there. Completely unrelated.
Completely unrelated.
Or Boo wasting
can't
away.
you, like, listen. That's an empty cup. Not even any water, and I'd have to walk like 15 feet to the bathroom to fucking fill this shit up. Man, if you guys donated money, I could live on Coke.
All jokes aside, literally do not feel obligated, please. Oh my god.
We will never monetize our Discord. You will never have to pay an entry fee.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Wow, I mean,
with us.
No. And so again,
if anything, we should be paying people.
So yeah, and speaking of the Discord, the link for the public Discord, it is public, it is free, is in the description for you to join and hang out with us and see us talk about stuff, because I posted literally during the intermission.
OnlyFans Discord, though.
Now, we do have a section of the Discord that you have to pay for, and that's like super good.
Yeah, that's all.
It is the Patreon one because it is promised as part of the Patreon, yes. Anyway, So there's that. You can follow the Instagram and the Twitter at TableTalk D&D. You can send us an email to tabletalkdnd@gmail.com. Soon we'll have a website as well where everything will be there because I have to work on that because I'm responsible. And so when that's up, it'll also be in the description, but I'll just say visit the website because I'm not going to do the URL every time. Oh my god. Maybe I will. I don't know. Anyway, I could. It's not that big. Anyway, but once it's set, I will probably post things in the Discord as well. The Discord is probably your number one go-to place. That and Twitter, number one go-to place on updates if we miss something, because I know I lost a day of my life somewhere and forgot to post the audio version of last episode until the middle the middle of the night yesterday. So that was neat. And let's see. Other than that, I think that's everything.
I think that is.
No, I never do this. Because I keep forgetting about it. But hey, if you, well, no, I don't. Sorry. Let me rephrase that. I forget to do this a lot. Don't forget to subscribe and like and comment if you do, and if you don't, dislike and comment why you don't. Please give us more things to say because I saw, in fact, there was a comment today which I forgot to show you guys. Yeah, it wasn't. It was just a small comment, and I will put it. I will put it in the chat and on screen really quickly here. Let me just switch accounts to TableTalk. It was from a guy called Unit Rico. And
absolute unit.
I replied to him on my account, but he says, I've glanced over the Wild Magic table several times. Give me a here. Let me just do these, and one of these. I've glanced over the Wild Magic table several times now, and apparently I've missed the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference until you guys mentioned the potted plant. Still kind of iffy on the whole thing, though I must admit I never played with it, but that's a pretty neat touch. And, yeah. And I replied to it under my account, so yeah, that's a thing. If you do that, we see it and all that shit, and I enjoy that. I'm sure
speaking of Wild Magic table, I'm sure I've mentioned it before, but it is something I really like. If you sort of take the table and tweak it to something that's a bit more, I guess, aesthetic to your sorcerer. If you're just going to say, how to put this, take Critical Role, for example, because everyone knows and loves Critical Role. The wizard in it, Caleb Widowgast, is primarily a pyromancer. He's an evocation wizard, but he focuses with fire on all his things. If you wanted to make, say, a cryomancer sorcerer who was wild magic, then I would really like to see a lot of backfires wherein the spells revolve around temperature and probably cold in particular. I think as it is, Wild Magic table is fine. I wouldn't say it's going to win any prizes itself, but it's definitely a very interesting way to add a lot of flair and flavor to a character.
And I'll say, for the hesitancy kind of thing, because having been playing a Wild Magic sorcerer, and I say this in the comment itself, that I replied with, that I haven't seen it come into play too much because one, my character is careful about it because he knows it's danger. But that is character specific. What I will say is that there's also traits that are features that you get that can influence how many times it happens, such as the warping chaos or something. I don't remember the first one you get, which is after the table itself, is you can take it. You can just get advantage on a roll but in exchange, the DM has at any time the ability to force a wild magic roll on a spell if you don't get it or anything. Like, it has to be a spell because that's usually how it works. And then you can get that feature back again to use again, and then repeat and repeat until you die. But I rarely see it come up just because of that, and also because ones are very rare for when I do my spell, like, my wild magic rolls for some reason, which I'm sad about. I want them more often.
That's why you gotta have the Chad dice cursed.
Yeah,
players
exactly.
play wild magic sorcerers, the people who always roll those fat nat ones.
What I will say is that the most recent one that I got summoned a bunch of flumps that were afraid of me, and that was hilarious. And it really kind of added to my own character, because he fucking freaked out as he woke up and flumps were there. And then, and this was something that I advocated for because I leveled up, and I was like, well, wild magic's wild magic, and like, if I get more powerful than that, it's harder to control in the beginning, so ergo, when I wake up, a spout of wild magic, because I got better-ish, but not better at controlling it yet. So
it's
all right. Yeah.
yeah, and so
turned into a potted plant.
Yeah, I was hoping not the fireball. That was it. That's the only thing that I do not want to happen, because I was around a bunch of NPCs, and they would have died. And so I was just like, yeah, could you roll that for me, please, DM? And she was like, yeah, I guess so. That sounds fun. And I was like, yeah, good, okay. And then flumps appeared and were scared of me.
Glad to hear you're having fun.
Flumps appeared and were scared of me, and it gave me a second for people to be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I was like, don't worry about it. Nothing happened. It wasn't me.
Did you tell her? Did you tell your DM to shut up though? Because it was necessary?
No, I didn't that time, but I'll make sure to next time.
Yeah, do so.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll do so.
Yeah.
So I think this has far outstripped the normal.
It's true.
Closing thoughts.
Yeah, it's true. We've gone a little deep.
Yeah, it's more going into banter at this point.
Yeah. So thank you all again for listening and watching, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye now.
I honestly don't. My throat
Goodbye.
hurts.
So, goodbye.
Bye. Bye now.
Bye.